And welcome back. So we are back at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championship live from Antwerp. Apologies to those of you watching at home. We've had some technical difficulties with our upload, but it seems like we've got all of that resolved. So fingers crossed we're going to have a nice smooth stream for the rest of the content. So in round one, we obviously had our reigning European champion have a decisive 2-game victory there to win the match. So that is basically how that's gone. And we're now into our second round where we have Herman versus Raphael Movsesian, and this is going to be a very, very exciting game, so make sure you guys stick around. I'm going to hand over the official dice roll to see which one of our two players is going to be going first. That's a 5. And that is that a 3? Okay, which one of you is going first? You're going to go first? Okay, Raphael Movsesian is going to go first, and with that, I'm going to pass you guys over to our wonderful casters. Sebastian and Leonard, over to you guys.
Thank you, Ed. I am flattered. That was such a lovely introduction. My name is Leonard König, as you already said, and this is Sebastian Lemke. We are hyped to entertain you guys for this next round of Swiss. Herman Hansen, what a big name. Raphael is going to kick the round off, but
for sure.
I think he's going to have a hard time.
Absolutely, like the name itself, like when you sit down in the featured match area, which is already putting pressure onto yourself, and then there's Herman Hansen across you, like if you're into Yu-Gi-Oh, if you're into competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, you know that name because that guy is just topping everything. This guy is a machine from Sweden, and he's just very, very good at Yu-Gi-Oh, let me tell you that. Former world's competitor, and definitely when it comes to technical gameplay, one of the best you will see.
Right?
True, that as well, for sure.
And the pressure, I think he can Herman handle it.
So you're on team Herman, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's going to take this down. I think he's going to be in the top cut.
Also, we did not only put him into the feature match because of his name, but also because he's playing the second big deck, which we want to feature for this weekend, which is also new from Power of the Elements, which is
Tearlaments, and it is spicy.
For sure. So let's see what's happening in round 2 of this event. Let's get into it. As you said, Herman didn't win the die roll, but let's see whether he can win the match. Round 2 of the European Championship about to start, and we see that Raphael actually is starting it off with the Adventurer package of his deck.
Yeah. So there's one thing that I have seen in the decklist of Raphael, that is that he's playing Griffin, which is an all-time classic for adventure decks. But I think in this format, especially with like Dark Ruler No More and other board breaker cards like Super Polymerization, I think I do prefer the Illegal Knight.
It feels a little bit like that. Nobody even talked about the Illegal Knight. For the longest, it was just always Griffin Rider as your main Adventurer Engine output monster you put onto the board next to the token. Yeah. But now Illegal Knight seems a lot better and more viable going second, which makes me also believe that that is a better choice in the long run, for sure. But what do you think in general about the decision of actually running the Adventurer cards in the Sprite deck? Because we haven't seen pure Sprite yet. Round 1 we had Livestream Sprites, and now we have Adventurer Sprites. What do you think of this mix?
I do think that it is a little bit better than the Evil Twin one, the Live Twin deck.
All right.
But I do prefer... I mean, it gives the deck a higher ceiling, right? You basically take out your opportunity to really play the good normal summons like Nimble Beaver or Deep Sea Diva, because you cannot activate the effects of the monsters you normal summoned the turn you activated Rite of Aramesia.
Yeah.
But you still get an extra negate. You can play around hand traps better. But there are also 3 bricks.
Yeah. I mean, I was always wondering, is that really the issue of the deck? Like, the deck performs so well versus hand traps. It's like usually playing through 1, even sometimes 2 hand traps without a problem, to be honest. And now you add another engine, which is just specifically designed to beat more of that. And I don't really know.
If you play the Illegal Knight, I think it has a different purpose.
Yes.
You know, you are way better at playing through boards. Also, it is crazy if you set it up on your turn. You can keep the Illegal Knight in hand, summon it, and then bounce half of your opponent's board. And
where are we going there? We're actually link summoning away the token there.
Okay.
Interesting.
So, he wants to summon back the Jet. That is really good. He did not have access to a Sprite engine.
Yes.
But by going into the Elf, he can just summon back the Sprite Jet and summon it to the field. Very interesting that he did not summon the Elf, the Jet into a zone that Elf points to, because then it would be protected by Veiler or Impermanence, a card which probably would have been thrown onto the activation of Elf, because now he can go into Gigantic Sprite anyway.
First of all that, and also maybe Raphael's actually already picking up on the hand gestures of Herman, because Herman honestly sits there very stoic, not even looking into his hand really, so it doesn't really seem like he has any kind of interruption on his opponent's turn. And let me tell you something, his main deck list doesn't actually provide any interruption on the opponent's turn, because he's just purely going for board breakers and not a single hand interaction is there in his deck, so there's nothing to happen in his opponent's turn.
That's, I guess you can say, a disadvantage of the Tearlaments deck, that running hand traps, especially if you're going with dangers, is not the best thing necessarily, because it really hurts your consistency. You want some power cards that you can mill, and you want the entire engine out.
Yeah. So for Raphael, it looked a little bit like an iffy start, because he had to take like an awkward route to even trigger the first Sprite effect, which was Sprite Jet. But now that he gets not interrupted at all, he can actually perform his pretty decent combo from there on. Because he now has Gigantic, he already has Red on board, so he's safe from multiple hand traps again. And yeah, there comes the Gigantic.
And let's hear them quacking. I don't think that's the appropriate English word for it. But there are the Froggos, probably.
Oh, he's considering it. Maybe he doesn't even go for the Frog here. Maybe he just wants to summon out Carrot to have like a Monster Negate and a Spell Trap Negate. I can see it. Let's see what Raphael goes to look.
I mean, Frog doesn't do anything. He already normal summoned and the Elf effect is out.
That's what it is about here, exactly. So it's just the Red, it is the Carrot on top. So we do not even have the Totally Awesome, which is like the new main boss monster basically of this deck, because you always end on this as your main interruption on your opponent's turn. So that's like the card that people are feared of when they are playing versus Sprite, because that's the card you have to deal with on your turn. But it's not even there. It's just Carrot and Red for this one.
Just Totally Awesome shaped the entire landscape of hand interactions that are played.
For sure.
Totally Awesome is partially the reason Instant Fusion start.
That's a cheeky little one-off he has there in his hand, and he's actually activating as the first card in his turn.
And you have to negate this. This card generates way too much advantage already.
It's a bit weird though, because Herman Hansen is such a great player. Would he just start off with a card he wants you to negate? Like, it's a bit because you're like, Herman is insane at this game, so he probably would want to keep the cards he actually does not want to get negated for the last action he uses. But maybe that's also another mind game then. Maybe they're mind gaming themselves back and forth, but he did go for the negate there.
So it's actually possible that he did not have anything else to play and he wants the Desires to resolve.
Possibly, but there's also Ash Blossom on the Desires and called by the grave.
So Totally Awesome would have been hit by that if it was on the field. So I don't think that he's really too sad that his Instant Fusion did resolve. He's getting the 2 draws. And maybe he can just out this entire field easily.
Yeah. But as I said, it feels a little bit like he used the Instant Fusion there as a bait, right? It was the bait, so Herman Hansen definitely pretty much setting up his opponent.
I love this little mini game that the Danger package adds to the game. Now we are going to roll ties and see where this is going. Does he discard the second Desires? This is what you want to hear.
For sure.
This is an Angry Jackalope with 500 attack points. This one is going at it in attack position. Herman, are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure. I guess he's using it for something in the rest of the turn. And what are we sniping this time? Oh,
it's Shaden.
Now we're starting.
This is really good. Now we're at it. Nessie is an Aqua monster. This is partially the reason why this package is so good in the deck, because you need Aqua monsters to Called by the Grave.
Whoa. So both players actually open the one-off Called by the Grave, and that's why you want to say why Dangers are actually being played in this deck. And I think at first sight it's already pretty obvious, because you are discarding cards for card effects, and the Tearlaments always trigger when they get sent to the graveyard by a card effect, so it pretty much harmonizes insanely good. Well, let's see. So there's now the Nessie still in the field. Nessie, how much attack point does Nessie have?
Was activated, by the way. 1/6. It's 1/6 and 2/8. I'm pretty sure of that. So this is Nessie got discarded, so he can just search for another Danger monster from the deck.
Indeed.
Herman thought he could play with Shaylin, but Ring, the Grave Called.
Yep. He was interrupted by the Called by the Grave.
Not happening.
What's that? What is he searching for?
You can just search a different Danger, right?
It looks like Mothman, right? Isn't it Mothman?
Yeah.
Look like Mothman pretty much.
Mothman with 2 cards in hand is really good if the other one is a name of the Tearlaments archetype, because then you can always discard it even if your Mothman got hit.
Yeah,
which just happens. So both players can draw a card and discard one via effect. So if there is a Meru or a Heaveness, then Herman will get to start playing.
Yeah, he probably just finally gets to resolve a Tearlaments
It's
effect.
Halfness.
We have Halfness there. And now we finally see what this new Tearlaments deck is about, because we are seeing the first effect resolution of the archetype.
And it instantly resolves.
Absolutely. And I mean, we kind of have to explain it a little bit to the viewers at home. Like, the Tearlaments archetype is a fusion archetype, and it doesn't work with polymerization as you would think. And rather, when it gets sent to the graveyard by a card effect, it actually lets you fusion summon from your grave by sending the materials back to the bottom of your deck.
Oh, Sebastian, but it does also work with polymerization,
course,
which is also an engine that people are playing. King of the Swarms,
Yes.
one of the oldest cards in the game, is seeing play maybe for the first time actually, and Droplet is hitting the Kid Colors, which is really strong, because the Kid Colors can search a trap card that allows you basically to fusion summon on your opponent's turn after negating a monster effect. There's also one that books the Meta Noise.
Oh, there comes Merly. And Merly, if Merly hits a Tearlament here, that can be very huge.
Gokipole
That's
searches Gokipole, and it hits another Merly, and the name has not been used yet. So it can actually chain block it. So no Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion in the world could stop him from fusion summoning here.
This is insane. Also, Gokipole is a completely new development in this deck, let's be honest. Like, why would you play Gokipole in this?
Because you can just search the Danger Mothman card.
For real, that's actually insane synergy. Let's be honest. That's a development I really like.
Also, honestly, Mothman is, next to Nessie, I think, the best danger card in the deck, because it is level 4.
Yes.
And with a Shaylin or something else, or Rhino Heart, you can just go to Time Thief Redoer. And Time Thief Redoer is one of the rare Exceeds monsters that doesn't detach for cost. It detaches via effect when it banishes itself. So you actually get to trigger your monsters. This is also why Herman is playing the Sullig in the main deck. Because it plays around Dark Ruler with Time Thief Redoer.
Absolutely, absolutely. Herman, really, look at that. Like 5 monsters, no, 5 monsters it is actually. He already has on the board. That's always what you see with Danger decks. Danger is just getting spammed onto the board, and that's so different from the Sprite deck. Sprite deck just struggles so hard to actually put up attack position monsters which are actually able to do damage. But here the Tearlaments deck with the actual Danger engine is doing that a lot easier, a lot quicker, as you can see. 5 monsters, easy peasy. And do we see Curious now? I could see Curious here.
Sounds like a Curious.
Yes.
He is going to be Curious, and he is going to send the last name of the deck. We have used Shaylin, we have used Merly, we have used Havness, and then you can only send...
Oh, Herman struggles a little bit. Maybe he banished something with the Desires. It's Sephiroth. What kind of toolbox is this deck? This almost feels like Lightspawn, just playing all the cool cards that are having good effects in the graveyard. This is insane.
He can mill another 3 cards. Of course, there are no names he can trigger anymore except for Rhino Heart, which doesn't fusion summon itself. It just sends another card from the deck to the graveyard. But now he has another summon on the field with Sephiroth and is able to end on Topologic Bomber Dragon plus a summon of Sephiroth if he wants to. I don't know if he has anything to trigger it with, though.
I'm just checking his extra deck, and it looks like he's not even on the Bomber Dragon. It looks like he's rather on the Zeroboros.
Oh, he's going for a Sprite Elf on his own, and this is actually really strong because he can summon back the Merly on the opponent's turn, and when Merly gets summoned, it just mills 3 cards, so it's Dante basically again, and if you hit another name, then your opponent is in for a long turn.
Absolutely. But now let's see what Raphael is able to do on his turn, because the deck usually is pretty known for having a pretty good grind game. Sprite is not that combo intensive. It's actually a deck that can carry on to turn 3, to turn 4, and actually do their damage there. But let's see whether he still has a starter or a blue or something.
There is a problem for Raphael, though.
Go ahead.
Sprite, yes, very grind intensive. However, that is also because Ronin Totem in the graveyard is always a free summon on every turn, basically, and he has not accessed this Frog engine yet.
Yeah, maybe it actually is weird for him now that he took that red plus carrot line in game 1, or in turn 1 rather, and he doesn't have access to that Ronin Totem. We see his hand, there's I think a Water Enchantress in there.
Which is not bad, because he can search for the Griffin, discard the Enchantress, and search for Rite of Aramesia. And he can't still out the Curious, because the deck is really bad at handling big monsters.
It feels like Alter Guys all over again, because that deck also had that issue.
Had Mellowseek.
Yes, true. But this deck has Draco back if you want to go that route. But we are using the Water Enchantress pretty much there. And we are searching for... Okay, he was very quick there, but of course he sends the Water Enchantress to the graveyard, then banishes it for its effect to actually search out the Rite of Aramesir. And Curious is 24, so it will be tough to out.
You don't want to out the Curious without OTKing, because Curious, when it gets destroyed by battle or card effect, it just adds back a card from the hand.
Absolutely.
From the graveyard to the hand,
Let's watch this interaction now. We activated Rite of Aramesir. Herman instantly responded by using the Elf effect to reborn Merly, and we chained our Griffin Rider, and we could now potentially just negate the Merly effect on the field.
Yeah, but then you destroy it.
Which is also not what you want.
And then
right.
Herman gets what he wants.
Yeah, let's see.
So you just have to wait and hope that he doesn't mill 2 names.
Okay.
Pellerino.
Okay.
Oh, and that is just Havenus, and you can just negate that. Oh! He can trigger the Curious and chain block the Havenus, right? Oh, wait.
So, looks like Herman just announced the Curious, that's for sure. And yep, the Havenus is also resolving. We put back the Kit Carlos, we put back the Havenus itself. So we are again going into our extra deck, and there's Dracostopelia, which will be a big issue here in the long run.
Yeah. Also, he can mill another 3 cards with Curious.
Curious seems insane in this deck, and there we have it. Raphael sees it. It is game number 1 for the machine. Herman Hansen, the Swedish, is once again shining here in the featured match.
Absolutely, Herman is such a monster on the field. I mean, we don't want to take credit away from Raphael, right?
Of course not.
I don't know the guy. He had a pretty rough turn, you know? He couldn't enter his Sprite engine, or he couldn't access his Toad engine, actually. And this hurt his grind game real bad. Also, Herman hit with the melee. He actually made it.
True.
Yeah, he couldn't negate it with Griffin, so a Liga Knight would have helped, bro.
Surely. But let's talk about the general choice of Herman Hansen to go with 0 hand traps and just board breakers instead. Isn't it cool to just have 1 card to draw, like a Dark Ruler or maybe a Super Polymerization, instead of just throwing 1 hand trap and hoping that it is enough? It feels a lot better, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Also, the dangers provide draws all the time. So if you're going second, you can just summon the dangers. Your opponent is never going to negate them. You don't have that many interruptions to negate all the dangers.
Indeed.
And then they would have also fulfilled their purpose, actually.
Pretty much. Absolutely.
So you can just wait until you draw your Dark Ruler or Super Polymerization, which is so much better now since the new set power of the elements.
Oh yeah, that's one of the best cards in this set, honestly.
Garura is a fusion monster that can be summoned by using materials like a monster, 2 monsters with the same attributes and the same types but different names.
Yeah.
And that hits everything.
That will be insane. Yeah, and we see that Herman is on Super Polymerization in his main deck already.
Yeah.
But now another card we saw on his side deck, which might come in here, is very interesting because it's also a card from Power of the Elements, which did not see a whole lot of play lately though. And this is the Kurikara Divincanate, and it's in theory an insane card because it actually can just tribute your opponent's negates that he used previously in the turn.
Oh, you don't see the card.
You can't see it in the card highlight. Yeah, but maybe go on and talk about what this card is actually doing, because it's really, really crazy, and he is actually citing it 3 times.
Yeah, so I'm just going to read out the effect.
Sure.
It cannot be normal summoned or set. It must be special summoned from your hand by tributing all face-up monsters on the field that activated their effects this turn in your opponent's monster zone. Gains 1,500 attack for each monster tributed to special summon this card. During your end phase, you can target 1 monster in your opponent's GUI, special summon it to your field.
Yeah.
So this means that if you can play through interruptions of your opponent, and the interruptions were not Toad, because obviously Toad tributes itself.
Yeah.
You can just summon Kurikara and in the end phase steal your opponent's interruptions.
Indeed.
This is absolutely massive in the mirror match.
And let's see whether it is going to happen. Game 2 about to start. Let's get over to the game again, and let's see whether that Kurikara is coming in here, whether it's coming in clutch. We are going to start off again with Raphael, and Raphael is using Sprite Starter as his first play of the duel.
And I'm going to show you the card again, because this is also the face of the new regional mat.
Yes, and it's also a beautiful Starlight Rare out of Power of the Elements.
Yeah, look at this dragon.
Is there a dragon? Oh yeah, there's a dragon. Somewhere there's a dragon in the background, true. Well, yeah, let's see. Is that a card you would specifically side versus Sprite, though? Is that like the main deck you would want to board that in against? It sounds more like a Tearlaments side in, right?
You can't really make anything of the red or the carrot.
Yeah.
Not that much, at least. They have to tribute a link or rank or level 2 monster. But it's like crazy to get like used Millennium Ice Restricts, which is a King of the Swamp exclusive tech cards for Tearlaments deck, and Dragostapelia.
Oh.
And now we have the Nimble Beaver. So
the Nimble Beaver.
Rite of Aramesia is done for the day. Or maybe for game 3, but or turn 3 actually. But for this turn, we won't see it.
Absolutely. So that's also a very general discussion that Sprite players are having currently. Which is the best normal summon you could go for? There are several options.
Yeah.
At first, everybody was thinking, hey, Deep Sea Diver is just the best one. It's also a tuner, so we can include Halkifibrax into our deck. That seems insane. Well, then some people actually were switching away from that and went for other cards.
Dark Beckoning Beast, the Sacred Beast engine. It is really powerful. It has so many upside. It has the best value. It is an easy auto-winder.
Yeah.
But you lose 2 smashes. If you play the mirror match and you summon Dark Beckoning Beast, you can add a spell and then add Dark Beckoning Beast again, and then because of your first Dark Beckoning Beast on the field, you can summon it again. But if your opponent smashes it, you have no level 2 and unless you have starter.
Yeah, I feel like the competitive scene was really sold on the Dark Beckoning package, and then after testing it a lot, they realized it's not that great, so I feel like a lot of people actually switched away from that again. But they found the third option, which is really popular at this event, and you just saw it here, the Nimble Beaver.
Nimble Beaver, in theory, doesn't look like it adds anything to the Diva style.
Yeah.
Like summoning another monster, going into Gigantic Sprite, perfect. But Nimble Beaver also special summons a monster from the graveyard. And this is massive, because in long grind games you can always, of course, recycle Nimble Beaver with your Totally Awesome. And you can never go out of beavers, you know? You never run out of it. So you just need 2 beavers in the game, and then you can always recycle them and go into your Link 2 plays.
Yeah.
As long as you still have any.
And I mean, specifically in the Sprite mirror match, this is insanely grindy from time to time. You need that extra working normal summon to actually get you another body onto the board. So I really understand the decision to go with the Nimble Beaver package. And I've seen a lot of Sprite players here yesterday in the 3v3 event, for example, already doing the Nimble Beaver effect, the Beaver package. Speaking of the 3v3, actually, we just saw that yesterday Herman Hansen already pretty much won, or at least went 5-0 in the 3v3 as well with his team, consisting, I think, of Raphael Nathan and Luke Parks alongside of him. And yeah, they were playing this deck there already as well, so it's looking good. It looks like it's putting in work for sure. Oh, what's that? That's the Dark Ruler once again, being slammed onto the table by Herman Hansen here.
And now this impressive first turn does nothing anymore. There are 2 cards in hand and 1 set card. Those are his only interactions. But there are resources. You can still add back a Beaver who is Totally Awesome to play in the next turn. You can still activate Totally Awesome under Dark Ruler to get the add effect.
Yeah.
So it maybe doesn't get banished or shuffled back. But you still won't negate anything.
Yeah, so we see that Kaleido Heart was milling the Merly. Merly used its effect instantly to fuse into the Kid Carlos there. And now we are going to see whether Kid Carlos, with the mill effect of 5 cards, is going to hit. Oh no, wait, no.
He has to send first.
Yeah, exactly, and then the mill effect will come in later, actually.
Do you think he activated the Merly to fusion summon from hand? Oh, he adds the Merly to hand.
He just sent Merly for Kaleido Heart, so the Merly is done for the turn, for sure.
Okay, so... Oh, that's interesting that he added it and now activates a danger, because then you don't want to discard, right?
Oh.
Did he use the Merly?
I'm pretty sure he did, yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. So he's just using...
he wants to have the mill 8. So he wants to tribute Kid Carlos to summon Merly, and then both of them together mill 8 cards from the deck.
Yeah, so it looks like that was the perfect hit he wanted there, right? He wanted him to hit the Merly, and we're going, we're still going. We're still going. Okay, the rest wasn't as impressive, but the first 4 cards already provided everything he needed, basically.
Yeah. The terraforming was such a great mill.
Yeah,
you're right, Buster.
of course. But no, as he said, it's Salik, it's double name, so this is going to be a longer chain that he's forming here. Or is it the same name, maybe?
It's Shailen and Heaveness.
Yeah, it's both different, yeah. So we are actually going to resolve a bunch here.
This deck, by the way, can give you headaches if you play it for too long. this is not a deck for pilots who are unsure about the choice.
Absolutely not. Also, you can get lost in playtesting this deck. Like, there are so many lines. It all depends on your mills and everything. It just pretty much is a feel deck from time to time, because you have to feel out the lines. You have to come up with lines from time to time. And yeah, it will be freestyling maybe from time to time. And I think a player like Herman Hansen is pretty good at freestyling, because he's very good generally in Yu-Gi-Oh! So I think he can afford that freestylish playstyle deck.
And just look at Raphael's face. He is just letting it happen. I mean, what else can he do? He has no interaction with Herman's field or Herman's place at all. And he's just sitting there. Yeah. Oh, Snow even gets milled with Curious. So this is just the extra cherry on top for Herman.
Absolutely. You know what that reminds me of? Herman Hansen back in the day at YCS London playing his Dragonling combo pile. This reminds me of it, because he's also playing a big combo deck again. And look, that was Kurikara. I saw Kurikara there. For a second, the Kurikara was there.
Yeah,
and
he tried to mill it, but it was the Garura draw.
Yes. There we go.
And, I mean, that doesn't really help anything, because the monsters are obviously not going to activate their effects with Dark Rooter. So I think that's another argument for Kurikara not being the best card in the Sprite matchup.
Yeah. But interesting to see that he still, anyways, decided to side it in, because I'm pretty sure it was Kurikara. Don't know what else it would be. There's Mothman being used. Mothman discarding the Dark Ruler. Also a good discard there, because he already used Dark Ruler previously in this turn.
By the way, you can't see it at home, but there's already so many players around the featured match area. We already have so many viewers here in the venue, so thank you guys for sitting here and enjoying this featured match as well.
Absolutely. As Raphael keeps on rolling dice, it's because Herman is keeping on activating.
He's a little sniper.
Danger effects. Yep, for sure. It feels like when you're resolving dangers, it almost feels like you're never stopping. Just danger, danger, danger. It's just very much danger for Raphael at that point.
This is a dangerous game he's playing.
For real. And now there's also that Snow as a resource in the graveyard. And let's be honest, Snow versus Sprite deck in follow-up turns is insane, because your opponent is normal summoning a level 2, which should enable him all of his plays, because he needs a level 2 on board to actually make Sprite work. And then you just book the normal summon and there's nothing to do anymore if you do not have like Sprite starter or something.
I mean, that's why you play the Beaver, right? Because it summons another monster, but as soon as there is a gigantic Sprite, you can still book that.
Indeed, you can, for sure.
I mean, there are routes where you can go into the Sprite Elf and then protect your gigantic to be summoned, but you need more for that.
Absolutely. So, there we go. Oh, it was Super Poly set. We're using Super Poly, fusioning away the Mothman, and one of our monsters.
I mean, that's not too big, right? He just fusion summoned away Mothman, basically. And his own gigantic Sprite, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. What was the monster he used? But it was gigantic, you're right.
I'd rather keep that on the field, to be honest.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see, Herman easily has access to another level 4 monster, such as the Mothman, because he can use Snow on his own turn, of course, as well. So we are going to Snow here. Banishing 7 from the graveyard, as usual. Summoning out the Snow. And as you can see, you're always going for like spell and trap cards, which aren't doing anything in the graveyard with the Snow banishes, so that you have the useful resources still left in the graveyard there.
And we haven't even seen some players call it the best card of the deck, the Pearlerino. The Primal Planet Pearlerino, a new secret rare from the new set Power of the Elements.
Show it to us. It's a crazy good card, because it's not only the generic searcher of the deck, that's the first effect, that you can just search for Tearlament card, but also it boosts everything by 500, fusion monsters and also the Tearlament cards. And then the third effect is pretty useful as well. Introduce a third effect.
Of course. As soon as a Aqua monster gets shuffled back into the deck, or extra deck, or Tearlaments monster you control, you can pop a card on the field.
Which is what the archetype is all about. So this card is triggering on a regular base.
And this, another instant fusion, by the way. Ooh. But Pearlerino also is a way to play around Dark Ruler, because if you have the boss monster of the set, the Kaleido Heart, on the field, then you can just pop it and it summons itself back to immediately banish a monster on the opponent's side of the field. So this enables you to basically outplay Darkula no more.
Look, that's also a card we haven't seen in a very long time. That is actually Beat Cop from the Underworld. That's a pretty generic Link 2, and I'm wondering whether he has any way to actually use the effect. Or most likely, I would think that it's just a generic Link 2 he's trying to use, which is also dark, which helps the deck in some ways, of course. There you have him, Beat Cop from the Underworld.
Yeah, this does not look like it wants to use the effect all the time. I gotta be honest with you there.
Absolutely. So he's also going into his own Sprite Elf again now. So we're once again passing on Curious plus Sprite Elf, which, to be fair, doesn't seem insanely strong, let's be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, it basically guarantees a fusion. He also has the Snow in Graveyard, you can't forget about that.
True. Absolutely. The Snow is such a dramatic problem, and it's just not going away, because it will always, after it gets clean from the board, it gets back to the field, because the graveyard is the useful resource you're using there for the Fairy Tale Snow.
It feels like Token Collector when you're playing Sword Soul.
Yep. It's just never leaving. It haunts you. It haunts you in your dreams, even in your sleep. Even today, after round 1, Raphael will still be thinking about that Snow that was in the graveyard of Herman Hansen. And there comes the Nimble Beaver again. That's a pretty good normal summon he has there once again.
Yeah, and I mean, he also has the Sprite Red on the field, you know? So he also still has an interaction.
But Herman, speaking of interactions, also has something. He actually, and for the first time we see this here in this match, has Tearlaments Halfness in his hand. And whenever your opponent is using a monster effect, you can just reveal herself from the hand, special summon her, and also mill 3 cards from your deck, which he just did.
But he didn't hit a name, right?
He did,
oh,
he did. He did, for sure.
Another Halfness, and now he is triggering Curious as well.
Yes.
And he did not even use Elf.
Honestly, it seems so strong to just end on Curious, because Curious just gives you extra mills all the time. It's just, you're milling, and sometimes this deck struggles because it does miss.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just sit there, okay, I resolve Halfness, and nothing happened in the end because I'm just not hitting tier cards.
Oh, he even negates it. Oh, he negates the Halfness, so... Wait, did he chain block the Curious? Does he have to go Curious chaining 1?
I'm not sure, actually. But we are now resolving Merly by the looks of it. Merly is using the Mud Dragon and also itself to fusion summon into... What are we going into here? Probably Dragostapelia, yeah. Would be the most reasonable choice. Yeah, we are going Dragostapelia. Now, look at that. Like, both of these cards usually are only super poly targets. They used to be back in the day, and now they've just the Dragostapelia is just an in-engine card basically for the Tearlament deck, and he keeps on going.
Herman can't stop, won't stop, and that is insane. He first of all milled Shadow Beast with Shaylin to chain block the Shaylin, but he can also just shuffle back the Beast and end on Winder.
Seems like it. Seems like it. I mean, Raphael can still just run over the Winder. Let's be honest, but
fair enough.
That still
the battle phase
takes
gone.
away the battle phase, as you say.
And
but
there is Winder, and he is going to have a draw from the Beast effect.
This is looking good for Herman Hansen here. He's not even taking the draw. Maybe Herman... Oh, he did. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. So Raphael is also laughing. Look at Raphael. He doesn't even realize what's going on here. Herman is just throwing cards after cards onto him, even though it's Raphael's turn.
Yeah, and Herman is also just laughing. They're both having fun. This is a great show of sportsmanship from Raphael.
Absolutely.
As well. He is definitely not in the leading position, and he's still just having fun with it and with Herman.
For sure, absolutely. I mean, it's a blast, right? Yeah, you have a featured match here at the European Championship. I think that's already an accomplishment. I think you can tell your people at home, hey guys, check back the stream. I am actually on the coverage. And you have like a memory for your Yu-Gi-Oh career, for your Yu-Gi-Oh lifetime, which you can look back to. And I mean, you got done by Herman Hansen pretty badly, but still, you had a featured match. And this game is not done yet. But Herman is not done summoning cards on his opponent's turn yet. There is the Fairy Tale Snow again. Holy.
And this Fairy Tale Snow will have to use a monster from the field as well, because this zone is full.
Actually, yes. Herman is using all the monster zones he got. And there it is. We are booking the Starving Venom Dragon, which probably indicates that we are in the battle phase, I would think, because otherwise there would be no need to already use that.
Could have just be flipped up.
Indeed, indeed. So we have Raphael in his main phase 2 now after running over Sprite Elf, and he sets one more card and we're passing it over again.
And then Herman will draw another Herman hand card.
Let's see how he puts it to use. Because honestly, combo decks usually have the tendency of burning through their resources and then they are left with no
this deck
follow-up.
doesn't.
That's what I wanted to say. Like, you can just recycle all of your cards.
It's crazy.
Because, like, the Tearlaments cards by itself just shuffle themselves back to the deck, and just there are more resources then. And you can also shuffle back the fusions you have in your extra deck, so you just replace it all. Yeah, exactly. You just replace it all. You can just do it all over again on the next turn.
Kaleido Heart being summoned, so it does banish a card from the field. So it targets the back row. Herman says, you know what?
Look at Raphael.
Right?
Yeah, Raphael showing the card into the camera.
What was it?
Having a little laugh. It looked like Sprite started to me. Oh, he's playing with the camera. Oh, I love it. I love it.
He has a nimble.
Did he have all the nimble beavers or what?
No, I think it's the nimble anglerfish. That's the German name. No, I'm just gonna look it up.
Let me see. Let me check his. Oh yeah, he's
Nimble
playing
Angler.
the Nimble Angler in his main deck actually. Yeah, we didn't even see that at first. All the Nimble cards for him.
And now there's something important happening, because the Starving Venom, when destroyed, pops the entire field of Herman.
Which is about to happen, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Winda survives because it can't be destroyed
and
by card
Kaleido
effects.
Heart could be summoned back. Did he special summon this turn already? Because then he would be under the restriction of Winda and couldn't summon the Kaleido Heart back.
I don't believe he special summoned yet so far. Now the Winda just punches 22, and now it's back to a pretty simple game state, I want to say.
So there was it's crazy that he did not shuffle back the Starving Venom.
Actually, yes.
Oh yeah, he summoned the Kaleido Heart, obviously.
You're right. There was a special summon already, of course. But what can Raphael do now? He pretty much needs... Oh, the Adventure Engine could be helpful here to out that Winda. He's just resolving the Water Enchantress. And let's be honest, we haven't seen the Adventure Engine in this game at all, so he has Draco back and everything still in his deck.
He just really needs to have a normal summon.
Absolutely.
Because otherwise he cannot search for the Draco back, because the summoning of the token is already a special summon, so he is locked out of special summoning here. And with a normal summon he could trigger the Fateful Adventure.
Yeah, I have to say, by summoning the token in defense position, he kind of is indicating that he does not have that, right? Because why would you summon the token in defense position if you would bounce that later on? Wait, is he discarding a normal summon there? He is discarding the Nimble Angler, which we just showed. Which is interesting, because it doesn't seem like he's getting to...
And he can't use the Griffin and trigger it. Oh, he forgot about it.
I think that was his plan.
Oh, no. Oh, Raphael.
That's annoying.
Not gonna lie, rather focus on the game more than on the camera. Common mistake in featured matches.
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe he played with the camera a little bit too much. Now in his opponent's turn, of course, he can still use the effect of the Griffin Rider, because that's during the main phase of either player. So he has a negate set up, and Herman is still locked under his own window as well. There's only one special summon for Herman still. Let's see how he uses it. Also,
the one Dragostopedia that he probably plays is in the graveyard already, in the GY.
Yeah. And he decides to banish the window for cost for his snow, so he's able to play more if he wants to.
Yeah, and also... Oh, but now he's really going through his resources.
Yeah, the great...
Can this forgetting about Starving Venom's graveyard effect actually cost him the game?
Potentially. Like, he is negating the snow, of course, and there's only one more card left in the graveyard besides the snow, so Herman cannot even attempt to activate the snow now anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, and he changed Halfness. Okay, so he has Halfness. Let's see what he's milling for Halfness. That's Shaddoll Beast, that's Shiren. Oh boy,
Beast and Shiren once again. I mean, he can't summon Winda now, he's just playing one. But there will be... Can you tell us about his extra deck choices? How many fusions is he playing? Like, what can he summon off of this? Yeah, there's Garura, of course, but we saw Garura in this game already. Then we have the Mudragon. I think we saw that as well, right? Yeah. He went for Mudragon as well. And then... oh, no, wait. I'm on the wrong list. I'm actually on the extra deck of our other guy. We have Garura, we have Winda, we went through those. There's Mudragon as well, though. Dragostopelia, and then double Kit Colors and one Kaleido Heart. So there's not much left, actually. It has to be Kit Colors. He only has Kit Colors.
I think that's the last one he has left, yeah.
But there's 4,300 attack points on his opponent's turn side, life points. And now he's sending the Rhino Heart so he can activate it from the graveyard and attack for a game, I think.
That should be it, yeah. He's actually going for game here. I think Herman sees the line. battle phase should probably seal the deal here. Is Herman taking it down here once again in the feature match area? He's still going.
He has
still going.
Kaleido Heart still in the graveyard. And Herman Hansen takes it down. What an impressive gameplay of him.
And we have a round of applause even here in our hall. The crowd is going wild. Herman Hansen, an all-time fan favorite, because of course, going to Worlds, being so successful at the game, also like always being humble. He's just a very, very great guy in the video community.
Representative for Europe.
For sure, for sure. Absolutely impressive. So, to be honest, we saw Sprite now twice, and that was the first time we saw Tearlaments.
Yeah.
And just judging by the 2 rounds, we gotta say Tearlaments looks really strong, doesn't it?
Absolutely massive. I think this is maybe the biggest contender for the title this year. Not gonna lie. I'm still on another deck. We will see that later. I won't reveal it now, just for some extra tension. But Tearlaments is possibly the favorite. I mean, at the start of the format, people were tending to play more Sprite, but there was a shift. People were playing more and more Tearlaments, and God, this deck is performing.
Absolutely, and I think people needed some time for a Tearlament deck, because Sprite is very, very generic. It is very linear in its combo ways, so you actually can get behind the deck pretty quickly. But with Tear, as we said earlier, it makes your brain melt from time to time, so you really need the time to actually get used to the deck. And people have taken that time. Now they're used to 2 weeks to full power, and now they're here and they're performing with the deck for sure.
This is maybe why players decided to add like a higher ceiling to the deck, you know, at the Adventurer package or at the Live Tournament package, because they think, okay, just with like the pure Sprite, I am going to probably lose to Tearlaments if both players draw like equally strong.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's so impressive, especially when you saw what he was doing on his opponent's turn. Like, of course, it's a combo deck which does a good board going first, but going second, he just completely managed to do everything as well.
He ended on no interruption on board.
Yeah. But still, he managed to do so many mill effects on his opponent's turn. Curious, just as a card in general, why did nobody play Curious
He
before?
ended twice on Curious with Sprite Elf to just reborn the Merly, and Merly mills together with Curious, and then you will find a name at some point.
Absolutely.
Because the names, every time you fusion summon, you just shuffle the cards back.
At some point, there are just names left, right?
This is just names now.
Absolutely, and also the Danger package. I think at first people were like going back and forth on which package to choose. You talked about the King of Swamp package as well. And honestly, the Danger package though looks so much stronger. It looks so insane. Like just getting card effect by card effect, discarding Tearlaments, drawing into your side deck cards. The Danger package is providing so much to the deck.
You can also just search them by milling. You can just mill Goki Pole now and
this as well.
Find a Mothman.
Absolutely, it's so crazy. It's absolutely insane. I feel like this is really the deck in the hands of such a competitive player as Herman Hansen is, for example. And we saw other people already being on that deck as well. This is somebody you have to be really, really scared of when he sits across of you on the table. I think when your opponent is on Sprite, you may be like, I can handle Sprite, but Tearlaments, woohoo.
Especially in the hands of Herman Hansen. I mean, he's definitely a top contender for the title. It would be, I mean, he's also such a nice guy.
For sure.
So
I would say
he would deserve it.
Let's hear more from that nice guy, because we have a winner's interview. Please take it over for our winner's interview here.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. So I am joined by the winner of round 2. Herman, how did that all go for you? Were you confident the whole time?
With my opening hands, I was fairly confident. In my opening 5 game 1, I had called by Desires, so I figure as long as it doesn't establish 2 ways, the Omni negates, and when I saw him use the tokenless material, I knew I basically won there, because my deck is really good at beating Sprite, and it also established the follow-up, so that even when Sprite tries to play next turn, it's really hard for them to get to play, because you leave Curious on board, that's another card hard for them to clear. Like Sprite has a lot of issues with clearing monsters that float, and my deck has summons a bunch of them, and they can't deal with the follow-up.
So why did you choose Sprite? Because it's an adventure Sprite sort of thing that you've got going on.
That's not me, that's my opponent.
Oh, sorry, that was what the deck list said. So tell us a little bit about your deck and why you decided to choose that one.
So I love Dangers. I went to Worlds in 2019 playing a Danger deck. So when I saw that I could play Dangers again, I was pretty happy. So this past couple months, I've been testing different versions, and finally have come to a version I actually like playing. And I am confident playing it. It is very, very difficult though, and I still make mistakes, even though I'm interplaying the deck constantly. So, yeah, it's very difficult.
And how does it feel to be back at these in-person events? Because we've had a couple of years where they've not really been happening. Does it feel good to be back at one of these? Is this your first ever Euros, or have you been frequenting them before?
I mean, I went to Worlds before, and I've been to every Euro since 2016. And I like the IRL events being back, but I also really enjoyed the remote duels. I took part of all the remote OSCSs, and I actually topped all of them, funnily enough.
Well, that's a good flex, to be fair. Well, congratulations, Herman. Thank you very much for joining us. Don't go anywhere, because we've got plenty more coverage, especially round 3 coming up just in a sec.
your move. Yu-Gi-Oh! is king of games. It's time to
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now. 9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately. New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now. 9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately. Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Rated T for teen. I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
It's time to
Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting. 20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hello and welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championships live from Antwerp. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. My name is Ed Templar. I'm going to be your host over this weekend, and I am joined by two of our wonderful commentary and analysis teams. Guys, could you just introduce yourself to us?
Hello guys, from me as well. I'm Sebastian Lemke from Germany, and I'm very excited to work for this weekend.
Me too, of course. Thank you, Sebastian. My name is Leonard König, and I am also going to be with you this weekend.
And obviously we have our Italian team over this side. Guys, introduce yourselves for us.
Hi everyone, I'm Marcello Barberi, excited to be back with you, and here I have, once again,
Alberto Marazzi. Hi guys, it's a big pleasure to be here with all of you. Can't wait for the event.
So obviously this is the first live event that we've had for a couple of years, and it's very exciting to be back here with the Euros. So guys, how do you feel about being back here at one of the European Championships? Our first time in Antwerp, very exciting. Tell us a bit about it.
Absolutely, great hype. We're looking forward to it. There were many national champions that we got over the last couple of weeks, but there's only going to be one European champion at the end of this weekend. So we're looking forward to crowning him on Sunday.
Yeah, of course, keep in mind this is an invite-only event, so it's always exciting to see the best players of Europe assemble in one place. And of course, as you already said it, there hasn't been an in-person event in quite a while, so this is going to get emotional.
It's going to be very exciting. We're all very, very happy to be here and seeing thousands of duelists coming together to play in Europe. So guys, talk to us a little bit about the meta. We're going to have a further conversation about this later, but what sort of decks are we going to be seeing over the coming days?
absolutely. So as we mentioned, we are expecting a lot of players, and honestly, not a surprise considering the national championships have been amazing with groundbreaking results year and event after event, and here will be just as the same. We just got an incredible new set with Pote, and we're expecting a lot of new decks, so Sprite, Tearlaments, Mathmech, a lot of decks in action. So we will figure out, and we will also place our bets on who we think will get the championship. Yeah, I don't know for you.
This time you have to ask me, then the deck who's gonna win, but maybe if you follow our remote duels, I never pick the right one, but maybe this time I will, so follow it.
Yeah, and absolutely, as you mentioned, we will be back with a meta discussion, so be sure to check out later on our video on it to learn more about the event.
Thank you very much, guys. It's going to be super exciting. We hope all of you guys stick around for some of the live coverage that we're going to be doing over the coming days of this Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG European Championships. Stick around.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performa Pals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now. 9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship Tour 2022. And now we're here with a deck profile. And actually I'm here with Dennis, and Dennis is going to talk a bit about the Rika Sun Avalon deck. So let's get into it. Let's talk about the first card we have here.
Okay, so right here we have Sunset Genius Loki. That's basically the core center card of the deck. If you have this card, you can pretty much end on like 7 disruptions. Yeah. This card starts everything because if you link it off, you search, and then you just continue to search into other cards.
Yeah, and now we get into the Rika part, because the new cards out of Power of the Elements are actually some Rika cards, which made this a lot better now, right?
Yeah, so with the Loki, you search most of the time into this, and this card is a monster negate in the graveyard and in the hand. And it's basically together, combined with the field spell, you can tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and which makes the deck really strong.
Yeah, Rika Princess and Rika Kong Kong really push the deck a lot, because it gives a new dimension to the deck, basically, because it can also work in the graveyard. And the end goal of the deck pretty much is creating a big combo board, right? With like multiple layers. And we can talk about one combo part, one part of the end board, basically. So
basically you have Bang & Lancer, the Resurgent. This card is basically just a bounce, but in combination with the other plant cards, it works really great with them, because you take damage if you bounce something, and that can trigger your other plant effect. So it's really strong, and also he comes back if if he's in the graveyard. You can banish some links, and then he comes back. So
yeah,
some recursion.
For sure, yeah. The engines just work well together overall, for sure. So what do you think is the biggest strength of the deck going into this tournament?
The biggest strength is definitely going first, because you can pretty much set up the best board in the current format, I would say. There's not really a deck that can play through it if you fully get to combo off. The deck definitely struggles with going second, but with the new Rika cards, it has become much easier, because you can just tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and that makes it much easier.
Yeah, I mean, activate Field Spell, then activate Rika Glamour to actually tribute opponent's negates is kind of nice, right? Yeah. So we talked about the strength. What is like the downside and maybe the side deck cards that you're fearing for this event specifically?
So before, with Justice and Avalon stuff, it was Dark Rule No More, or Droplet. It was very strong, but now with the Rika cards you have multiple layers of this disruption. Not only just monsters, but also traps, the field spell, and also graveyard effects. So it's really hard to actually counter the deck with one side deck card. But I would say the strongest one is definitely evenly matched, because the deck doesn't really have that many Omni Negates. So you just most of the time you have just one with Regulus, or maybe two with Griffin, but it's always...
And yeah, those are not in-engine both, so you have to rely on them drawing them basically, right? Some of the time. Yeah. But yeah, definitely a very, very cool deck with lots of layers. But now, the interesting question. What do you think, how will this deck be performing at this weekend? How many people will actually make Top Cut with a Rika variant?
I would probably guess maybe one or two, if we talk like top 16. Mm-hmm. I doubt two, but maybe one.
I mean, let's see. I'm excited to see Rika in action over the weekend. Thank you for the interview, and we go back to the live coverage of the European Championship. See you over there.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force, available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Welcome back to your coverage here in Antwerp for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championships in 2022. Right now, I'm joined by our Italian duo, Alberto and Marcello, who are going to talk to us a little bit about the meta game at the moment. So guys, obviously we've just had Power of the Elements come out. Talk to us a little bit about how that's changed the landscape of the game.
Absolutely, it has been an incredible set. I think one of the most impactful of the last years. I don't honestly remember something as impactful as it is. It introduced a lot of new decks, and at the same time it gave existing decks a lot of powerful tools to compete in. So we are expecting a very diverse meta this weekend. But of course, on top of them all, I have to bring out and talk about Sprite as the first deck. That has been in the mouth of players for months now, because it has been dominating all over Japan. So we always have to look at what's happening over there. And although there are some main differences, one being that Maxi is not legal over here, which is a great tool because the deck is pretty much made of level 2 monsters. You can search them through Sprite Gigantic, and Maxi is one of them. So thanks to Swap Frog, which is an all-time favorite, especially for me and Alberto, you can get Maxi back to the end. We could see something similar this weekend happening with Ash Blossom, because all of your tuners are searchable, and you can also bring them back. And we know Totally Awesome is an amazing card, and the deck is just able to consistently bring up a board. Main 12 to 15 hand shops even, and we will actually have the chance to bring you guys the percentages for the most played cards throughout the weekend. But already a sneak peek can be that Dark Lure No More is quite popular, and that is mainly because it beats Sprite. So I'm sure we will see a lot of them, and I would be absolutely astonished if none of them top the event. But Alberto, what is the other deck from Power of the Elements you want to talk about?
Yeah, on the other side, there's the Tearlaments deck, which is, in my opinion, incredibly powerful, and I think we will be seeing very nice matches between Sprite and Tearlaments. As you said, Sprite plays a lot of entraps, and on the other hand, with Tearlaments, actually with Dark Lure No More, super polymerization. It has a lot of cards, and in my opinion, there's the Ophinis, which is kind of an entrap, because it's really powerful. You basically can reveal it during your opponent's turn, and then you can basically mill 3. And then this deck can basically abuse of a Shadow Winda. It's incredible powerful card against every single deck of the format, but what I really like about this deck is also their fusion summon monsters. So the Kid Kalos and El Kaledohar, they're very powerful. You search this card and basically you can get rid of your opponent's cards as well. I think about talking the side decks, but we'll be seeing that during the weekend it's not going to be that easy because, like as you said, Sprite plays a lot of entraps. So like during the mirror matches, I think it's not going to be super easy for our players. But on the other hand, Tearlaments is here. Can't wait to see it in action.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the key word of the deck is, send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. And a similar mechanic is excavating, of course. And one deck that I'm looking forward to seeing in action is once again Punk. We have seen how throughout the last meta games it has been played with a lot of different engines, the Adventurer package, and just having the option to pretty much use any type of monster in the extra deck, so synchros, XYZs, link monsters, sometimes even fusions, and I'm looking forward to the new punk cards released. So the Fuel Spell is incredible, it allows you to draw twice per turn, so you can just with one emergency teleport, even combine the engine. So what I'm looking forward is going to be these maybe even 60 cards decks, which I'm a personal fan of, with punk cards, maybe even Tearlaments cards within. Some people I've heard have even mixing up the Sprite cards or at least swap frog within, so we might see these very powerful high risk, high reward kind of strategies, and I think the punk engine is amazing. I think I'm a big fan of it, especially in the Tearlaments deck. I think it has a lot of merits. We might see some old cards like Dangers as well, so there is a lot of interesting engines to see in action, but I think one deck again from Power of the Element, maybe a dark horse of the event. I'm gonna leave Alberto talking about it. What is it?
So I'm super excited to bring you guys a little bit of talk about MathMech, which is in my opinion an incredible deck, thanks to the newest addition in Power of the Elements of MathMech Circular, which alone brings you up an incredible board. Basically you can special summon it, sending a card from your deck to the graveyard. We can go on with the combo, but basically you can go into your XYZ monsters very easily with only one card. And then on the other hand, also it super speed things up with the MathMech Diameter, which is basically an Omni Negate during the turn you XYZ a monster during the turn it is used. The deck is super powerful because once again it plays around 15 hand traps, and if you basically are prepared to play against Sprite decks or Tearlaments, maybe MathMech could be your choices for this event. Also because I don't think it could be an overestimated deck. In my opinion, people will of course rely on their resources, but MathMech, it could be really the outsider of this weekend. We will see. I'm very looking forward to seeing this deck in action.
So we've got Punk, Tearlaments, Sprite, MathMech. Are there any other meta decks that have been dominating the landscape for a bit that you are also excited to see over the weekend?
Absolutely. So as we have mentioned, Power of the Elements, amazing set. A lot of new, completely new decks, but some of the decks we have seen already at the past events. And of course, an highlight of the weekend will be the National Championship. So we have had an incredible attendance and a lot of different decks winning them. So we'll see, and we'll even get to talk to some of the national champions to see how their decks, which were pretty much almost 2 months ago, 1 month ago even, some of the national championships, if these decks are still valid. I think most of them will be actually interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing some Eldritch in action, actually. It's not the most loved deck, I think, but as Alberto and me were going through, many decks are maining this weekend 12 to even 15 entrops, cards like Dark Lure No More, and all of these cards are not very useful against Eldritch. So I think it is one of those moments in which once again you can choose your favorite trap cards. Depending on the deck, we could see again there can only be one goes and match. All of these cards are still very relevant, but there are also some interesting tech cards I've seen people come up with, like Summon Limit or even End the Band Played On, which is amazing against Sprite because they're all level 2s, as I mentioned. So I think Eldritch again will be a nice choice, and alongside it maybe also Flow Wanderies, which is again a rogue deck, but it dominated the Italian National Championship, which we have commentated. So we'll see if again, thanks to Dimensional Shifter, which is amazing against Tearlaments by itself, will be good. But I don't know if you have any other picks for the weekend from these old decks.
I'm really curious to see if players will rely on Dragon Link, a deck that we have seen over the past few years, still here dominating the scene. I think the deck is super powerful at the moment, especially because like with big bodies on the board, you can really break your opponent's field. I would really like to see some players will play Salamangreat, which at the Italian National Championships we have 1 players in the top 4 actually. And I would really like to see if some players will play it, also because like at the moment Nibiru the Primal Being is not played so much, especially because like Sprite, as you said, is able to bring up on the field the Sprite Red, which basically would prevent your opponent from activating the Nibiru from his hand. I would really like to see if some players will rely on it. We will see. Looking forward to it.
It's going to be very exciting. So we've talked a little about the meta. Are there any rogue or off-meta decks that you'd personally quite like to see over this weekend? Because I'm a dinosaur fan, and I know there's at least one person who's running some kind of dinosaur deck, which is exciting for me. But do you guys have any off-meta picks that you'd quite like to see?
Absolutely. It wouldn't be as exciting for me to see Tyranno. I still have some flashbacks in my mind, but yeah, for sure there are a lot of decks, and there are some decks which also aren't considered as let's say full potential reach yet. So for example, one of them, again from Power of the Elements, could be Exosister. So that deck also is an interesting one, which I hope we will see with Marta. Exosister again being the key card of the deck. It's a very interesting play style, so I'm sure that with such a huge crowd we will see some of them maybe sneaking even in the top cut. There is a chance, and we will find out soon, if maybe for the first time in history we will get a top 128. So in that case there is even a higher chance of one of these decks sneaking in, so I'm definitely looking forward to some of them. So
about me, I was thinking about Marincess.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because basically at the Italian National Championship we were super impressed by these two players basically breaking the field and crushing it like crazy, especially because like I think that if you know how to play it properly, also your opponent is scared on how to play his hand traps correctly. So hopefully we will get to see Marincess in action. It was super incredible, nice to see it at the Italian National Championship this year. Again, two players, I think they made top 16, both of them. Yeah. It's super fun, incredible to see, like incredible combo on the field. Definitely my pick for your questions.
It's going to be very exciting to see what happens. But before we return back to some of the other coverage, there's one thing I want to bring up with you two. So you two are quite well known for sort of placing a friendly bet on what deck you think is going to possibly win the entire tournament. So this is the Euros, it's a very big championship. What decks do each of you foresee as potentially winning the event?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go first just because of everyone playing, which fears Alberto answers, because usually he has always failed with the pick. So if you're playing the deck for Alberto, unfortunately, you're not in time to change your deck anymore, but hopefully it will go as well. So I want to go with some version of Tearlaments. I think the deck maybe it's slightly less consistent than other decks, but I really enjoy watching it, and maybe I'm gonna go even with some like 50 card version, so with maybe Dangers, even Punk, why not? I'm really looking forward to some of these combo Tearlaments deck.
It's probably gonna call it, but I am a super fan of Totally Awesome, so I have to say it's Sprite. I've been looking forward to this deck, honestly. I have sweet memories about playing Swap Frogs, actually, so I have to say Sprite. So hopefully, guys, I will not bore any of you. But yeah, we will see if this one time maybe I will pick the right one.
We certainly will. It's going to be very exciting to see if either of those decks win, because you never know what happens at these events. Anything can happen. But thank you very much, guys, for talking to us a bit about the meta. Don't go anywhere, because we have plenty more coverage of this Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championship live from Antwerp, and we'll be right back with more.
First, the Second Haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the Second Haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022, and I'm here with Joshua Schmidt.
Hi.
How do you feel today?
I'm feeling good. Arrived yesterday, so I had a good night of sleep, not too tired. Excited for the event.
Great, great. We're all excited. And you're going to showcase us one of the big new decks. You're going to talk about Sprite. So let's just start off with the first card.
Okay, so I chose one of the most important main deck monsters as the first one to show off, which is Sprite Blue. They have a bunch of different ones, but this one is definitely the best one and the most important card of the deck, because you can special summon it when you have a level or rank 2 monster, and it adds any Sprite monster from the deck to your hand. So that's how you get any of your combos going. And just dump the board full of level 2 monsters and go into your powerful extra deck monsters, which the more prevalent one, or the ones you make first most of the time, is Gigantic Sprite, a rank 2 XYZ monster with 1600 attack, which can go up to 3200 if you have a Link monster under it, because it has a very unique...
Wait, what is that mechanic all about? Yeah, talk more about that.
It's got a very unique treat that you can use Link monsters as the material and treat them as level 2 monsters when you XYZ summon it. Link 2 monsters to be specific, because the whole archetype just is around everything 2. Level 2, rank 2, Link 2 is what it's all about. So for this one you can even use Link monsters, and it summons any level 2 monster from your deck. And it also restricts you into only summoning level, rank, Link 2 monsters for the rest of the turn, but it also applies to your opponent, which sometimes helps you to beat cards like Nibiru, which they cannot use after you've used your Gigantic Sprite.
Yeah. Just your own engine all of a sudden playing around opponents' interactions. Pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that it is not restricted to the archetype. It can summon any level 2, which we'll get to in a second, what kind of cool things we can do with that. Yeah. But before we do that, I want to mention the other Sprite extra deck monster, which is Sprite Elf, a Link 2 monster this time around. And he's a very powerful effect of, you can bring back a level 2 monster from your graveyard, and it's not only on your turn, but it's a quick effect, so you can also do it on the opponent's turn. And as a little bonus, it also prevents the monster it targets to from, it points to from being targeted. So that comes in handy a lot of the time. And now, what do we do with all of this? We summon... we summon Totally Awesome, because we summon Swap Frog from the deck with Gigantic Sprite.
The two are forever together again.
Yes. I'm very hyped to play this card again this weekend. And what we do is, what we try to end on is the Sprite Elf on the field, alongside the Totally Awesome that cannot be targeted. And so we have a negate with the Totally Awesome, we take the card away from our opponent, and we can use the Sprite Elf to bring the Totally Awesome back, because Sprite Elf is allowed to bring back Links and XYZ monsters as long as your opponent has a monster on the board. So we get 2 Toad negates out of 1 card, and that's pretty neat. The deck has more tricks up to its sleeve, but that is the main combo you're trying to achieve on turn 1, is to set up the Elf and the Toad.
That all sounds pretty impressive already. What would you say is like the biggest upside, the biggest strength of the deck?
I think it's very consistent. Like, it does what it wants to do with pretty much every hand, because there's like, you don't have to open the blue. You can also open the Jet, which is the Sprite that searches a spell card, and you have spell cards that get you the blue. And so like, it really doesn't matter which card you open with. They all end up giving you the same amount of level 2 bodies onto the field. You also, what's really nice is you don't have to draw the Swap Frog, because Gigantic just summons it from your deck. So the deck pretty much does the same opening every single time. And because there are Sprite main deck monsters that negate monster effects and spell and trap cards, you have very good ways to play around any hand trap in the game pretty much. So at going first, the deck is very, very consistent and does what it wants to do pretty much every single time. I think that's the best thing about it.
And speaking about the strength, we of course also have to look into the not so good parts about the deck. What would you say is like the worst about it? And what are you fearing the most this weekend? Maybe especially in terms of side deck cards you're about to see?
There is a few things that lock the Sprite deck completely out of the game. One thing worth mentioning, I suppose, that a lot of Tearlaments players can do and will probably do this weekend is a card like Deck Devastation Virus, because they all are very small before they turn into the Link and the XYZ monster, so it will usually take away most of your hand if that card is being flipped on you turn 1. So that's something that's very scary when your opponent gets to start. In general, the deck is, because all of them only special summon themselves when you have a monster on the field, the deck can be a little bit vulnerable to removing the first level 2 monster from your board, and if you don't manage to have like cards that special summon more level 2 monsters, that's very bad. Like if they Tearlament Meta Noise, which flips your first level 2 monster face down, you might have some trouble getting the Sprite cards out of your hand, because they do all require you to have some sort of board presence already.
Sure. So that looks very, very good and promising. What would you say, what kind of percentage of Sprite players will be in the top card? Like how many players will be in the top card playing Sprite at this event?
I think it's a very strong deck. I think it's going to be a high percentage. The only thing that prevents me from saying like 50% plus is that I think Tearlament is also a very strong contender. So I'd say if we play like a top 128 cut, I'd expect like around 40 to 45 Sprites, so maybe like 33% is what I'd guess. It could even be more, but I do think that Tearlaments is also very strong, and they're both going to share like the top spot in that regard.
So we will see for the rest of the weekend whether that assumption is right or not. Thank you very much for the interview.
No worries.
And we're going back to the live coverage of the event now. See you there.
Your move, your move. It's time to
Welcome back. We are here with round 3 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championships live from Antwerp in Belgium. I'm now joined by my 2 contestants. We have Joe White and we have Daniel, who has basically been already winning some of the big tournaments this year. We've had the Italian champion here with us, ready to take on this next round. So gentlemen, I'm going to hand you guys the dice and you guys can roll to see which one of you is going to go first. Okay, which one of you would like to go first? You're going to go first? So Daniel is going to go first, so I'm going to hand you guys over to Alberto and Marcello, who are going to be your casters for this match.
Thanks, Ed, and hi everyone, and welcome to the round 3 of the European Championship 2022. It's an honor to be back, and I'm glad I'm with you, Alberto, as well.
Yeah, it's been since last time was it's been a while. We have the chance to commentate the Italian National Championship together, but here we are again. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely, and of course the story of the weekend, and especially for this event, was that national champions are back, and Diego is one of them. But if you were wondering why we didn't show any of them in the previous rounds, it is because they got an incredible VIP package. They got 2 buys in the first 2 rounds, so very, very good start, especially with such a huge event with 12 rounds of Swiss. But now finally we're able to feature them, and we decided to start with the one we had the pleasure to commentate in Italy. So Diego absolutely crushed the event, even though he sneaked in with an X3 record during the Swiss. He played Flow Wanderers, a deck that was considered kind of the dark horse of the event, but he won convincingly, and we decided to pick him because he's the only national champion playing the same deck he won with. So he's playing Flow Wanderers again, and what do you think of it?
I think that considering the format, it's not one of the decks I will be very happy to play against, especially because, like we saw, dimensional shifter, how powerful it is, and hopefully we will see it in action. So maybe Diego has an ace in his pocket. So
absolutely, we'll see. He's playing a very similar deck list to what he used at National Championship, but we'll see. The format is completely changed, and his opponent, Joe White, a little less known player, so he will be, of course, on the other end, but he still has proved that he's here. He won the first 2 matches, while Diego didn't, and if buys are a really good thing, maybe he could be rusty, though. So we'll see how things goes. Joey is on Sprite, so it will be Flow Wanderers against Sprite, but now let's go to the table and find out the round 3 winner. Here they are, and we really see a nice prediction on the match. Hopefully for Joe it won't go down to that, but going first is a huge deal for the deck.
no, especially because like with the starting hand that Flow Wanderers and the powerful cards that he plays, I think like if you play in general going first, you have a very good advantage against every single opponent. And I think that even though the format has changed since last time we saw Diego in action, I think playing Flow Wanderers back-to-back event, you have to be very, confident about your card.
And there it is. So if anyone missed the action live at the Italian National Championship, Diego used the Dimension Shifter every game since the top 4, and it seems like again he opens it. So what a start, and he even gets the Rubina. So great start here by Diego. We have seen how powerful the card is, that even some Sprite players are siding actually Shifter for the Tearlaments and some other matchups, but this time around, unfortunately for him, Joe is, as I mentioned, on Sprite. The names are, of course, switched.
And now if you're Joe, I mean, would you be happy to see like Flow Wanderers like in a round 3 match? Because like I mean, it started very strong, So
yeah, as you mentioned, it's not exactly the deck you're happy to face, but I'm curious, and we'll see if Diego takes the match. We'll get a chance to ask him a few questions, maybe, because Dark Lure No More is one of the, I would say, touches of the weekend. Most players are maining it, and it's actually really good against Flow Wanderers. So,
but I think this is one of the main differences between the last format, in which we have seen more Forbidden Droplands being played rather than the Dark Lure No More, which has become more popular nowadays.
At the same time, as we can see here, regular opening by Diego, pretty happy with it. And Joe is actually using a version of Sprite we yet haven't seen. We know that the core of the deck and maybe a few Antrops are played, but for the rest, a lot of different options. Looking at Joe deck, he decided to actually run with the Trickster engine, which we'll see, and it could be very good here. So.
Yeah, especially because like with Light Stage you can basically block.
And there it is, yeah. So as you can see here, Diego is gonna, of course, think about this, but will not be happy because Trickster is both an extender, but also deals with, those pesky drop cards, which can be both in the Tearlaments matchup and here. It's gonna be actually quite annoying, because if you have Dark Ruler, for example, you force out the other Flow Wanderers and then it becomes devastating. So
this is especially because like something that you don't really expect, right? I mean, I think it's one of the few people that maybe plays this card, but they're really powerful, especially because like Lilibel is an extender.
Yep.
And also, I mean, locking one of your opponent card in like this situation is very powerful. So we will see if Diego has any other sort of interactions.
Here we see it on the screen, and as mentioned, now Diego will be forced to go for his Flow Wanderers. Let's see. At the same time, if Joe picked up one of his Super Pole, he could have a chance. Maybe the big problem is that once the statue comes down, you're not able to use it anymore, because Garura of course, is dark, but let's see.
Especially because like playing sprites means having multiple hand traps,
Yeah.
which in this situation, also with shifter is not ideal.
Do you think Diego knows what's up? Because he actually picked up the Lilybell to read it, so maybe he hasn't really tested against this version. He might be wondering what's going on right now, so
I
let's
think
see.
you might not know what your opponent is playing. Like if you read it, maybe you haven't even have a chance to play against that.
And here we see a nice interaction by Diego. Due to shifter, of course, he's able to get back his trap card with Toucan, but now the Apex is there, and this opening might be a little underwhelming. And there he goes, so nice interaction here by Joe. He's able to, thanks to light stage, force out the back rows, and now Dark Lure is there, and Diego is vulnerable. Wow. What a start. You take a look at his hand, but Diego doesn't have any other response. Diddy Crow, of course, conflicting with shifter, but he's playing only the one copy, which is totally reasonable because you can search it out, and we know how strong it is, especially against Tearlaments. So
Would you have done the same, like looking at your opponent's end?
yeah, I mean, I hope that this means that he has stuff to do, and we can take a quick look at Diego deck list to just see if he's playing other Antrops, and I think he doesn't. Yeah, he's not playing Ash Blossom, so regardless, it would have been safe. And as we can see here, Joe is able to continue. At the same time, shifter can be annoying, so some players are using it, but it's tough to OTK through it. So I'd seen the trend actually go down in popularity. So.
Because here you cannot go with, swap frog. And
Yeah,
stuff
it
with,
does cut some of the plays down, but he might even decide to just go for the Zeus. So let's see. I don't know. He has quite a few options.
We'll go Centauri as well.
Yeah, and there he goes. So I do agree with this. We don't know the rest, of course, of his cards, but. He's gonna go for the Zeus play, and already Diego struggling with this start.
Here comes the Zeus. Now, I mean, even though Diego had the dimensional shifter, which of course hurt, but Joe's hand was really powerful. Like.
Yeah,
he was able to deal with Apex and the Empen, which
it's tough.
Yeah.
And now we do know the end from Diego at the moment. Ooh, and let's see here, he decides to go for it right away. We did not mention, and if any one of you, as I mentioned, followed the Italian Nationals, one of the big surprises in Diego's deck was the 3 copies of Mystic Mine main decked. And once again, he decided to stick with this. So, along with Terraforming, he has 4 copies at his disposal. Here it wouldn't be that great, but in general, it's a really big threat, I feel like.
I mean, especially in game 1, because if your opponent doesn't play, any card like Galaxy Cyclone or stuff, you're in trouble. And also has the Prosperity, which is,
Yeah, great start here by Joe. Absolutely.
Seems like Diego, it's basically, he needs to draw something, by the way, because like...
Here we get to take a look, a few relevant, of course, informations. The Dupe Frog is not something we have seen too much of yet, especially due to the other card we see, which is Super Poly. So...
now it's not easy to pick up one, because like... I don't know. Would you pick Super Poly?
You could at the same time. I think he shuffled back, so he knows that there is like Diddy Crow, and then the Flowander and the trap card. So the Flowander to banish one, which is not even that useful. But
okay, takes another blue.
Just takes some engine for next turn.
Maybe does have another extender at this point.
Yeah. Because this 3 is left in his hand.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, and here comes red. So he has only 3 crow and the trap. So let's see.
Okay, also carrot.
Yeah, great stuff here by Joe. Completely turning on the match.
And this is one of the reasons why Sprite players are side decking shifter, because like you're able anyways to deal with it. And now Diego, you know, has to face carrot and red as well, but also the Zeus. So not a quite an easy spot for him.
No, absolutely, and he pretty much has a double negation, as we can see here. And this 3 comes down. He knew about it. He might just use the red. So let's see. And here I would expect some kind of response from Joe. He's playing fairly well, to be honest, because he's trying his best to chain block the sprites from his opponent, but at some point the Zeus is also going to be there. So one thing to mention, which is also important, is that Diego is only running a single copy of Empen, differently from his national championship. So in this case, he would need to go for 2 count to get it back. So let's see.
Now, why would you wait to like activate the red? You basically wait until.
The thing is, for now, you're basically not allowed to use it. So finally, there is a spot in which the red could be quite good. Do you see a reason not to go for it? Let's see.
I mean, I would, no. Because like the more, yeah.
And we do see the red come down. So Diego, considering his options, we know there is again Diddy Crow and Dreaming Town in his hand, but
Diego sets 1 and is back to Joe. Let's see now what did he draw. Okay, he goes for blue once again. He's waiting for Diego to respond, but looking well also because he has the carrot to negate, just in case. So he goes through now. He will also go like extend his plays. This use is there. I mean,
yeah, he just has to place around the Dreaming Town. The Crow at this point is completely useless. But again, he has 2 negations for both, so I don't think this game is gonna last that long. Still, yeah, we got just a jet come down. Let's look at the extra deck also from Joe, because I think he might be playing some spicy stuff. I don't know if we want to spoil already the side decks that are coming up, but for example, a card we haven't seen too much of yet is Cat Shark.
Yeah,
an interesting option for sure. The last we've seen it was actually in Paleo, so back in the other totally awesome format, I would say, but.
It was great back then. It's still great after years. So now I think would you go like for totally awesome straight away? No, right? You
have to. First of all, you should get to the swap frog engine, but again, it doesn't matter much. So you can just use the carrot at some point, and the Diddy Crow does absolutely nothing here. Yeah. We do see the Dreaming Town.
Yeah.
And here, once again, Gigantic Sprite, of course, is able to resolve. But the red leaves the field, which basically just leaves Joe vulnerable to this crow, but there's so much stuff that he can do. So
still he can play around it, right? I mean, after knowing that Diego's playing it, I think.
Yeah,
now
it's gonna be slightly annoying, I guess, but he could have tried to play around it slightly better, but I really doubt that it's gonna cost him
no, I don't think
the match
so.
anyhow. Yeah. And I think here again we can start talking about one of the key things in Yu-Gi-Oh! And which I think will be relevant a lot, which is the time. So as we can see now, there are 25 minutes left.
Yeah.
And if you're Diego, you can start considering whether to just pick up your cards and move to game 2, because we have seen a lot of these Sprite players actually siding a card, which I'm gonna try and bring up for you guys. Yeah. Which is a Red Resonator. So this card, as you can see, is not the most powerful card, but it's a level 2, so accessible by Gigantic, and it basically allows you to just gain a lot of life points due to Elf and Gigantic first, and it means that if the game goes to time, then they have a solid win condition. And if you're Diego, you must keep that in mind and maybe just consider picking up your cards, because from what we have seen, we had plenty of matches actually go into time during the previous rounds, so it seems like some of these matchups are quite grindy, I guess.
Especially because, like, we only see this is on Joe's second turn in a row, but I mean, 15 minutes have already passed, which means that these matches are very grind, and I mean, it's one of these cards that is definitely super powerful in a 12-round tournament, especially because, like, with Gigantic Sprite, you can basically, you know, summon it at. It's a great card. So Diego should consider it, I think, in the next minutes, if he realizes that he cannot come back into the game. Still, he has the DD Crow that can be used, so game's not over yet, but.
So for now we see, of course, the Elf come down. One of the greatest tools, not just the deck has, it's so versatile that it's being played by pretty much every deck in the format. But yeah, again, I want to take a look at Diego's deck overall to just see if he has... no, yeah, it doesn't seem to be playing any timeout, you know, touch in a way. Of course, he has the engine by itself, which can give him 500 life points, but it seems a little risky. So for now, we just see some attacks come down, and at this point, even Mystic Mine wouldn't actually save them. Of course, it would still be quite annoying because you would need to either use the carrot, but let's see.
And now it takes some damage, but I mean, with Totally Awesome being summoned soon, and the Zeus on the field, and also the Elf protecting them.
Yeah, for now he will not be able to access the Toad, but he has the carrot, which pretty much protects him from any top deck Mystic Mine. Diego, take a look at his top deck. He is gonna struggle a lot here. Basically, I think the only thing he could be looking for, but the Smashers then deals with it, would be like a Dark Ruler plus Mine, but I don't know. He does start with a great one, but Joe has a pretty good read at this point that he can just negate it safely with Carrot. And yeah, that's gonna be used. Extravagance is negated, and unless we see a big surprise, yeah, we're gonna go Elf to bring back the red.
You think in Diego's mind there's a chance in which he could win this game with Mystic Mine?
No, I don't think this is happening anytime soon, and we do get to see Joe activate his starter. He gets the jet. Was this in the end phase, you think, or was?
No. Yeah, I think after resolution he activated it.
I guess just to be safe, he doesn't want to lose the carrot for next turn, but I think he's over complicating it. I don't think there is much his opponent can do. Let's see. Once again, we're gonna try and see some chain blocks. The main strength of Diego's deck at this point, but he actually goes for Shu. Yeah, he goes for them both. Let's see.
Okay, takes the Ryza.
Yeah. Takes the Ryza back, takes this 3 and I think another copy of Eagle, maybe?
Yeah.
And we have seen, and maybe we will see in the next day games as well, some of these recurring combos that Ryza, the Mega Monarch, can bring to this deck. It can be very annoying, especially with Mystic Mine, where you just pretty much put it on top of your deck every turn, cleaning your own monsters. But yeah, he's gonna take a look at it. And for now, still Diego managing to fight back somehow. And I think Joe really has to consider his next move, because if he goes for the amp now, then the Zeus will be cut off his effect. So let's see. I think this might happen now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Diego does go for the Ampen, which means the Zeus is now pretty much useless. Let's see if he's still holding some response.
I'm pretty sure Diego can come back. Like, of course, if Joe has the Sprite Smasher we're showing you guys.
Yeah, this will be tough.
Yeah.
We've seen how Smashers is at the same time the main brick of the deck, but it's also such a good card in the engine, where very few engines are as powerful as Sprite, as consistent as Sprite, but also have such a card that is pretty much an out to any card in the game. So it's definitely a risk worth taking, and let's see if...
Especially because like in the mirror match is crazy.
Yeah,
like,
no, absolutely. Just cutting off the one normal summon, it's a huge deal, because then it's just starter and that's it. So let's see. Definitely considering his plays, he's gonna get to add, and we can't quite tell what he went for, but it might have been actually
a spell. It was a spell, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Could be the town if not the map. So let's see. We're gonna find out quite soon, and he does go for the statue. Okay, so normal summon the statue, try to cut off some of the plays. Of course, this is one of the best, if not the best, engine card in the deck. It's so annoying for most of these decks to deal with. And if he added the fuse spell, I guess it would be the correct line of play. So he still has a normal summon to go for. This was the normal summon provided by Ampen, I would say. So yeah, he allows it. So he's gonna be able. Yeah, he did grab it. So this was one of the cards which we have seen Diego know the in and outs at the Italian Nationals. The thing is, this card is so powerful because it's not once per turn, so you can use the effect multiple times as long as you are tribute summoning. So once you are uncontested in a way, it can bring so much advantage. And for now, he's gonna just use the effect to draw some cards.
And now he came back like very strong in this game, because we've seen that Joe was pretty much able to disrupt Diego's plays, but and that's why he decided once again to play the deck. I mean, just a few cards. I think soon we could. Oh, he has the Smasher.
Yeah, he does have the Smashers. Oh, he flipped it. Yeah, I think
he's considering it.
Okay, he almost flipped it, but yeah, then changed his mind at the very last second and gonna allow his opponent to actually draw 2 new cards.
What do you think? Would you agree? Like not to activate it?
I mean, it felt kind of late for it anyway, like it doesn't really matter now if you want to do for it, but I guess he feared the Ryza, and the Ryza was shuffled back anyway, so let's see. But Diego managing to actually fight back in this game, and he drops the Mystic Mine. Wow.
This is one of the main reasons why Diego came through the final and won the national championship. Is here.
We mentioned how good of a card that is, but we do know that Joe, one and only out in the main deck, is face down for him. So for now, he doesn't really need to do anything. Like, he can just use it afterwards. So he doesn't need to rush right now. If his opponent is doing it, though, he does it right away. It's an okay choice, I guess. He wasn't necessarily forced to go for it right away, but he just gets rid of Mystic Mine. And let's see if there is another copy in his opponent deck, actually. And rather, yeah. Okay, so we do enter a battle phase. And I guess the greed, we could say, slightly from his opponent is paying out. Let's see.
Yeah.
Empen tries to attack.
Yeah, he gets rid of the Zeus.
Yeah. So very, very well played for now by Diego. Again, showing why he is a reigning national champion and of one of the biggest nationals too of the season. So,
because like I think it's pretty annoying for Sprite to play against Flowanderies, especially because of the statue, of course. I mean,
yeah, the statue is so strong in this instance. So. And surprisingly, we're getting a 25-minute game one, so there is only 14 minutes left in the round, which makes things quite complicated once it comes to the side deck. We can reassure, I think, Diego's fans, because he's not playing the Resonator we showed you guys, so we won't be able to see the Resonator in action, but still he has to be careful. So I think plays back, but yeah, the statue is there. He cannot use his starter, and let's see. He can just attack over it, so not a big deal. He attacks over the statue, and now in Memphis Chewy will try to play a little bit. It's not the easiest. And yeah, for now there is Empen, so he cannot use the elf. Yeah, it seems like Joe nerves are kind of getting to him. Can't blame him, to be honest. It's the biggest stage of the year. And yeah, he picks up his card. So what a game from Diego. He felt as if he lost the match completely. Pretty much left top decking against a Zeus, but eventually, with a few undecisive plays by Joe, he was able to capitalize and win this game one. And now he is definitely the favorite of the match.
Especially because like there was a moment in the game in which basically like we thought that Sprite was gonna win, but instead Diego basically remained calm and played his cards, and that's why he won the national championship. You know,
yeah, great plays by him. And one card we have to talk about is Ultimate Slayer, because both duelists are running 3 copies of the card, and we want to say to its full potential, which means including also the Evil Twin engine, so that you can abuse even more the greatness of the card going second. But now the pressure, of course, is on Joe. If he goes second against Flowanderies, it's never a good feeling. And we can say, though, that he's somewhat prepared. But when he goes first, he only has 3 copies of Solemn Judgment. So.
I mean, which is good, but
when there are like 12 minutes left in the round, you don't really want to be signing 3 judgments going first.
No.
So it's going to be a tough one for him. On the other hand, Diego has an amazing deck going second. So as we mentioned, he's maining 3 Mine and 3 Dark Lurer, and in the side deck he has 3 Ultimate Slayers alongside even cards like Cosmic or Twin Twister, which are not amazing against Sprite, but if they are side decking, even maybe Anti-Spell is a card we have always seen.
But it looks like Diego is super prepared to play against this matchup, because like looking at the side deck, I think he's most scared to play against, like, you know, rock decks like Eldritch. You know, that's very difficult to play against. Yeah, I mean, in general, I cannot see why Diego could not side in Ultimate Slayer. It would be great to see it in action
for
because,
sure.
like, you know, with the Evil Twins, it's like you get rid of 2 cards basically. So,
but let's see. I think our duelists are ready, so we can jump back to them on the table and just take a look at who is gonna win game 2. And here we see one of the stars from Joe trying.
Yeah. It is another good start. I think that the card is very powerful.
Absolutely.
It brings another copy to your deck. It's like a deep sea diva, let's say.
Yeah.
But it also like it's very powerful. Either way, I think having one of these cards as a starting end is, you know.
We've seen a lot of different options among the Evil Twins, the Beaver, the Diva. I don't know. There are a lot of different merits to them. We'll see in the end, I guess, tomorrow which one was the best one. And Diva in this instance would have given him access to an Ash Blossom, which would have been really good against Full Wanderers, to be honest. So, I don't know. I think right now, yeah, the merit of the Beaver is not really there.
And you can also see that Joe is not bringing up on the field red, which means that maybe he knows that Diego is not playing, you know, Nibiru.
Yeah, I mean, he went for the Gigantic to just be safe against it, but yeah, for now, we'll just see the totally awesome start, nothing too surprising, and in the end, he preferred to just play around the Mystic Mine, so as you mentioned, he had the choice between like Red, Carrot, or Smashers, and he preferred to just have the Smashers in case, you know, Dark Ruler plus Mystic Mine Madness arrives, so... Let's see, we might even get to see a draw actually, so we could see Mascherena here, let's see. But solid stuff,
start.
So solid start by Joe, who now has the Smasher, Totally Awesome, and Mascherena, even sets free, wow. He might have some Solemn Judgment set, so this could be a quick one. And we saw that he's playing the Dupe, so...
Yeah, I think Joe couldn't have asked for more. Like, this is a very, very, very big start, and I think he might have sided in Judgment.
Oh, but we see a response here from Diego, who goes and banish 4-cost the statue, so at least his opponent will be happy because we probably won't be able to see that anymore for the game. But let's see if Joe has set one of these 3 copies of Solemn Judgment. He has to be careful, there are less than 8 minutes left in the round, but with this start, he still would be able to just OTK swiftly next turn, so...
Oh, he has the Dark Ruler no more.
Okay.
Okay. And that goes through.
Whoa, what a start!
Yes, the ARP is fed of dust.
What a start!
Wow.
Wow, and he gets rid of super polymerization impermanence. What a start from his opponent. Insane, insane stuff. And he gets the Mystic Mine even. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, he's a national champion for a reason, I guess. Yeah.
Dream start for him. I mean, Joe's on the other hand, I mean, he started pretty well, but wow. Now he goes with Robina. Now it's becoming a problem because, like, with the 6 minutes remaining of Mystic Mine here, he's basically free to do, you know, and activate his cards. Now here comes the Eagle that searches the, let's see.
Yeah, what a start from Diego. if you were doubting him or even his choice, as we mentioned, the national champions got a VIP package, so they will be playing on their table, and they had Shu buys in the first 2 rounds, so a great start, which could have been risky at the same time if you're not already played against a player who has, in round 3, won the first 2 matches, but I think between the two, Diego really showing up his experience and how comfortable he is playing on stage already, but let's see. This is a very, very good start from the Italian player.
And now Joe needs to find a way to deal with the...
Yeah, with the board. He starts things off with the Trickster light stage. He really has to take a look at the time on the clock, and let me see if he plays any engine outs. Yeah, he's not playing the Underworld. He does play Unicorn, but the problem is with Ampen on the field, you're not able to access it, so it's an interesting one. And now we do get to see actually Diego go for it. Wow. Joe is considering his options, but yeah, it seems like he will allow it, so.
Because now the thing is that not only you have to deal with Mystic Mind, but Ampen as well, which is causing problems. Of course, like the light stage was good in order to force Diego's back row, but yeah, he searches the Apex Haven.
Yeah. And now he gets to actually go for it, tributing the Ampen.
Okay,
that's interesting. I mean, yeah, that doesn't really matter much, but interesting decision here, which actually could get slightly punished. Let's see. There is very little time on the clock left, and here we get to see actually the talent. And yeah, great play by Diego. So not the obvious play by Joe, but Diego is playing extremely well. Once again, he has all the advantages he needs. He negates the talent, gets back the Apex, and that means that there is a lock with the Mystic Mind once again. So great, great stuff by Diego. As mentioned, he's ahead in terms of life points, and he's ahead on the field. So this is looking like it's gonna be his game once again.
Very good stuff from him.
Yeah,
I think
he's playing really well.
Yeah, very well.
Really well.
We saw it at national championships as well. Like I think there were games which were very, very difficult to come back from.
Yeah, and once again here you see a very unusual line, but very, very good from him. He allows and he doesn't even attack with the Apex. He just wants to keep it there and then use the Mystic Mind lock. So great stuff from the Italian.
Yeah, I mean, as we were saying before, like you can do the lock with the Rise, but like with the Apex Avian as well.
Yeah.
And, okay, only called by the Grave.
We see even a call by the Grave being flipped on the totally just to be safe. And I think Joe really, really needs to pick up some outs. And the problem is if you go for an out, then the Apex comes down. So here, for example, he would need to use all his monsters for a Unicorn, yeah, which is going to do for. But then, if Apex actually activates, that's gonna be a little bit of a struggle. Yeah. Let's see if he goes for it.
Yeah, I think this was the only solution that Joe had. He goes for Unicorn.
Yeah. And the good thing here about it is that he used the Mascherena, right? So I don't think Unicorn is actually gonna be destroyed. Yeah, because he was used with Mascherena. Yeah, so luckily they immediately caught it, and this was a great interaction as it was used for Mascherena. Yeah. So now plays back to Diego. Yeah, so so nothing huge now. And Diego's actually gonna set a fuel spell and gonna go off once again. And if you are a fan of Joe, unfortunately it looks like he won't be able to do much about this one. There is only about 50 seconds left on the clock, and Diego is just showing off at this point. So
very good stuff from him. I think that Joe cannot really have any regrets about this. I mean, Diego also with the feather duster, which completely shut down his field. Now 30 seconds are left, which means that Diego still has time to enter battle phase.
Yeah, but he's still ahead already.
Yeah.
So we could see just all the ways that this deck can use the Mystic Mine. It was obviously the key card in this game, and it was the same as Diego showed. Like, some players tend to think of Mystic Mine as a no-brainer in a way, as just a win condition. You just activate. Instead, Diego is showing off, and even at Italian Nationals, how that card can be, in a way, skillful in this deck. And time is called, and yeah, Joe is just gonna pick up his cards, and it is Diego who wins convincingly 2-0. Great applause from the crowd, but now let's go back to us. What a match, and if national champions had to prove something this weekend, what a way to start from Diego. We already said a couple of times that the national champions, and by the way, even some remote duo YCS champions, got an extremely good VIP package this weekend with 2 buys. And they managed to just play this round for the first time, and Diego just showed how he was able to win Italian Nationals and still play Flow Wonderies successfully here today. So
I think we have to give credit to Diego, which, like, in game 1 we saw that basically he was out of cards almost, and then he was able to come back into the game, you know, with also because, like, there were 15 minutes left almost.
Yeah, I gotta say, we were actually skeptical of his line game 1, so sorry Diego, we will probably be able to ask you something about it with Ed, but game 1, 25 minutes long, it was very back and forth. It seemed as if, I gotta say, Joe had it in his pocket with the Zeus on his field, but in the end, just Diego had all the tricks and was able to get the best of his opponent, maybe also the nerves on playing on stage. We always say how I think cool it is, but also nerve-wracking. There is a huge crowd already watching us live, and you gotta be on your mind. So still, I think what a show-off. In game 2 it was slightly less back and forth, but the Mystic Mine, and I think the star was just one of those from a movie.
Crazy.
Dark Lure No More, RP Feather Duster on 3. What a start from
also, it was like Joe had a really incredible start.
Yeah,
you know?
It was really solid. It was all the normal combo with the Toad, and then I think he had super polymerization, the smashers, and impermanence. So I think,
hand.
Yeah, if you play it 100 times, maybe that's the single game that Diego was able to sneak in. But I mean, you gotta give credit to him, and as soon as he's ready, he's gonna show you guys him. But in the meantime, of course, we can still remind you guys of all the players that are, so you can feel free to maybe comment on the chat which one is your favorite player, or any player you would like to see featured, because of course we have so many players. Still astonishing to me the record that we got this weekend, and it's still just so little we've seen, 3 rounds. We have 19 totals throughout the weekend, and of course today 9 rounds to go, which means we might already see someone lock in the top cut. Of course, math is always weird in this kind of events, but 9 frees almost all should be guaranteed a spot. So for these guys who already start 3-0, it's pretty much a third of the job done already. So
especially because, like as you said, you know, starting things off with 2-0s, and then coming into stage, I mean, so it's incredible. Like you basically come off show after winning Italian National Championship, then you come here and then you win. So
But yeah, thank you guys again for watching. We are gonna go on a super short break and we'll be back soon with Diego for the winner interview. Thank you. Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage. We are here with the winner of round 3, Diego. So man, congratulations, it was an amazing feature. You pretty much looked like you were gonna lose game 1, but then you came back, crushed the competition and won convincingly 2-0. So first of all, we were saying with Alberto how you won Italian Nationals when we were commentating, and it looked like very, very few national champions play the same deck once again, but you're still on Flowandery, so why did you play this deck again? Maybe we got the answer, but let's hear it.
I play against Flowanderies because for me is the one of the best deck in the format, because in this deck you can play broken card, how Mystic Mine, Shifter and Harpy's Featherstorm, and Shifter is broken versus Tearlaments, and is great versus Sprite.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking of broken cards, game 2 was so hyped with the Dark Lure plus RP Feather Duster. I mean, what a start. But again, we were mentioning how, as you are one of the national champions, you got the VIP package, you got 2 buys in the first rounds. So how was the experience? Was it surprising? What was it? You got to chill, relax, sleep more maybe?
Yes, it's fantastic, but I'm not relaxing because my head is focused on the game.
I mean, and you have the head of a champion, the head of a winner, so still, congratulations on the round. We're gonna wish you the best of luck. Maybe see you in the top cut tomorrow. We don't want to jinx it, but thank you guys again for watching, and we will be back very soon with round 4 of the European Championship 2022.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performa Pals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Welcome back, guys, to yet another deck profile. This time we have a phenomenal player from Switzerland. It's David Erben. David, how are you?
I'm fine. Very good. Thank you.
That's nice to hear. So, what deck are you going to show us?
I'm going to show you Tearlaments, the new fusion deck.
All right, then why don't you start and explain to us what the 4 best cards of the deck are?
Yes, of course. So, in my opinion, the best card is the card who does the most. It's Tearlaments. No, it's Primeval Planet Perlerino. The name is not Tearlaments, but the card is like broken. It either searches you a Tearlaments monster on activation together with a Starfrost monster, a Rika Starfrost. Yes, but I mean, who cares? Yeah, you mostly care about the Tearlaments monsters. So every field spell that has more than 1 or 2 effects is broken, and this card has 3. So yeah, you can search a card. You can pop a card when a card is shuffled back to the deck, when like a Tearlaments monster or an Aqua monster, and of course the card boosts monsters randomly, like Fusion monster and Tearlaments monster. It's even like even non-Tearlaments fusion monsters get boosted. So there's a lot of possibilities, and like Sprite already struggles to get over monsters, so this card really helps. Yeah, so I think Primeval Planet Perlerino is one of the best cards of Tearlaments. And then the second best card, in my opinion, is the fusion, which makes the deck playable. It's Tearlaments Kid Colors, and this card just does so much for the deck. It just like interrupts everything. You can search either a trap or a monster. You can even send it to the graveyard. And as well, you can send a card to the graveyard and then special summon it back from the grave to mill up to 5 cards. And like we all know that Tearlaments cards just fusion summon when they get milled, and that's just like the most gas card you have in the deck. So yeah, this card is like very good. And also you can do it as a step in between. If you like do it in your opponent's turn, you can just mill another Tearlaments, which you didn't fuse already, and then summon Dragostapelia because she's a fusion, and then like you have an interrupt during your opponent's turn for free.
Yeah. Also, this card is an amazing instant fusion target.
Oh yeah, of course. Instant fusion just like is everything. Like the cards, there is a reason why the card is at 1, right? Yeah. So then another card which is not that broken but still helps you to play around a lot of stuff is Tearlaments Sulliek, and this card is a continuous trap card, which allows you to send a monster to target a monster in your opponent's control. You can only activate it when you have a Tearlaments monster on your field. So then you target a Tearlaments monster in your field and the card on your opponent's side of the field, and then negate the effect by sending the Tearlaments monster to the graveyard, which triggers its effect, obviously. And this card is just very good in this meta because you can like really play around Dark Ruler with that card, which is like one of the most main cards at the moment, and like one of the best cards against Sprite, so everybody is playing it probably. So if you end up on a card like Redoer and like Tearlaments Sulliek, and your opponent activates Dark Ruler, you can just chain the card, don't activate the effect, and then because you activated the trap card, you can chain Redoer effect, because now you can respond to Dark Ruler, and then Dark Ruler basically did nothing, because you can still send the Tearlaments monster you have to and negate anything after. Yeah, so this card is like really good, and yeah, Kid Carlos searches this card as well, so yeah, everything is searchable, everything is like really good. And if it gets milled, you can even search the Tearlaments monster, which is also like really good synergy. So yeah. And then also a really good card, a card which is very old and wasn't seeing a lot of play since like forever, is King of the Swamp. So this card is basically, if you draw it, you search Poly. If you mill it, you can just use it with any Tearlaments monster as any fusion, like any fusion who has a written name on it. You can just use King of the Swamp instead, and then you have like unlimited possibilities to make fusions. And like yeah, this card is just like a really good non-engine card which helps the deck, and yeah, it's like really good. And the deck like has so much possibilities. It's like really hard to play because you have so many different lines. And so yeah, it's like really easy to mess up, but if you play this deck correctly, you have a high ceiling. Like the ceiling's probably way higher than Sprite at the moment because these lines are very similar. But if you play Tearlaments correctly, you probably have a really good chance of topping this event.
Yeah, this deck really profits from a good pilot.
Yes.
So King of the Swamp is especially insane because it enables cards like Invoked Kaliga and Millennium Ice Restrict, which lets you play through hand traps even. So what do you think are the best side deck options against the deck? What would a Tearlaments player would be most afraid of?
So that's pretty easy because like we had a fusion deck in the meta since summer, like this summer or like even earlier, and the best card against fusion decks is always with Dimensional Barrier. If you open Dimensional Barrier and resolve it, the deck basically does nothing anymore. So yeah, you better play Barrier in this format for sure.
Exactly. And what do you think is the biggest strength of the deck?
It's the diversity that you can like react to every situation. You can like change everything up. You can like, if you see the lines, there's like unlimited possibilities for this deck, and that's like what makes the deck great. And like I think a lot of good players will pick up this deck for this weekend.
And if you had to guess, how many players would top the event with the deck, do you think?
That really depends on how many players are playing that deck, but since a lot of good players will play it, I think it's like between 20 and 30% will be topping with this deck. I think Sprite will be a bit more because more players are playing Sprite, and like the board is just good, like sometimes unbreakable even for tier. But yeah, I think it will be the second most seen deck in the top cut, of course.
I would absolutely agree on that. So thank you very much, David. It was a pleasure having you here. And we are going to go back to the coverage, guys. See you.
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual! Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! Available now!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel!
Rated T for teen.
Welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022 live here from Antwerp. I'm here joined by your UK national champion, Nick Burgess. Thank you very much for joining us. So first question I'd like to ask you, how does it feel to be back here playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In-person event?
To play in-person events, yeah, it feels amazing. It's what, you know, what we all live for essentially. You know, it's way better than playing over the internet or something, so that face-to-face feel is really what this game is about.
And so how did you prepare for this event? We want to give you some insights about your deck list, or...
Yeah, sure. So I announced that I was retiring after my national championship win, so I'm essentially just here for fun. So I haven't really read the newest cards from the set too much. I've kind of looked at what they end on, what their end boards, that kind of thing. But the deck I'm actually playing is a different deck to what I won with. I'm playing Magical Musketeers because I just enjoy the interactions of the cards, and I once topped a regional with it, so it's quite fun to play.
And about this, as you said, the format has changed much since you last won the UK National Championship. Do you feel any way prepared with the deck you are playing with? Although you said you're here, you know, just to enjoy the event itself.
Yeah, I think so. I think the deck surprisingly actually would do well if I'd have like tested properly, because board breakers are really good right now, and the deck naturally just always plays board breakers. It doesn't want to play hand traps. It just wants to let your opponent make the best possible board they're going to make, and then break it, and then beat them in the grind game.
And how does it feel to be here now as a UK national champion? Because, like as you said, you should have retired, but now you're here. So, tell us about something about that.
Well, I mean, winning in general, like, and being here, it's a dream come true. It was a dream since I was about 12 years old to win the UK National Championships. So, yeah, that'll tell you everything.
And one last question I'd like to ask you. I think we already all know the answers, but do you have a specific memory about the tournament you won? Something you want to share with us, a specific moment of it?
I mean, we can't beat that final, really, against essentially my best friend, and Zeus for 12 cards says it all, so...
Thank you very much for being here with us. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck for the tournament. Thank you, guys, and keep watching for more content from the European Championship. Thank you.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
Welcome back, guys, to another deck feature. This time we have my favorite Belgian player with my favorite deck. This is Max van Eversale with MathMag. Max, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Well, thanks for asking. I'm fine too. So, you're going to tell us something about the MathMag deck. What are the 4 most important cards of the deck?
Well, the most important new card is actually the Circular. It is basically the glue that binds the deck together. It can specially summon itself freely, and it sends for cost when it does that. Also, when it searches the best card in the deck, the trap card, Superfactorial, which is basically the same thing as Tribegate Revolt, but it summons a better monster than SHUEISHA, because it summons the Laplace. It also just sends a monster, a spell, or trap, and 1 card from the hand to the grave.
Non-targeting.
Yeah, non-targeting. And when it's made with the other best card, the 4th best card, with the Circular, oh, this is Diamond, sorry, then it also becomes an Omni-Negate. And the greatest part about all of this is just how easy you have access to these cards.
Yeah, so what do you think is the overall strength of the deck? What makes this deck a top contender?
Well, as I said, like the ease of access. You have Silent Mining, you have Small World, you can use the Link 4 to get your access to the Circular, and him on his own is basically all you need.
Yeah. Circular is a crazy 1-card combo that even gets better with all the extenders that you're playing. So talk about the weaknesses of the deck. What is the side deck card you would be most afraid of?
Well, the side deck card I'm most afraid of is a card that is being main decked right now, and that is DD Crow. So that and Ghost Bell, just anything that can actually stop your best interaction. Because the Superfactorial, if that gets stopped, it is your strongest play.
Yeah, that's indeed true if this card gets stopped. That is really rough, but you have other interactions to kind of prevent it from being stopped. So what do you think? How many players are going to top with this deck, this event?
If I would say on top 64, I would think at best there will be like 5 playing a package like Circular. Because even though it is a good and consistent deck, it will have problems facing the meta right now because of DD Crow main deck and all that stuff.
Thank you very much, Max. That was very insightful. And we are going to head back to the coverage.
From the past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hello and welcome back to another national champion interview here at the European Championship 2022 in Antwerp. I am here with the Spanish national champ, Julio Valls. Julio, how are you?
Hi, very fine, Leonard. I don't believe it's the first national that I won, and just I am celebrating the event.
That's good, that's good. So, what did you feel when you won the Spanish national championships? Were you really proud? Were you excited?
In special, this year was in my city, Zaragoza, so it was very special to celebrate with the people and friends that you have near. In general, well, is something that you don't expect you end the finals and you have the trophy in your hand.
I mean, when you're a local hero, that's always really nice. So, what did you play back then, and why did you play it?
The format was very difficult. It was obvious pick or a Despia deck or a form to counter the Despia strategy, and that's why I play Fluanderis with 8 pots, Prosperity, Duality, and try to win with consistency the Despia matchup. I was afraid in special against Zombie War. That was the card that hurts me all the tournament, but I was lucky and I didn't play against Despias. And I just play all the tournament around Zombie War, and that's all.
Well, Zombie World, the most dangerous card to Fluanderis, apparently. So, what do you think about the format now? We have 2 or 3 big decks. What do you think is going to take it down?
I separate this format in 3 types of decks. Sprite, of course, and then decks like Tearlaments with a lot of super poly targets. Now that we have the Garuda, Dark Ruler main will be a lot of in main deck, and also I expect some decks with the Adventure package that will deal. But in general, I think that the Sprite could be the most comfortable deck for the event.
Yeah, I think Sprite is a very popular choice amongst the players. So, what do you think? How many Sprites are going to top the event?
If it's top 64, maybe the half should be a Sprite. Then always a Rogue deck could be joined into top, and of course then Tearlaments and Adventure pack decks.
Okay, so is there any tip, any helpful tip you want to give aspiring Yu-Gi-Oh players?
Just believe in yourself, think all your game states, and when you take the deck decision that you think that is the correct and not that the other will say, to improve as the game. And of course, talk with your community, they will help you with the decision. I have friends in different countries that help me to evolve as a duelist.
Absolutely, I think this is a perfect finish to this. Believe in yourself, believe in the heart of the cards, and talk to your friends. So, what an amazing interview. Thank you very much, Julio, and I wish you good luck for the tournament.
Thanks, Leonard. I guess.
So, we're going back to the rest of the coverage. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship in Antwerp 2022. I'm here with another national champion, Peter Milner in fact. Peter, how are you feeling?
Great.
And which national did you win?
Austria.
Austrian nationals. Do you remember how many players you've had there?
I think we were 176 players.
All right. And what deck did you use to win there?
I played Branded Despier.
And how did you come to that conclusion to play that deck back in the day?
I tested a lot with Florian and Julian, and basically we cycled through every deck in the format, and we decided to play Branded Despier because it was like the most reliable while still being powerful.
Yeah, and then let's talk about the emotional aspect. How did it feel to be the national champion of Austria?
Overwhelming, I guess. It was like super crazy because at first you just won a game, but then you realize you won the whole tournament. It was like great.
Yeah. And where's the trophy in your home? Does it have a special place now?
Yeah, it's in my living room.
Fair enough. And is Despier now still the pick for this event? Is it still the best deck to go?
I don't think so.
But let's go through the preparation of a national champion. Now that you're a national champion, you got a special treatment for this event as well. You have a VIP status. And how did you prepare for this event? Any special routines?
No, just casual playtesting with my team, like a lot of playtesting. And we try to figure out what is the best deck, and what is the most powerful, and what is still consistent.
And you think you found that? You don't have to give it away, but you think you found the solution?
I think so.
Pretty good. Yeah, so that's all to be said. Thank you very much for the interview, and we will give it back to the live coverage of the European Championship. See you over there.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the 2022 European Championship. I'm here with a great friend of mine, which is Raphael Neven, of course, so welcome.
Thank you very much.
As we were going through the venue, we were looking, of course, of some of these players, and as it is a European Championship, we have national champions, but we do also have YCS champion, and in your case, multiple YCS champion, but the one you got here is the remote duo YCS champion. So how was that experience, and how it is finally being back on such a stage?
I must say I was never the biggest fan of remote duel, just because I really enjoy the atmosphere, the people, and I'm really glad to be back. The Road to I played the YCS anyway because my friends were playing it. The pricing was really good as well, so I had to play, and it was an interesting experience. But I'm glad this is back because this is what it really is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you still had fun, and you can have fun in Yu-Gi-Oh! In multiple ways. And I always, speak of you as someone who is very excited about the game, and in a way, travels a lot. You're known as the traveler, I guess. And as we were quickly chatting before, even next week you're going to the YCS in Brazil, in Rio. So you have been traveling to a lot of American events, and I'm sure once YCS breaks in Europe as well, you'll also go there. So. How was the experience coming back even to the American events, and are you looking forward to an event in specific? And I don't know, you always have the 3v3 as well. You're competing right now on the 3v3 too, so.
Yeah, so I went to the first YCS back, Charlotte, I went to Hartford, Guadalajara, Bogota, and it was amazing. And especially, everyone knows this, the South American events are my favorite, and I really cannot stress this enough. If you have the means to go. Don't think, oh, it's South America, I shouldn't go or something. The events are always in the really good places in the city. The food is great. The people are so nice. So I was really glad I could go there. Can't wait to go to Brazil. Yeah, currently I'm playing in the 3v3 side event just because I think 3 versus 3 is the best way to play this game. There's less variance and you can play with your friends. It's great, so I'm really looking forward to the 3 versus 3 YCS in Quito, Ecuador. That's definitely something I'm looking forward to.
Absolutely, but now to just get a little bit into the specifics and into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of course you're a multiple time winner, and I know people from home want to hear some of your opinions as well. When we were waiting for the actual dates and venue for this event in specific, we were talking a little bit, and you told me you were actually excited the more time was passing by because Power of the Elements was going to be legal, and that is the reason why this tournament is going to be completely different from the North American event. So I'm talking about just the meta. What do you think of it now, and what do you think is just going to win the event? Of course, hopefully you, but
Yeah, so I went to Chicago just to hang out with my friends, and they were playing the past format, and I already then had the feeling I'm really glad that I can play the Euros, because with Power of the Elements, things became a lot more interesting. We have 2 brand new decks. Both of them are super close. I tested everything, both of them, and I still, today, I'm I have picked a deck, but I could easily switch to the other one just because it's so close and how good they are. And what I think will win eventually, I think because this will be 12 round Swiss and top 128, so it's an insane amount of rounds, which favors Sprite, I think, because it's a little bit more consistent. However, the Tearlaments deck depends on the build. However, I was telling you, if it is, it's more powerful for sure. So if it is your day with that deck, you are winning the event, straight up. So, like I said, it's too close to call. And I also don't want to reveal what I'm playing, but yeah, if I would say, I think for Swiss to top, I think Sprite is the best deck. But if you want to win the event, I think you play Tear.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, it is one of those topics which we often went back and forth, and I do agree with the same. So Sprite is a perfect deck to top the event, and maybe with the additional pricings and the new crystal cards, so in top 32, it might be a really good aim to just play a deck. But Tearlaments, and we have seen a lot of different versions, so I'm really curious to see how people will actually build the deck with Dangerous Punk. So it will be a lot of good action. But thank you, Raphael. I'm sure you will see more of you, maybe in a future match, maybe in Top Cut, who knows. But thanks again, guys, for watching. Keep watching, stay tuned, and we'll be back soon with more coverage.
It's time to
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022 here in Antwerp. And we have another national champion here. We have Brian Kaiser. Hi Brian, how are you feeling?
Hi, I'm good.
What national did you win actually?
I won the Dutch nationals.
That was one of the earlier nationals, one of the smaller nationals. How many players did you have?
I think it was 330, I think.
Yeah, around 350 I think so as well. I actually played them as well. You did a little better than me. But yeah, what deck did you play back in the day?
I played Sword Soul Tenyi.
And what do you think about the deck now? Is it still a viable choice? Is it not that good anymore in the current format? What's your opinion on it?
I think you can play it, but obviously Tearlaments and Sprite's around the corner, and I don't think it's a good choice.
Did you consider it at all for this tournament?
No, not at all.
I see. But let's talk about your national win more. So you got a cool prize card, you got a nice looking trophy. Where did you put your trophy, for example?
The trophy is in our local store.
Oh, nice. So everybody can see that you're the national champion. All your local people out there and are rooting, yeah, Brian, our national champion.
Yeah, kind of.
That's very cool. So, as a national champion, you actually have the benefit of starting into the tournament with a 2-0 record already. So, did that change your deck building in any way?
Yeah, of course, because when you start 2-0, you will most likely face the best decks of the format, like Sprite, Tearlaments. So you can build your deck a little bit, not against the rogue decks, for example. So I think it has of 100%. I changed my deck because of it. So I think you have to.
It's just a different scenario because in round 1 and 2 it's pretty much random who you play, and now you have like better opponents because they're also 2-0 from there on. Would be funny if you just play versus another national champion in round 3 then, because they also all have the bye. That would be pretty iconic. But yeah, thank you so much for the interview. That was pretty much it, and we are going back to the live coverage of the event. So see you at the caster's desk.
your
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to your coverage here in Antwerp for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championships in 2022. Right now, I'm joined by our Italian duo, Alberto and Marcello, who are going to talk to us a little bit about the meta game at the moment. So guys, obviously we've just had Power of the Elements come out. Talk to us a little bit about how that's changed the landscape of the game.
Absolutely, it has been an incredible set. I think one of the most impactful of the last years. I don't honestly remember something as impactful as it is. It introduced a lot of new decks, and at the same time it gave existing decks a lot of powerful tools to compete in. So we are expecting a very diverse meta this weekend. But of course, on top of them all, I have to bring out and talk about Sprite as the first deck. That has been in the mouth of players for months now, because it has been dominating all over Japan. So we always have to look at what's happening over there. And although there are some main differences, one being that Maxi is not legal over here, which is a great tool because the deck is pretty much made of level 2 monsters. You can search them through Sprite Gigantic, and Maxi is one of them. So thanks to Swap Frog, which is an all-time favorite, especially for me and Alberto, you can get Maxi back to the end. We could see something similar this weekend happening with Ash Blossom, because all of your tuners are searchable, and you can also bring them back. And we know Totally Awesome is an amazing card, and the deck is just able to consistently bring up a board. Main 12 to 15 hand shops even, and we will actually have the chance to bring you guys the percentages for the most played cards throughout the weekend, but already a sneak peek can be that Dark Lure No More is quite popular, and that is mainly because it beats Sprite. So I'm sure we will see a lot of them, and I would be absolutely astonished if none of them top the event. But Alberto, what is the other deck from Power of the Elements you want to talk about?
Yeah, on the other side there's the Tearlaments deck, which is, in my opinion, incredibly powerful, and I think we will be seeing very nice matches between Sprite and Tearlaments. As you said, Sprite plays a lot of Entrops, and on the other hand, with Tearlaments, actually with Dark Lure No More, super polymerization, it has a lot of cards, and in my opinion, there's the Ophinis, which is kind of an Entrop, because it's really powerful. You basically can reveal it during your opponent's turn, and then you can basically mill 3, and then this deck can basically abuse of a Shadow Winda. It's incredibly powerful card against every single deck of the format. But what I really like about this deck is also their fusion summon monsters. So the Kid Kalos and El Kaledohar, they're very powerful. You search this card and basically you can get rid of your opponent's cards as well. I think about talking the side decks, but we'll be saying that during the weekend it's not going to be that easy because, like as you said, Sprite plays a lot of Entrops. So like during the mirror matches, I think it's not going to be super easy for our players. But on the other hand, Tearlaments is here. Can't wait to see it in action.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the key word of the deck is, send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. And a similar mechanic is excavating, of course. And one deck that I'm looking forward to seeing in action is once again Punk. We have seen how throughout the last meta games it has been played with a lot of different engines, the Adventurer package, and just having the option to pretty much use any type of monster in the extra deck, so Synchros, XYZs, Link monsters, sometimes even fusions, and I'm looking forward to the new Punk cards released. So the Fuse Spell is incredible. It allows you to draw twice per turn, so you can just with one emergency teleport even combine the engine. So what I'm looking forward is going to be these maybe even 60 cards decks, which I'm a personal fan of, with Punk cards, maybe even Tearlaments cards within. Some people I've heard have even mixing up the Sprite cards or at least Swap Frog within, so we might see these very powerful high risk, high reward kind of strategies, and I think the Punk engine is amazing. I think I'm a big fan of it, especially in the Tearlaments deck. I think it has a lot of merits. We might see some old cards like Dangers as well, so there is a lot of interesting engines to see in action, but I think one deck again from Power of the Element, maybe a dark horse of the event. I'm gonna leave Alberto talking about it. What is it?
So I'm super excited to bring you guys a little bit of talk about MathMech, which is in my opinion an incredible deck, thanks to the newest addition in Power of the Elements of MathMech Circular. which alone brings you up an incredible board. Basically, you can special summon it, sending a card from your deck to the graveyard. We can go on with the combo, but basically you can go into your XYZ monsters very easily with only one card. And then on the other hand, also it super speed things up with the Mathmech Diameter, which is basically an Omni-Negate during the turn you XYZ a monster during the turn it is used. The deck is super powerful because once again it plays around 15 hand traps, and if you basically are prepared to play against Sprite decks or Tearlaments, maybe Mathmech could be your choices for this event. Also because I don't think it could be an overestimated deck. In my opinion, people will of course rely on their resources, but Mathmech, it could be really the outsider of this weekend. We will see. I'm very looking forward to seeing this deck in action.
So we've got Punk, Tearlaments, Sprite, Mathmech. Are there any other meta decks that have been dominating the landscape for a bit that you are also excited to see over the weekend?
Absolutely. So as we have mentioned, Power of the Elements, amazing set. A lot of new, completely new decks, but some of the decks we have seen already at the past events. And of course, an highlight of the weekend will be the National Championship. So we have had an incredible attendance and a lot of different decks winning them. So we'll see, and we'll even get to talk to some of the national champions to see how their decks, which were pretty much almost 2 months ago, 1 month ago, even some of the national championships, if these decks are still valid. I think most of them will be actually interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing some Eldritch in action, actually. It's not the most loved deck, I think, but as Alberto and me were going through, many decks are maining this weekend 12 to even 15 Antrops, cards like Dark Lure No More, and all of these cards are not very useful against Eldritch. So I think it is one of those moments in which once again you can choose your favorite trap cards. Depending on the deck, we could see again there can only be one goes in match. All of these cards are still very relevant, but there are also some interesting tech cards I've seen people come up with, like Summon Limit or even End the Ban Played On, which is amazing against Sprite because they're all level 2s, as I mentioned. So I think Eldritch again will be a nice choice, and alongside it maybe also Flowanderies, which is again a rogue deck, but it dominated the Italian National Championship, which we have commentated. So we'll see if again, thanks to Dimensional Shifter, which is amazing against Tearlaments by itself, will be good. But I don't know if you have any other picks for the weekend from these old decks.
I'm really curious.
And welcome back. We are here live at the Yu-Gi-Oh! European Championships live in Antwerp. Thank you very much for joining us here on our live coverage. So we've obviously just seen round 3 with Diego Ganzerli taking his 3rd win, the Italian champion, coming back and representing strongly here in the European tournament. But we can move swiftly on to our round 4. On my left, we have Vladis Baranovskis and we have Luca Foyan, and these two are ready to get going. Gentlemen, I'm going to hand you guys the dice so that you guys can make your rolls and we can find out who's going to be going first. Got a 6. Okay, you get to make your decisions. You're going to start. Luca is going to start. So with that, I'm going to hand you guys over to Marcello and Alberto. Guys, take it away.
Hi everyone again, and welcome to round 4. We have just witnessed an exciting future match in round 3, and we are back with maybe and possibly an even more exciting one, because we have 2 interesting deck lists nonetheless. So we were looking for some interesting ideas here and there, and as we were mentioning even in the deck discussion you were watching, Tearlaments surely looked like the deck to beat in a way. So it might be not the most consistent, but it is because the perfect deck list has not been found yet. Maybe tomorrow we'll find it and we'll crown a champion with the deck, but it surely seems like it has a lot of potential. And I think it's the deck that we are witnessing being played in a lot of diverse ways. And here we will have a demonstration of this, because both players are running Tearlaments, but very different versions.
Yeah, I really like the idea of playing Tearlaments with Dangers, which I think it's been a very popular decision so far this weekend.
We have some spices in both decks, I would say.
For sure.
Maybe it's not that great to reveal it
No,
already.
we can just talk about few of
Just
them,
a
I
few.
guess.
Yeah. I like the fact that Vladis. We have seen Vladis playing, you know, crazy decks over the last YCSs, and still he plays, I think, a very spicy list. You know, I think pretty straightforward. He plays Zephyros, a card we haven't seen in a while.
Zephyros
so
definitely looking back into the days. As you mentioned, Vlad is pretty much called the Gem Knight god by the community. Has been playing a lot of decks. He even tested the Luna Light deck alongside Raphael Nevin when he won the YCS back in the US. And it's now showing up a similar deck to the one that we saw from Herman as well. So with, as you mentioned, dangers, but with some unique one-offs, even in the side deck, which we'll see. But I have to say this time, his opponent beat him in terms of unique deck lists, because again, we mentioned dangers, tier elements, but first of all, just one card on top of everyone else, Dr. Frankenderp. So
yeah, a card you will never expect, but it's here. He plays some psychic monster, which I'm really excited to see in action, especially because, like, I think he's maybe the only one player playing these cards.
Absolutely.
Really curious to see, you know, his combo. Maybe play something different.
And he did win the die roll, so without waiting further ado, our players are ready. So it's gonna be Luca who starts the game one. Let's go to the table. So here we are, and as the showcase on screen, this is one of the very interesting techs in Luca's deck. It is essentially a teleport target, which allows you to draw a card. And here he comes, actually. Wow. So we predicted the opening with this very unique card. I mean, as you can see, you pay 500, and then you pretty much draw a card, but keep the next draw phase. So it's a cool card, I could say.
Yeah, I think it's a cool extender, especially because, like, if you manage to see it, you know, first turn as it happens right now.
Yeah.
It's a cool card. I think also you're by revealing Instant Fusion now, you can put up Kalos.
And Instant Fusion is by far the best card in the deck. Just like we saw it being an incredible tool in the Predaplan Despia deck last format. It's so strong. I mean, Kick Kalos just does so much for the deck. He's gonna go and bring any of his extended tier elements to the end, and then in this deck, milling 5 is even better than your regular tier element deck, but we won't just spoil that right away.
And now, I mean, Vladis maybe is asking himself what his opponent strategy is, because, like, by playing, you know, different card strategy as the Dr. Frankenderp, maybe you can, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And also he reveals his
And here is one of the other tech cards in the deck, Goki Pole. So when the card is sent to the graveyard, you can use it to search an insect monster. In this case, most likely, as you can see, one has been milled, which is Danger Mothman. So it's a very interesting inclusion in the deck, and we get to see even the Zephyros. So a lot of good meals this time around, and as you can see, we have seen the Zephyros back in like Danger FTK format also, because it's really good with Dangers to just use them once again.
Yeah, I think it's a very powerful card, especially because, like, in a deck like Tearlaments, in which you can also afford to play, you know, cards like Galaxy Cyclone, is one of these cards that you really want to have in the graveyard. And now I think Luca can even extend his combo even further, because, like, from what I've seen, looking at the decks, Vlad is not playing any copy of hand traps at all in his main deck.
It seems like a trend, I would say, for all of these tier element decks. We mentioned now they are maybe not the most consistent deck for the format, and here already we get to see an interesting inclusion with the Bahamut Shark coming down. It's like he's saying not just Sprite can bring out totally awesome to the field. But yeah, Anthrops, as I was saying, are not necessarily the best option in this deck. You just break boards very consistently, go in second, so...
And I really like the fact that Luca also has another plan, you know. So like also especially playing this deck, you don't only rely on the Tearlaments package, but also, you know, by playing the Bahamut Shark, and you also have access to Totally Awesome, which is like, you know, very good as well. Now he also has access to the Xiamen.
Yeah, so here you can see already some of the other engines we have been waiting to talk to you guys about. I am personally a big fan of punks in general. I think they bring pretty much a lot of different decks in the format. This engine where with just one card, or like a discard fodder, so any 1.5 cards, let's say, you get to Chaos Ruler, and you can do a lot of different things, either pushing damage going second with the engine, and going first. Just milling 5 cards is so great in Tearlaments. Yeah.
Especially because like...
Ooh, and we get a snipe though. Okay. Nice snipe here by Vladis, and Luca might consider what to do here, because if you are playing the mirror match, going for Mothman is not the greatest option. It's similar to how in the Dark World mirror match it could be a huge punish to use cards like Dealings. So... yeah, and he doesn't go for it, so interesting, interesting play here.
He goes for Sherin instead, milling 2 dangers and teleport, but I think he get rid of Strudo, which is another addition to his deck. I like it. It's like he plays small packages, you know, of different cards.
Absolutely. And here again, as we mentioned, you can see the popularity of a player like Vladis maybe hurt him in a way, because as he's usually playing these unique decks, he's one of those players where at the beginning of the tournament you might go out to him and just look what he's playing, and that might be one of the reasons why Luca opted out not to use his Mothman.
Yeah.
Also, to be fair, I think if you're already comboing through, it makes sense not to use it, because you give your opponent an extra draw in the form of Dark Ruler or any of those breakers going second. So why risk it? So
now I think he will add the Ophinis, which he milled with the Chaos Ruler, or maybe the okay. He has 2 copies of Sherin and Ophinis as well.
Absolutely, and Chaos Ruler being such a strong options in the extra deck. It's so strong in all of these combo explosive decks. We saw it win multiple events from Dragon Link, even at the French National. So let's see. He gets to the Garura, so he will be able to even draw an additional card. Interesting line of play. And here we see the key card of all of these dangers decks. It was back in the day of Danger FTK, and it is just as good here to send Fairy Tail Snow. So Curious, just so strong, and it's also really interesting. We might be able to see it later on, because it allows you to send cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance in game 2 and then set it back with the Griffin. So I think that's really cool.
I think it's really powerful, especially because like you can afford to play in your side deck multiple you know, trap cards in a single copy. So just in case, you can basically send them and then recycle it back.
Yeah,
I really like the idea. And apart of this, I think the deck is like super powerful.
So strong,
right?
so strong.
I mean,
I think, as we mentioned, it is by far the most powerful deck of the format. The only problem was finding the correct build, focus more on consistency rather than other options. But I think it's by far the deck which is more, I would say, most potential and just overall unfair toward your opponent. Yeah. Wow, another skip. He's already skipping the draw phase because of the Doctor, so it doesn't really matter. So,
yeah, this is number 60.
Yeah,
another card that we often don't usually see. But yeah, given the fact that he plays the Frankenderp, I really like it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he gets to draw.
Great tool. He's already skipping the next draw phase, as we mentioned, so he can freely draw 2 and discard 1. And just look at his hand. Wow. He's comboing through, and he still has a full hand. So absolutely great stuff. And we get to see some of the dangers which are less popular. We could check if actually Vladis is also using the Bigfoot. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, he's playing 1.
Yeah, just the 1.
1 copy. I mean, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Still an option, even an out to some annoying trap cards. We have seen some skill drains, summon limits being played, and it can work out pretty well. We are seeing another time Fairy Tail Snow, I think. And there is even Appaloosa. So what an opening here.
I think this is like super strong.
Yeah.
No?
It's not quite the same artwork we are showing you guys on screen, but the card is still the same, and what matters is just how strong of an opening Luca is putting out on this field. Let's see if Vladis has any form of response. He's playing Dark Ruler, right, in the main deck. Let's take a look at the spells that at least he has. He's playing no Dark Rulers are also.
Oh yeah, yep.
Just yeah.
He's playing them. But looks like you know, Luca is not done yet with the Zombie Vampire, and he gets to see what Vladis is playing.
Yeah, this is an interesting line, because from the way he played, you would have expected him not to go for the Zombie Vampire line, but.
Yeah, but Vladis now also, you know, I can see Shireen and the
and the Reinhard, yeah. So a very, very interesting line of play here.
So now he also has the, you know,
I don't know. Because from how he played, I mean, I guess he does have the, you know, the Appaloosa. He can just get back one of the 2 pieces and then negate the other one. But still, it seems like it might have been an unnecessary risk, considering he knows what his opponent is playing. But once again, he's not stopping, and this has been just the one turn from Luca, and he's already spent 11 minutes comboing off. So you can see just how much of a combo deck this is. It's so explosive, you can do so much, and I think right now you should just look on ways to improve the consistency of this deck. And I'm not quite sure how many cards he's playing, but it seems like maybe that's the only thing that could have been changed. So, and here we see, wow, even the Griffin. So what a start.
I think this is by far one of the best starts we have seen.
Yeah,
so
for
far,
sure this weekend. For sure this weekend, yeah. Griffin, again, in the side deck, it gets even better because you can set pretty much any card in Yu-Gi-Oh! That exists. So we have seen players go all the way from Deck Devastation Virus to Anti-Spell Fragrance, and you can send any card with Curious and get it back. But now we will just be fine with this kind of opening, and the Griffin itself is really good because special summon monsters cannot use their effects unless they're linked, so it's quite annoying. So yeah, let's see. Vladis is not too bothered at the moment. Again, Dark Lure no more could be in his hand.
And he also has, you know, Super Poly. He plays. Of course, it's not going to be easy, but you know, 12 minutes to combo off. And
it's
then,
a very, very good start. So nonetheless, and again, we see he's not stopping.
No.
So he's playing Dueller, maybe? Let's see, I don't know. Because that usually is a card which is so strong in a mirror match, but no. He just plays the Time Thief Redoer, yeah. Interesting option. Yeah, so here we see the Time Thief. And we'll try to just snipe one of the good cards from his opponent deck. Hopefully a spell or a trap would be absolutely insane. Let's see. Wow, and he does get the spell, so that's a big reward here from Luca, which will be, and you can see a little smile on both sides. Again, just the Dark Lure is on top of my mind as the best out to this kind of board. Would you just go for the Redoer right away?
I think I would go for it. Because like you have the Appaloosa negation plus the I mean, yeah.
And also there's no, and he does go for it. I totally agree with this. Yeah, the Redoer is gonna be banished. He draws a card. And now there's no is active once again. So he already used it 3 times, which is absolutely ridiculous. But we do see the Galaxy Cyclone, interesting. This is usually played just because you mill so much as an out to Mystic Mine. But in this case, one of the rare occasions in which he is able to use it. He could negate with the Toad, but not quite sure how much he's interested in doing that.
Of course, it's not going to be easy for Vladis, but given that, I mean, with Tearlaments, only with just one card you can basically mill 3, so you get access to multiple resources. Lucas just thinking about it. Okay,
wow, and he does go for the totally. Interesting. So he negates, he then just take a quick look at his graveyard. He's gonna get back the Rhino Heart, most likely. Let's see. But he does negate the Galaxy. Very interesting line of play here.
Because like if you negate it now,
yeah,
he has the Saldi accept.
Okay,
right?
yeah, and he does get back the Mud Dragon to the extra deck, because otherwise it would have been out of his target, outside, of course, of the last Tearlaments in his extra deck. But now we see Terraforming come down. Is he playing any weird Mystic Mine in the main deck? Because that would be a good way to end this game.
Now goes with the Parallel Rhino. He has to deal with the Apollos and Snow, so it's not easy. I think he can grab the Shireen, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really depends on the other 2 cards.
Because he also set back the card with the Griffin.
Yeah.
So, ooh, and he did have the Dark Ruler. So interesting sequence there, I guess, from Vladis, who chose to go for the Galaxy first, and got actually negated by the Toad. But let's see. He's still... I think that was by far the only card he could have milled, and now he goes and mills 3, so good, good mill for sure. At least he gets a card back, and if he wants, he could even go for Ashadol Winda later on. So let's see.
I think he thought that the Galaxy Cyclone would have been, you know,
yeah, probably not negated, but still, I don't know. I think that could have been a different sequence of events, but here I think Vladis definitely got a little bit lucky with just playing the Dark Ruler as a going second card. The poly was not as impactful, and he now is getting rewarded. Let's see if Luca can mill a card of his own. He does not. Wow. So unfortunately, Luca has a little sad smile going on for him, and it will be instead Vladis fighting back with this Kid Kalos.
And once again, we're seeing a very good start, because like Luca started things off incredibly.
Yeah.
But now Vladis can take, I think, can take a good advantage out of it, because like he also has the fill spell.
Absolutely. So he just press on. He has the Rhino Heart, and now we'll see the Snow at least, to, which is a good move to prevent the Kid Kalos from milling 5. Yeah, and he plays it well, so...
Because we know Vladis has the Rhino Heart and another card, right? Which is gonna be this one, maybe.
Let's see. Wow. Wow. Instant fusion even from Vladis. What an end.
This is strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Crazy opening, and here he gets the Mud Dragon, of course. Do you think he could have done it the other way around, just to prevent the Snow from targeting, you know, because you can use the Mud Dragon to just pretend?
Yeah,
I guess, but I don't know. Okay, but we do see
Soldiak.
Yeah. Most likely.
Or is it Meta Noise? One of the two?
I think it's no, it's Soldiak. Yeah. It looks like it's Soldiak at least. So, if it is Soldiak, it seems like he used it to negate the Mad Dragon. Yeah, and it is Soldiak. But yeah, sending Snow wouldn't be the obvious line. Let's see. Might just want to use it again. Yeah, it does send. And now we know that, as you can see, Vladis is gonna go for the Rhino Heart he added earlier on in the turn. And he knows that the last card set by Luca is the Galaxy, so nothing too scary over here.
Yeah, I think the Dark Lurer once again is making his impact.
Yeah, absolutely. Dark Lurer no more being such a strong card, and it is pretty much one of the most popular main deck card of the weekend in most decks in pre-offs. When we were looking at percentages, we were all the way up to the 60s, and it's a huge number for such a card being included usually in the side deck rather than the main.
I think it's the most safest choice, even by losing the die roll. You have a really good card rather than the super poly. So
yeah, the thing is that most of these decks, especially Sprite, puts up an opening where very few cards can interact with that in the way the Dark Lurer does. And at most they would have a Smasher set, so I think most decks could deal with it. So also the really good thing about it is that many of these decks have draw engines or play Prosperity, which gives you access to the Dark Lurer. So this time Vladis actually drew it. And that was surely lucky. I want to ask him later on if maybe that was the 6th card, because in that case it was the Vampire who caused it and Luca basically did that to himself. But of course you don't want to tell him that if that's the case. But still we see once again a very long game one. Yeah. It has been 21 minutes since this duel began, and you can see just how grindy this mirror match is.
And this is one of the main reasons why before we were telling that playing cards that can give you access to life points gaining or like give you a really huge advantage. It would be nice to see, because like in the side deck Lucas plays some spies. So
yeah, absolutely. Here we see once again Snow coming down. You can see just how strong it is to use it and access it with the Curious, but now I think Luca is done, at least in terms of responses, and so Vladis will try his best to just come up with a solution for this board. It isn't the easiest, to be fair, but he can go for the Redoer, and yeah, that would be the obvious line. We obviously don't have to forget that they both have the Redoer banished, so Luca will be able to at least get that back next turn, and it doesn't seem as if Vladis will be able to completely crush his board. So he does go for the effect right away, so he will be able to fusion summon once again. Let's see if there is a Diddy Crow in the end from Luca, or if he's done. Yeah, he allows it, of course.
This is a very tough one, because like and it is Vladis' first turn as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if maybe we get to see a Kaleido Art soon enough. Let's see. He's considering his options, and it seems as if this will be the choice from Vladis, and it might be the first time we see it actually in action, but it's such a strong tool for the deck. So let's see. He does go for it. So Kaleido Art, it's the field, and it's such a strong card. As you can see, he's basically able to clear most of the board if he wants. I'm not quite sure he used the pop yet, right? From the field spell, so let's see. He does use the effect, as mentioned. He still was missing the pop, so he goes for the field spell effect as well.
Also, Nessie, wow. He discarded Zephyros,
Yeah.
so he got to summon it.
That's absolutely terrible for...
Yeah, if Luca's hand was crazy, Vlad's hand was even crazier.
Yeah, it was just the perfect hand. Sometimes you just got the perfect answers, and this was absolutely the case for Vladis, who is now trying his best to come up with a solution. Of course, the Dark Lure comes with a cost, which is no damage, so he won't be able to close the game, at least now, but this is still super impressive, and Redoer is gonna come back for both players very soon.
I also like the fact that, I mean, Vladis knew that he could have easily come back into this game thanks to Dark Ruler. He also has Foolish, okay. Which is another extender, yeah, to send Snow to the graveyard. And having access to Snow, it's, you know, causes troubles. Now,
yeah, this Foolish into the Snow will be just as annoying as what we saw, and then we get some attacks. Everything is clear, so pretty much Luca has just the Galaxy face down. Can you see if he's playing actually the Dweller in his deck? I think he is, yeah.
Yeah, he's playing Dweller. Yeah.
And here we see the difference. So Luca could have gone for Abyss Dweller game 1, and at the beginning he would have completely shut down his opponent, but he is not playing it. Vlad is on the other end, he's using the card, and this is so strong in this matchup. So
I think that's the most powerful card in the mirror
it's
match.
by far the strongest, and yeah, Luca will just get back the Time Thief. I don't think this is anywhere close, because Dweller is so annoying for the deck. Let's see. So Luca will take a look at what his options are. He does have a Destrudo there, but he's already on 2500 left. So, and 14 minutes on the clock, which is so few time. So he goes to go again for the, I think, 5th or 6th Snow of this game. The card being absolutely insane right now, but Vladis, of course, didn't have the chance to activate the Dweller, as no is a quick effect, but let's see.
What I'm considering now is that, I mean, it took like 12 minutes to do his combo. And you might don't want to risk it, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, if there is another spoiler we can give you guys, is one of the cards in the side deck of these players, which is exactly from when they will go to the end, which is the Life Trancer. So Psychic Life Trancer is one of the first synchro monsters that were actually released back in the day, and it's pretty much a card similar to the Red Resonator. We've seen it allows you to gain life points pretty quickly, and this means that worst case scenario Luca could maybe get a draw out of this match if this game is lost, and then game 2 he starts things off, and, you know, combo off, and maybe even just win it on his own turn, because we see how both of them took, as you mentioned, an average of 12 minutes to combo off, which is a ridiculous amount of time. The deck does so much.
Yeah.
So.
And we're also seeing how difficult it is to play the mirror match as well.
Oh yeah.
You know?
But even just to play the deck, which is honestly one of the interesting things. When yesterday, as our colleagues mentioned, Herman, Hansen, then Luke Parks and Raphael Nevin played this deck at the 3v3, which is, I think, something very unusual. You would usually hide your deck, but they were telling me it doesn't matter if I could show you guys all my deck and you would not be able to learn it in over the one night, because it's very complicated. So it's very true. We can see it here, just how strong the deck is. But now we get to of course, resolve some effects, but the Dweller is there.
Yeah.
So.
That's the issue. Because like there's no hurts a lot here from Luka.
No, and also because, yeah, as we can see, he has the Kaleido art still, so. Which is quite a huge beat stick to deal with. Of course, Dweller even hurts it, but let's see. So Luka is considering his options. Again, looking at this extra deck, he does have some interesting plays. He plays Dark, I believe, yeah. So let's see. He's gonna go for his Chaos Ruler once again, so at least he's able, worst case scenario, to crash. And let's see if he has enough damage to just close this one. Ooh, and this is again one of the touch cards I was waiting for him to use, which is the Zeroboros. So
cards we haven't seen in a while, actually.
Absolutely, but it's so strong. First of all, because it gains 200 for each banished cards, and there were so many cards used, and what a way to seal this game. Absolutely astonishing finish here by Luka. It seems as if Vladis got the best of him, but thanks to the Zeroboros, as we mentioned, he went through something like 6 Fairy Tail Snows, which is an astonishing amount of banished cards, and Zeroboros just gets a ridiculous amount of attack points, and as we saw, out of the blue, Vladis couldn't help but just smile and concede. So now there are less than 10 minutes remaining in the round, though, and this is a big issue because out of the two, we do have some, pesky time of the round options in their side deck. So what do you think Vladis is gonna bring in?
But looking at his side deck, he plays the Gamma package, which is always powerful, but on the other side he plays Dimensional Barrier, which we'll see for sure, I think, like in the mirror match, if you draw it. And
so strong.
Yeah. And also he also plays the Tearlaments Crime, which is something that you don't see very often, but I mean, it's just here. If you go first, I think it's one more negation you can put on the field. The card is nice, it's strong.
Yeah. Do you think maybe the Nibiru's could caught his opponent off guard? The card is definitely very strong in the mirror when it's not expected, but you can find ways to play around it, I guess. On the other end, though, Luka might side in an extra deck card, which is the Trancer, as we mentioned. And outside of that, he has his own copies of Dark Ruler, Gamma, Nibiru, so a lot of going second options. I do like his chances a lot.
Yeah, it was like if we have to check both side decks, I think that, I mean, Luka is not playing Dark Ruler in the main deck. He has a lot of cards for going second in the mirror match.
Absolutely. The only thing I don't like too much about Luka's deck, but which luckily for him won't be an issue, is the Abyss Dweller in the side deck. It is definitely needed, but I really would have liked him to place it in the main deck, just in his extra deck right away. Siding it is strong now, but I think he could have easily lost game one, and then it doesn't matter. While if game one he opened with the Dweller instead of the Redoer, the game was over 100%. And while maybe in the Swiss round you might not know what you're up against, in the later rounds and in the top cut you should, and then it makes so much difference. So,
but I think like this game was still thanks to the Zeroboros, because like if it was not for him, I think
I would have risked it, because he also got the Dweller from Vladis. So that can be one of the cards which allows you to play through Dweller, but I don't know. I still think Dweller would have been needed in the main deck, and it's also interesting to see what card he's gonna cut for Dweller and the Trancer, because that's 2 extra deck spaces. So interesting line. We'll see, I guess.
I think a good advantage, considering like what Luka is playing, is that given that there will be like around 7-8 minutes on the round, like you don't really mind about skipping your next draw phase, right?
No, absolutely. And at the same time, it's an interesting one for instead the Red Reboot. We'll see if they bring it in for Barrier regardless, but either way, our players are ready, so let's jump back to game 2 and find out who will win.
Okay, Vlad is letting go first.
Interesting. So Vladis with the cheeky go second move. Definitely interesting because your opponent might be siding in all of these going second cards, which are going to be useless, but he might get punished really, really highly because of the 6 minutes remaining in the time because of psychic life transfer. So let's see if that comes up. So
I mean, I think it makes sense to let your opponent go second, especially because, like, looking at that sad decks.
Yeah.
Of course, it's risky, especially because, like, I don't think Vladi knows that Luka is playing the life transfer in the side
no
deck.
way.
So I mean,
he's such an unusual one. So.
Yeah.
But again, we see how cards like Nibiru are are getting sided in this matchup specifically. Maybe Vladis could be holding a copy of his card, so we should keep that in mind. But for now, let's see these 5 mills, and let's see if he gets again one of the... Ooh, he does get the Zephyros once again. So great mills here. At least one more piece of interaction, which can get him the Dweller, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were saying before. Like, having Dweller gives you, like a huge advantage in the mirror match, and this will be the case most likely.
Yeah, even if at the same time paying 400 would be very risky, but you can see it on top of the extra deck, the life transfer being sided in. So interesting stuff here.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, like, game 1 was incredibly long. Both players played hard at.
And here we might see an Abyss Dweller, which is gonna get buffed by 500 too. Let's see. He's definitely considering it. Depends how safe he wants to play it out. Yeah, he does go for Abyss Dweller, and this will be quite tough for Vladis to deal with. Let's see if he finds a way. Especially because, as we mentioned, it's buffed, so he's gonna set one back throw and pass. Dimensional barrier is that strong that sometimes we do see it being sided in, even going second, and this time let's see what Vladis is gonna come up with. I think you have to use it, otherwise Dark Ruler is a huge punish. What do you think?
No, I think you have to use it no matter what.
I guess Gamma could be another punish, but he does go for the effect. So Dweller resolves from Vladis. Yeah, it seems so. So 4 minutes left on the clock means that at best Vladis is gonna get a draw in this match, I would say, but let's see. He picks up a couple of cards. He really needs to find a way to push damage. Ooh, and he goes for Lava Golem, so interesting start.
Yeah, the only copy that Vladis has, but was really needed here. Like, almost 3 minutes left. He set one. Okay, activate Tsuchinoko.
Yeah.
He's conceding.
He picks up. Oh, wow! Really? What a decision from his opponent. Like, he could have gotten away with probably just resisting this game. But if. Wow. I guess the psychic life transfer is really his win condition then. He does have the card for the timeout, and he knows that the 3 minutes are there, so he's guaranteed to be going first and open. But what a bold decision by Luka.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think they could have we could have played this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could have lasted a little bit long, but
I do like it, honestly.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
I think it's a very, very smart decision by Luka. As we were mentioning, if Vladis would have continued with his turn and he would have won, then Luka would have been left with a draw. If he goes first in game 3 now and he plays it out, it's gonna be a draw regardless. So it's a win-win scenario, because worst case scenario, this will be a draw for Luka. But if he's able to combo off into the life transfer, then it's gonna be a win for him. So honestly, win-win scenario, very good, cold nerves, and really keeping his hand on the game, even if he's playing on future against a known player. So good stuff by Luka. And now it's up to the gods, and let's see if he gets the psychic life transfer. So I think they are pretty much done also, because there is a minute left, I think. So
I think he was really focused, especially because, like, with 2 minutes remaining, you just say, look, I have my chances, I'll just try it.
Yeah,
Worst case scenario, get a draw.
And yeah, he's shuffling up his cards. Does Vladis even have any response? I think the Nibiru only, right? To stop the life transfer.
Gamma or Nibiru.
Yeah. So that's gonna be a tough one for sure. And again, for any of you guys who are not familiar with the card, it's a level 7 synchro, and pretty much it gains you 1200 life points. So the ends are finally here, so let's go to the game 3 and find out who will be the winner of round 4. And we do see the teleport, so this is the card that he was looking for to summon the life transfer really easily. So we might actually see the win condition from Luca come up. He's paying 600 and you might be thinking, what is he doing? Is he throwing the game? No, he has a solid plan, and let's see if Vlad is gonna be shocked when he sees the life transfers. Yeah,
because like as we were saying, Vlad needs to rely on either Nibiru or Gamma. But let's see, here comes the Deer Note.
Yeah. Again, I think his chances are quite low to not be able to go for this, but the Nibiru could be in the end for Vladis, which is pretty much his only hope at the moment. And he does get to mill once again the Zephyros. Like, he has milled 3 times the Zephyros, every time he has milled with this card, so
he milled also Saldiak, nice, Merli. Wow.
What a mill here. Yeah.
And now if you're Vladis, you're thinking, look, do I have this?
I don't know, yeah, as you mentioned, time should be called any second now, and it's pretty much Vladis who feels like he has gotten this, and maybe his opponent gave him a free win, but as you can see, time is called, and now it is Luca who needs to find a way to even the score.
Now moves with Kid Kalos, we got to see the Sherin with Ophinis.
Yeah.
Good mills once again. Yeah, I think he really needs to find a way to summon it. Like, would be great to see it in action.
Again, you can see Vlad is just praying and just thinking probably in his end, what can happen? Like, how can I lose this game now? And we'll see if he does have the Nibiru, because that could be a shocker, and that would mean that Luca gave up a draw to get a loss. So that's the main punish, and I'm really curious to see how he's gonna manage to get to the transfer now. Yeah.
Because like at this point, the way he would lose is just, by paying the 600 with the Xian,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely. And now he's gonna actually overlay. Interesting. He goes for the Bahamut Shark, and this is interesting stuff. So Vladis thinks about it. Does he have? Ooh, wow. And he has the Nibiru. Wow. He does have the Nibiru. Wow. The only card that could have changed this outcome is the Nibiru, and wow, what a turnaround of events.
Because now Luca really needs to find a way, or otherwise this Nibiru might seal the game.
Yeah, that was very, very tough. He still has a couple of outs in this graveyard. He does have the ruler, he has the Zephyros, but he needs to find a way to get to the transfer, and I'm not sure that he has it. So let's see. It's tough for any of you guys watching, and if you just joined, you can see the life points on the screen. The time was called, which means that now, as you can see, Vladis is just rolling his dice, and he will get the big foot, but he's finding a way to deal some damage to Vladis on his own turn. He cannot access the battle phase, and the only real card he has is the life transfer, but now it seems almost very difficult to go for it. He could go Zephyros, because still 1,000 life points are enough, but let's see.
Yeah, he has to try them all.
Absolutely.
Once again, he activates the danger.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets hit.
Yeah, he gets it, which is in the worst, I guess, end of the world. He can still just try again. But what is the solution for that? Like, what I was thinking is, he has the Zephyros to try again with another danger, but then how does he get to the tuner? That's the thing. He probably needs another teleport, or let's see. So Vlad is once again sniping out all of the dangers from Luka, who can now use the Zephyros to try again with another danger, but things are not looking that great for him now.
Yeah, definitely these 2 hits might hurt him, because like he could have thrown 2 cards.
Yeah. I think he's gonna get back one of the dangers for the Zephyros. He is pretty much forced to do this at this point, but yeah. And this is what we are gonna see now. It takes 400 life points and goes for the Zephyros. Just desperation, trying his best to resolve these dangers and then maybe go into Curious, or as I mentioned, his Life Transfer, which is the only win condition he has in his deck at the moment. And this would be a blowout for Vladis, who just 3 minutes ago was on the verge of losing, and now could actually steal this game away. Okay, nice hit. Can he finally get to one of his needed tuners? Let's see. Okay, and now he does it. So unless Vladis has an option, I think Luka has managed to do it with number 60, bringing back the aim in. This would be such a shock. He does go for it, and this is the touch card in Luka's deck, the Psychic Life Transfer. What a turnaround. You can see Vladis reading. And the handshake comes down, so the crowd just goes crazy. What a game. Congratulations, Luka is the winner. We can go back to us. What a match it was. We were absolutely astonishing stuff by both players, but Luka with, wow, I gotta say, the braveness, the bravest of players we have seen yet and in a long time, I would say. Because game 1 was so back and forth, such a long match, and in the end he won it. Game 2, Vladis let him start, which was already unconventional. Maybe he just wanted to push some damage going second, but when there were about 3 minutes and 10 seconds left, Luka just thought, screw it, I don't want the draw, I want to win this, and he went first, got Nibiru'd, which seemed as if it was the end of all things, but still managed to find a way through his combos, and I gotta say, play on very calmly to get to the Life Transfer, and yeah, that was the rest is history. I'd say.
It was amazing, especially because like we both thought that the game could have ended for Vladis after the Nibiru, no? But then he was able to come back once again. You can never know, and find a way to summon the Life Transfer. It was an incredible match.
Yeah, an incredible one nonetheless. We have mentioned in the previous rounds how many of these decks, which seem very explosive, very combo-oriented, both Sprite and Tearlaments, they still require you to win the game grinding. So they take a lot of time. I would say both comboing off for like 10 minutes each. And this is why we have seen cards like Red Resonator, Life Transfer, and a lot of these timeout cards which are needed when you go first in game 3, and you just gotta try and sneak out that win. Exactly. So this is what happened, and to be honest, I think though, congratulations to Luka for the way he built this deck. Because number 60 is not even that obvious in some of these builds, and playing it along with Frankenderp and a lot of these unique one-offs to just give you the best chances with the Punk Engine as well as an option. I think it's very, very good deck building on his side.
I was
So-
saying that at the beginning, like it's paying off. He's playing small packages, and I mean, again, having seen the fact that these decks need time to win, I mean, well rewarded. So
Absolutely, well rewarded, but still, nonetheless, congratulations for Vladis. He put up one huge fight, but in the end, he had to just surrender to Luka. I think, nonetheless, he has good chances to make it to day 2, and then he will fight for his spot in top 128. Still, guys, I wanna thank you for having watched this match. As we mentioned, just as a final reminder, today we are gonna go through 9 rounds of Swiss. What you just watched was round 4, so we have 5 more for you guys, and then tomorrow we're gonna go through the last 3 days, 3 rounds of Swiss, followed by an astonishing, and I think probably first time in history, I think, of Yu-Gi-Oh! Top 128, so I'm surely excited for it, but now I think let's go back to Ed for the interview with Luka.
Hi guys, so I'm here with Luka, who has just won an incredibly clutch game there. Luka, you've obviously come off the back of YCS in 2019, or both YCS London and the Euros, which you were top 16 of. So firstly, how does it feel to be back at the Euros?
It feels really good, actually. During the Corona times, I was really sad because I didn't get to experience all of this, and just playing these big events is what makes this game so fun.
I'm glad that you're enjoying being back, and it's good to have you. So obviously, we've just seen you have an amazing round just then. There were a couple of moments where time was called, you got Nibiru'd at the start of the round, and that looked like it could have been it, but you maintained your cool, you managed to find the exact card you need. So talk to us a little bit about what happened.
Well, I kind of know my opponent, so I kind of know his deck, so I know what he's siding in, and I know there's not a lot of ways to stop me, so I just wanted to make sure he uses whatever he can, and then, so I can win later. I don't know, that's it.
Were you expecting the Nibiru? Is that how you were already ready for that to come out?
I think Nibiru was the only hand trap I was expecting, yeah.
Because you also ended around with Zoroboros, so you had a lot going on. You were ready, basically, to come out of any situation. So that's great. Tell us a little bit about your deck, because you've got some rather interesting choices in your deck. You've gone for the Punk Engine, you've gone for Goki Pole, Frankenderp. Why these cards in the deck? Because that's quite an unusual choice for people.
Yeah, this is the fun version of the Tearlaments. Basically, my take on Tearlaments is just the highest ceiling version of Tearlaments, I think. Some people might not think it's necessary because Tearlaments cards already do enough, but I just wanted to try something like this. I always try to play as much of a combo deck as possible, so this was the way I wanted to play.
Very exciting. Well, congratulations again on your win. Do not go anywhere, guys, because we've got the next round coming up on our coverage very, very shortly.
your move. Your move.
So we're going to be asking some questions to some of the duelists who are taking part here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG European Championships. So guys, first question I want to ask is, how does it feel to be back at a live event after a break for a couple of years?
It actually feels really, really amazing. I've met a lot of amazing people through the game, and getting to meet them again after 2.5 years is amazing.
It's a pleasure to be here after almost more than 2 years after the last big tournament. And yeah, enjoying the time with my teammates, and yeah, that's it.
It's really a blast. We are like 20 people here from Berlin, so it's actually pretty exciting getting together with your friends.
Just seeing everyone back again after 2 years in person actually. So it feels amazing just socializing with everyone and
like to meet up people you haven't seen in years, like maybe 2 or 3 years even. So it feels pretty great to play again and just have like a competition again and not just play casually.
The social aspect of the game is always the nicest. Meeting people, indeed, that's just the best way to go, I think. So I'm really happy to be back.
Almost like a foreign feeling. It's been so long. I think the last event I attended, same for everybody here, was the YCS Utrecht in 2020. And even like nationals that we had a couple of months ago didn't really feel like the same like size and like scale of it. So to be back at like a large scale event, it feels like really good, to be fair. So
pretty excited to be back as well. However, this is my first event back. I was also at the YCSs in America because I just couldn't wait long enough for Euros. So we would travel over to America as well just for the in-person events there. It's really great to have the European events back though. They're just way better than America. And yeah, I'm really excited to play again this weekend. Not so much for the actual playing the game part, but seeing the friends that we haven't seen in so many years.
It's quite nice to see public people again, go into public places, because remote dueling wasn't really my thing. I tried attempting it, but having a setup was really difficult to acquire. So in general, I'm really happy that we have public events now and that duelists can duel each other again.
I didn't like remote duel. You don't have this fear of people being around, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And having fun together. It's through the screen, you don't really feel anything. You're at home as well. It's really not the same. I'm really enjoying being here and participating at the European Championship.
I can just say the same that the guys before me said, right? Meeting your friends from all over the continent is just amazing. Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I've been having a lot of fun with the webcam duels, so I've been taking part in that throughout the pandemic, and you know, get yourself a HD webcam was fine. But yeah, being back in person is amazing. It's a social experience, and it's, you know, you're mostly here for your friends, I feel like, and the game itself, I feel like, is sometimes just an accessory, and it really is about the friendship along the way.
So the next question is, how far did you guys have to come today? How long did it take you to get here?
We actually we live in Belgium, so I had to drive 40 minutes from here with a car. It was a pretty chill drive, to be honest.
So I actually traveled with the person next to me by car from Ghent, and together we drove 40 minutes quite quickly to this venue.
I came from around Bielefeld and we traveled for like 3.5 hours.
I also came from Bielefeld, so we already came yesterday, so just coming here was really easy, like 3.5, 4 hours with traffic a bit.
I traveled from all the way in Cork, Ireland, had to get a bus from Cork to Dublin at 1 a.m., then got my flight from Dublin to Amsterdam, because I didn't actually know where Amsterdam was. I thought it was in Belgium, but actually it's apparently in the Netherlands. Then I ended up being homeless, so I had to stay at Raphael Nevin's house. He let us stay graciously. He didn't know who I was. I just snuck into his house. And then after that, we took a train from Rotterdam, where we had to get a train from all the way to Antwerp, and then now we're here.
Yeah, so we started by car at 4:30 a.m., so we needed like 7 hours. Yeah, but was a pretty chill ride overall.
So I'm from Newport, South Wales, in the UK, and that means traveling from there to London, getting the Eurostar to Brussels, and then from Brussels to here. So that's about, I think it's like a 9-hour journey, I think, with sort of transfers and stuff like that, and also having to navigate rail strikes that are happening in the UK at the moment is quite a headache, to put it lightly. So yeah.
We came from Scotland, so we began our pilgrimage 3 months ago by foot. But yeah, direct flight from Edinburgh straight to Belgium, and the transport links are really great. Usually most of the YCSs and European events are very, very easy to get to.
So it was only like 4 or 5 hour journey total. Quite quick.
I reached Antwerp this morning. I'm awake since 30 hours. I'm destroyed, but happy, absolutely.
So we've obviously had Power of the Elements, the latest set released. What is your guys' favorite card from Power of the Elements?
For me, it's pretty obvious. It's Exorcist Marfa, which makes the deck viable, and thanks for the support, Konami.
If I have to tell what's the best, I would say Ultimate Slay, because it's really flexible going into the future.
Yeah, for sure the Sprite cards in the journal are my favorite cards, because I like the engine. It's really consistent, and I think that it's a really good deck to play in this tournament. And yeah, this is so powerful, and I like it.
My favorite card is Ultimate
Rumble your move.
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championships live from Antwerp. It's an absolute pleasure to be back. We've just seen round 4 with a clutch victory for Luca Forian with a Nibiru and a Psychic Life Transfer in the final moments of time. It was genuinely a very, very exciting round. But we move swiftly on to round 5, which features Andrzej Belian and also Din Carbui, who has topped YCS Dusseldorf, first place in YCS Milan in 2018, second place in Utrecht, and top 64 in the Euros in 2018. This is going to be a very, very exciting game for round 5. So guys, I will give you guys the ceremonial dice to roll. Who would like to roll first? Ah, politeness. This is wonderful to see. Okay, they're going for the high roll right now. Not looking good. Beginner's luck. Okay, who's going to be going first? Okay, Andrzej's going first. Gentlemen, good luck. I'm going to hand you guys over to our wonderful team who are going to be giving you guys the play-by-play. Guys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ed, and also welcome back from our side. We have such a great featured match here. Everybody in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community basically knows who Din Carbui is, because Ed talked about his successes. He just basically tops every event he's entering, and also like in 1 year he had that insane story of winning a YCS, getting second place at a YCS, and being in the semifinals of a YCS. Imagine, like, he's basically the only one I think who ever did that. It's like a crazy story in general.
Yeah, it's as easy as 1, 2, 3 for him.
Absolutely, and now even better, he's always playing Rogue. He's not playing the best deck or the second best deck. And Leo, I know you're super excited about the deck he's playing, so please tell us what he's playing.
Yeah, absolutely. He is going for the Math-Mech strategy. And I said earlier that I have a favorite deck this format, and I think that something else is going to win. It's not going to be Sprites, and it's not going to be Tearlaments. I think that Math-Mech has the power, the sheer power to take this down.
Yeah, talking about power of the Elements obviously brought an insane
very good,
support
Sebastian.
card for this deck. Math-Mech Circular being a one-card starter for every combo you want to see in this deck. And I would say, let's try to find out whether he finds these one-card combos in this featured match. The players are ready, so let's get over to the table and let's get this featured match in round 5 starting. What do you expect here? We saw that actually Dinkabui lost the die roll to, of course, Anze Belgian on the other hand, with also a 4-0 record, so we have to talk about him as well. So Anze is going to be the one introducing his deck first, and it's a deck that can go first pretty well, I want to say, because it actually is the Tearlaments deck.
Yeah, and this is a difficult matchup for Math-Mech.
Absolutely.
Not gonna lie, the biggest power play of Math-Mech is of course resolving Super Factorial to summon Laplacian, and Laplacian sends a card from hand and a card from the field to the graveyard. And I mean, if you ditch a Tearlaments card from hand, then it's just going to trigger immediately, and
absolutely,
then you can pop off. You just helped your opponents. So
yep,
there are ways around that, but I did not see, looking at Cast deck list, that he's playing cards like Skullmaster, so can search it with Alan Berschen. And also, he's not going first, so this is going to be really difficult.
Yeah,
for him.
it's a very big disadvantage, so he will be relying on the hand traps he's about to draw, and maybe did draw in his opening hand. We counted them through. He has a total of 14 hand traps in his main deck, and actually he is playing some that are very good versus the tier matchup. He's actually playing the DD Crows, which can just deny the effect activations, or like, they cannot deny the activations, but they won't be able to resolve in the end. And also there's Ghost Spell, which is actually denying the activation in that case. So both hand traps are both very good versus this deck. But we see that Anze is already resolving his first fusion effect. There already is a Kid Kalos on the field, so he gets going here. Infinite Impermanence on that Kid Kalos would be kind of handy, and Dinkabui went with 3 Impermanence as well, but it's not coming here.
Yeah, he's also rocking this one stylish effect Veiler just to bridge with Small World, a card that has been seeing a lot of play since its release. And again, like in those decks where you are looking for this one card, this one Math-Mech Circular, Small World is just a must.
Yeah, I feel like Small World wasn't really as popular back in the day. Like, since its release, it never had like the deck where it was insanely good in. But I think now in this Math-Mech deck, everybody pretty much came to the conclusion that it's needed for the deck, because you want to see the Circular as often as possible. We talked about the Circular being the new card for the deck, being the everything for the deck basically, because if you could have written a Math-Mech support card basically, you would have written Math-Mech Circular. Like, this card does so much for the deck, actually. I hope we will see it again. Maybe bring it up on the screen so we can already have a look, so people can see what the card is about. And yeah, it has multiple effects. It really does everything the deck needed. But look at that. Anze actually just made Kid Kalos and then set 4 and passes it over to Dinkabui.
Searched Meta Noise, so we got that going for him. He can probably fusion someone on the opponent's turn. Math-Mech is really good at playing around trap cards because they have easy access to Lingeribo, which just tributes itself and then banishes the card after negating it. So that's an easy way around that. But with 4 set cards, this is... I don't know if this is enough.
We talked about Tearlaments being a combo deck, and now he just sits there on 1 Kid Kalos and 4 back row. And there is Signet Mining, discard Parallel Accede. What's the response from Anze?
So we can also see Salik.
Yeah, I just wanted to check, what are the cards that could be there? Like, there's Caught by the Grave, of course, in his list. There is Salik, as you said. And then, of course, Super Polymerization. Do you think he has a target in his extra deck to actually work Super Polymerization?
Yeah. Garua,
yeah, of course,
really hurts the deck. But does he have the... He has a card in hand, right?
He should have one in hand, yeah. No, wait. I mean, he's raising his hands. It looks like no cards in hand.
He normal summoned the Rhino Heart and set 5, but the Rhino Heart just basically replaced itself with Kid Kalos, and he searched one of the cards, so he had 6 cards in play.
Should have been.
4 cards.
So there must be a card in hand. And now we talked about it. There is the Math-Mech Circular, and it's activating its first effect, sending from the deck to the graveyard as cost, and then special summoning itself.
Yeah, and you can send Math-Mech Sigma as cost. And this is so insane because it can just special summon it from the graveyard. if you don't have a monster in the extra monster zone, and immediately then circular triggers.
If you have meta noise there, would you go for a preemptive meta noise here to just book one of the two monsters?
I think that's actually a rather good idea.
Maybe he should have even done it before he could even summon the Sigma, right? Because now the circular is going to trigger.
Now the circular has done everything it wanted to. So it special summon itself, ditched the Sigma. Of course, you can't prevent it from ditching the Sigma. And now he can get the Surge. So he's playing one Super Factorial, one Equation, which is arguably better going second because it's just basically a monster reborn.
Yes.
And he also plays the Induction.
Yeah, that's actually kind of interesting, right? Because I didn't see that card a whole lot in the MathMech list I saw. But he actually made the decision to play it.
Super Polarization.
Oh, there is the Super Poly. So that's why he didn't go with the meta noise.
And the Sigma is banished. It's kind of this plague spreaderish effect that when you summon it back from the graveyard, it gets banished immediately when it leaves the field. So many cards that summon themselves from the graveyard have that, and Sigma is no different.
I mean,
also a tuner, by the way.
True, you could go Synchro Roots there. Let's check whether he's actually playing Synchros in his extra deck. He's not, though, no.
Dinka is still not done, so he discarded the Parallel Exceeds, which I found quite interesting because it is a great extender. He might have two in hand, so if he summons Addition and Addition is not getting responded on with like a Meta Noise or something, he might just link into Linguribo and then trigger Parallel Exceeds, and maybe then he can find a route to out the board.
Yeah. But
it's just okay for him. So Linguribo into Parallel Exceeds.
Interesting, that seems
what I'm
good.
Here.
Dinkabui goes for the Linguribo. You realize next to me, Lennart König, being a real MathMech expert, he was going on my nerves for the last 2 weeks already, non-stop talking MathMech, and I understand why. It's a really, really cool deck. I like it a lot as well now. You convinced me that it's a really good deck, and I mean, we're seeing it here in action. It might be able to play through this Tearlaments board.
This makes me really happy. Also, I have to say, these sleeves that Anze is rocking are amazing. Look at the color.
They're really shining through, for sure.
Great. I love it.
Absolutely. So, in hindsight, do you agree on the route that Anze took? Because he decided to go with his Super Poly first, and he still has his Meta Noise effect ready to be used. But if you would have just used the Meta Noise first, there would have not even been a way really to search for additional extenders and so on. So it's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that you want to use this super polymerization, I guess, early, because otherwise the meta noise can be negated with Linguribo fast, and you want to have two light monsters that are cybers on the field.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And now there finally is some meta noise that we were talking about for so long, and he is, of course, targeting one of the Parallel Exceeds there. Now, Dinkabui has to make the decision. Am I negating this with Linguribo? There are two more set cards, and one of them could very easily be the Called by the Grave, because there is not much more back row that is possible there.
But you always negate that.
Yes.
You always negate that, and it should be banished. It is.
It's even better, because that means it doesn't trigger in the graveyard.
Yeah. So now there are just two Parallel Exceeds waiting, and he even has two more cards in hand that we don't know anything of.
I think one of them we do know, because one of them is the Equation, right?
Oh, right. Oh, that's actually a really good card.
Actually pretty good, yeah.
So
he can go for a lot of OTK. And I mean, we know our Cyber stacks. There's always a route to success with these, because there is that super big Cybers monster. The ultimative access code chalker is always a route you can go for.
So he now goes into Wicked, and Wicked is a really strong and diverse card. It basically can't be destroyed at all. Can't be destroyed by battle, can't be destroyed by card effects. You can just basically unicorn it away, or you can target it, so there are effect negations, of course.
And now comes his second effect as well. Yeah, go ahead.
If a monster is summoned to a zone which Wicked points to, then you can just banish a Cybers monster from the GY, and you can search a Wow, he did not Okay, he didn't use it on Linguribo. Still fine.
This is still pretty strong, though.
Yeah, so he banished the Circular. If there is a monster summoned to the Wicked zone, he can banish a Cybers monster from the GY and search for a Cybers tuner, which would be MathMech Diameter.
Most likely, yeah. He hasn't normal summoned yet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There was no normal summon yet.
Everything without a normal summon. And normal summon addition.
He does still have a normal summon. Look, Anze is actually touching his hat. He doesn't really know whether he's able to stop that there. Normal summon addition, and that means the Cyber's Wicked. Is it triggering on a normal summon? Let's check the card again.
No, it's special summon.
Oh, but I mean...
And he already used the addition. If he had addition and subtraction, that would have been so much better.
You're right, you're right.
But now
he does have a way into Link summoning it. There we go, Army Rush. Army Rush will be able to trigger the Cyber's Wicked, giving him an additional surge there.
And if you negate it now, I mean, you negate it and then you fusion summon, I guess, if you use Solid here.
You gotta use Solid at some point, and I think you probably have to do it now.
It's here. It's definitely here, because otherwise he can just go Transcode Talker and blow up the entire field.
And there is the Diameter.
He doesn't use it here, so he uses Diameter now. He searches for Diameter, but he normal summons.
Yeah, the thing is he cannot normal summon this anymore, that's right.
Okay, so, and he is locked into Cyber's monsters at this point. I don't even know if he plays the IP package, to be honest. Can you look that up for me?
Let me see. He is playing the IP package, yes.
Yeah.
And there
but
we
he
go.
doesn't play the Devotee package.
There is the Link summon for Heat Soul.
Yeah.
That is just giving him more resources. We used to see this card in Salomon Grade a lot, because there it was very, very easy to make. But same goes for Mathmech, basically. All the Cyber stacks really being able to abuse this. And let's look into Heat Soul again, because we haven't seen Heat Soul for a while on screen, so maybe let's highlight it.
Absolutely.
And there comes the Salik, of course, but Heat Soul, in theory, is able to just pay 1,000 life points, get you a draw, and it's a quick effect, so that means you could even do it on your opponent's turn again. So this card basically secures you 2 draws. And
did he not hit a name?
I think he didn't hit a name at all.
Oh wait, what's the first card a name?
I mean, he puts them to the graveyard, so I don't think he's triggering anything here. Let's double check. He's also double checking, of course. Would be a bad timing to miss out.
This looks like a name for me, I think.
It's a little bit of a glare, but it could be
like
Hafness. It could be Hafness, you're right. And it would be so important for Anze here in this spot to hit a name there.
Also, he milled King of the Swamp, so he can actually summon really powerful cards here.
Yeah, King of the Swamp making the comeback, actually being able to replace any fusion material that is specifically listed on the card.
Yeah, but he just goes for Dravis Stabilia.
Looks like it, yeah. But I mean, the Heat Soul effect was probably being used already, right?
It has been negated by Sully.
Oh yeah, of course, you're right, okay. But no, he goes for
another Kid Colors.
Kid Colors once more.
So he actually thinks that there's nothing more to come. And he's probably right. I mean, if he had subtraction, he would have used it, right? He would have used it under the Wicked, so he can search for the Diameter.
Is there any more extenders that he could fear even? I think there's nothing that really could be there, right? I mean, looking through his list, Sigma was already being used. We agree on subtraction probably not being there. Then, of course, the addition was already being used. Circular even was called by it now. And we're milling again. And I think there's a Shiren, right?
It's going to be Kaleido Heart. Oh, wait. Does he even have Rhino Heart?
Wait, he's fusion summoning already. He can use going Kaleido Heart.
He can use King of the Swamp instead of Kaleido.
Of course. And there is the Kaleido Heart.
Really strong.
Dinkabui double checking the graveyard of Anze, but it looks like Dinkabui was doing a whole lot of efforts, but in the end, Anze seems like he would be able to shut everything down. Now, finally dropping the Kaleido Heart, and that means Anze Belgian is taking game 1 here in our round 5 featured match over the big name Dinkabui, so maybe we are ready for an upset here.
Yeah, super polymerization, and both traps are maybe a bit much.
Yeah, I mean, set 4 is impressive for every deck, right?
Yeah.
When you see 4 back row you have to face, it's definitely a problem you have to deal with, and he worked through them one by one, but then the last interruption, the Salik, was one too much. He was very close. Actually, in between I thought he's actually going to pull it off, going second with Mathmex, just playing through 4 back rows, which would have been insane. But in the end, he fell a little bit short. So let's look into the sideboards. What is here that could help him there? And looking at Dinkabui's side deck, going first, there's not that much, to be honest, if I'm looking correctly. Like, going first, I think he's not actually boarding a single card, is he?
No, actually not. He's just playing the standard board breaker cards. Dark Ruler no more. Ultimate Slayer, which I think we haven't not seen
at
yet.
all. No,
maybe Marcello and Alberto. I have seen them put the card up on stream.
Yeah.
But Yeah, he's playing those. He's playing Evenleys, Lightning Storms, Twin Twisters.
All the going
Feather
second
Duster.
cards.
Yeah.
So his main deck is already prepared for going second with a lot of hand traps, and he just has the approach of throwing in even more going second cards from his side deck.
But the deck is so crazy going first.
You're right, you're right. I mean, the Super Factorial is already like a pretty good card, so you don't really need to replace it with anything, I guess. It works pretty well. But let's see then for our winner of game one, for Anze, what he has ready in his side deck. Going second, of course, here. He actually decided to play Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. And do you think he found the space to, to have a target for the Mathmech matchup specifically for that? Pretty unlikely, right?
It's Lingeribo in the side deck.
It's obviously Lingeribo, yeah. It has to be Lingeribo. Very, very obviously. But no, besides that, we see Red Reboot, which is, of course, a card that can hurt really, really, really heavily. And besides that, we see Nibiru on top of that, which is also pretty good in the Mathmech matchup, not gonna lie. You are always saying it's not that good because we can play around it, we will have a negate through our, what's the normal summon again?
Diameter.
Yeah,
I'm
Diameter.
actually really referring to Mathmech players as we. I'm not even lying.
We are a big family, and by now I'm part of it. And
Yeah,
of course,
that's
Dinkabui is one of the leaders of the family, as you can see. And we hope that he's going to be able to now pull off some big Mathmech combos turn one. And we're expecting it really from him, right? Because he's like one of the best to ever be in our Yu-Gi-Oh! Sports. So hopefully he's showing us something. Also, there's Galaxy Cyclones in the side deck of Anze, which is also like not too bad because you can just bait out the trap.
You can just bait it out. I mean,
Seems
I guess
reasonable.
on an empty board, I think Loplation is even better.
Yeah.
you can at least hope that you're not hitting a Tearlaments card. If you hit it, then you still can just negate it.
Yeah.
So it's not that bad. You just don't really want to send a monster from the field. But you don't even have to with the pass anyways.
Yeah.
You can just gamble to hit a spell or trap.
But honestly, the Tearlaments deck, now once again, we've had it in the featured match area quite a bit. Going first, going second, it seems like it doesn't even really matter. It's just hammering through with a lot of speed. Going first, it's setting up great boards, even with 4 back rows this time, which was unusual, but still efficient enough to win him the game. And then all the combo decks as well, of course, the big combo boards. Going second, he's also just slicing through everything, so maybe he's also slicing through this board of Dinkabui that he's about to set up here. But I see that the players have drawn their starting hand, so let's get into game 2 of this round 5 feature match rather, and let's see what Dinkabui is able to put up here.
So he is revealing Sigma from hand. That is not the dream start that you want to have. You would much rather want to reveal Circular. And now he's normal summoning Diameter. So Nibiru in the hand of Anze.
Oh yeah, I also saw there is a Nibiru waiting, but then Nibiru could be negated by that, just by that Exceed summon there, yeah. Pretty much.
If Dinka has another extend in hand, which I'm not so sure of, to be honest. He is now, of course, searching for the Circular, but maybe he has to tribute the D'Alembert for its own effect to trigger the Circular.
That would be harsh for him. There is the Circular, we see it. But yeah, let's talk about it again. Why is there a negate even? Because on this card specifically, there's not even a negate printed, but we do know that there is a negate because we used one monster specifically for the XYZ summon of it, and this is Mathmech Diameter, of course. Get us the Diameter, yeah. There we have it. And if this is being used for an XYZ summon, you are actually able to just negate the first effect you want.
Or a Synchro Summon, and it's just for until the end of the turn.
Oh, but he has to do it.
To
To extend, he has to tribute his negate, and that will hurt him so much because there's Nibiru already waiting in the hand of his opponent.
I mean, he doesn't play the combo in which you really get hurt by Nibiru, because now he's just going to search for a Super Factorial. He does not play the Link Devotee comp.
True.
So that's actually okay for him. If he gets Nibiru, then he's just missing out on a few draws.
Yeah, because there's no way into Heat Soul anymore, right?
Yeah. And you have a good monster that you want to send away for Laplace from the field.
Absolutely. But let's be honest, the strength of this deck, why this deck is actually so relevant in the format, because is in the end just a trap, right? The Super Factorial is so insane because it summons you out a monster, which is basically a Trishula, a better version of Trishula even, because you can send to the graveyard one card from your opponent's side of the field and from his hand as well. So as long as he has a trap, he should be fine there. It should actually be okay. And look, Anze is actually going deep into the thinking tank here, and that should indicate to Dinkabui already that there probably is a Nibiru waiting. And in Dinkabui's shoes, I would very, very much have that in mind and maybe play around it a little bit. But I don't know, is that even possible at that point?
At this point, it's not really possible. I mean, you just go Splash Mage, target the Alembertion, and then you are praying that your opponent doesn't nib you there. So you just get one more draw off with the Heat Soul, which would be fine. He does not play Link Spider, right?
Let me check the list of Dinkabui. I don't see a Link Spider. No, there is no Link Spider actually.
Of course, also he did not go for the common combo route. This is the time where
you have to nib him here, and he does.
And he is clever.
And I mean, Dinkabui is not even surprised. He saw it coming because Anze kept on thinking while Dinkabui was summoning monsters. And there is a Nibiru. Nice little YCS token now on the side of Dinkabui. I don't know whether he's too proud about it, but there it is. Nibiru on the side of Anze, and what else is there to come for Dinkabui? He has one additional back row at least.
We can be pretty sure that Dinkabui has more follow-up in his hand. This is probably maybe something like Called by the Grave. I don't know if he's even playing it. Maybe he has Induction, which would not do too much, to be honest. Did he just set 5 cards? He's just thinking in draw or standby phase. Because, of course, if you do it in draw or standby phase, you're playing around talents.
Absolutely, you do. So he instantly goes for the Super Factorial, and it will be resolving. Anze Belgian nods his head, so Dinkabui actually is summoning 3 monsters and instantly performing an XYZ summon.
Okay.
And there it is.
So he is is he going to hit? Is he going to hit? He keeps the diameter as the target. Of course, it can still Laplace can still negate Laplacian in English. If the diameter was detached.
So we're rolling. It looks like he's resolving a danger, and he is actually just hitting a Tearlaments card there.
So he might have to negate this already, but the hand of Anze is filled with names.
Yes, he is activating the effect of his Kaleido Heart, which was discarded, of course, by a card effect there. That's not great news for Dinkabui, and he's instantly negating the Kaleido Heart there. And we see there's already instantly also the Pearl-Rhino.
He can Ash this. He maybe has. He might have Cyclone. I mean, if he has Cyclone, then he's going to use it now, of course. But he Ashes this. But all the names are in the hand already. He has Shaylen, he has Merly, and he has Rhino Heart. So,
and you can see Anze actually shaking a little bit. He realizes he has a really good hand here. He has a really good spot, a really good shot at actually taking this game here. His hand is solid enough to actually play through quite a bit of things, even through that impermanence, I would assume. Let's see.
Wait, if he has Heaviness, then I don't think so, but it's Shaylen, discard Mayru. This is basically Exodia in this situation, and Ka is shaking his head. Because this was the worst thing that could have happened to him.
But there was at least no hit, but the Merly was already discarded there, of course. And Dinkabui doesn't like the situation. He's, as you said, shaking his head, not too happy with it.
Even if he has like a crow or something, this is a perfectly fine time thief redoer.
Absolutely, yeah. We have 2 level 4 monsters on the board. And there's Ghost Spell as well, so he had multiple hand trap there, actually. He had the Ash Blossom, he had the Imperm, and he also had the Ghost Spell now, finally. But is it enough? As you said, there is a route for Time Thief Redoer. Let me just double check whether he even had the space to go with the Redoer, but yes, of course. I think that's pretty much a staple, right?
Time Thief Redoer. It's the best Exceeds card you can play in the entire deck. And now, he also doesn't really have any follow-up.
Yeah. You said he probably has a bunch of follow-up when he ended his turn, but it was all hand traps, basically.
Yeah.
It was all hand traps, and now we are instantly using the effect of the Time Thief Redoer. So this is looking good for Anze, not gonna lie. He makes his Tearlaments deck work now, and Dinkabui can only watch from there on. Anze, even though he's going second, really in the driver's seat here all of a sudden.
Yeah. And he's not looking too happy. I mean, Dinka has the Sigma in graveyard.
Yeah, so there is some follow-up, of course. We do go for the Kid Carlos and also for the Pearl Rhino. We have seen it before. Pearl Rhino, not only one strong effect on activation to search for a Tearlament card, but also, of course, when you are performing that fusion summon, you will be able to just pop 1 card on the opponent's side of the field. That's what he just did. He popped the token, he summoned the Kid Carlos. Kid Carlos will now either send or add another Tearlaments card. What would you recommend here? Just go for trap?
Does he even play trap still? I think it looks like he sided them out, which is
reasonable.
Which is helpful for Ka, because a Meta Noise there would be an absolute blowout, not gonna lie.
Because, I mean, pretty surely it's going back to Dinkabui, and we've talked about it before, like, this Mathmech deck is really, really, really good at OTKing. Like, compared to, for example, the Sprite deck. Like, this deck really doesn't struggle to seal games. Like, just summon Access Code Talker and there we go for game.
Yeah. I think you still have to play one trap, even if you go second after siding.
Yeah, maybe it was out at the bottom of the deck and we just didn't see it at first.
Yeah, but that, he would have searched it, I guess. It's too good. Okay, now, of course, we can't see what he is trying to search there.
That Nibiru really hurt, and I think that Nibiru also caught Dinkabui a little bit off guard because it's not super common, actually, for the Tearlament deck to really play hand traps, right? Usually they just play board breakers. We saw that with Herman Hansen, we saw it with Vlad in the feature match area. But Anze actually decided to side into some hand traps, which is actually pretty cool because nobody's expecting it, so he can really capitalize on it then when nobody's expecting it. And he goes for the Millennium Ice Restrict here.
Yeah. Put a card from his extra deck to his hand, which was odd.
But I mean, it's pretty obvious that it doesn't belong there, so it is easily fixable, I would say. So he has the Restrict, he has the Kid Carlos, and there's also, of course, the Redoer that's going to come back in end phase. So resource-wise, it looks pretty good for Anze here. He's definitely... He has the upper hand here.
Honestly, also board-wise, the Time Thief Redoer is going to come back, as you just said, and there is a Millennium Ice Restrict. It's a tough one.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. So we are in end phase now. The Time Thief Redoer is coming back, and Dinkabui is drawing for turn. What does he still have up his sleeve?
I think there's one comeback here.
Okay.
And the comeback would be top deck Diameter, because then you just summon a Sigma back that you probably still have engraved, and you try to attack on the Millennium Ice. This one just gets taken by the Millennium Ice, and then you have Diameter, so you can go into the Access Code Talker line.
So I think he activated the Sigma there, and Anze is thinking about responding. You kind of have to negate it, right? Because otherwise it's just going to run over you, Millennium Ice Restrict.
You can also just take it when it's on the field, right? So...
But he does instantly respond. There it is. He does instantly go for the Sigma, and Dinkabui is grabbing his graveyard. Once again, doesn't look too happy. Maybe thinking through whether he wants to respond there. Is there even a response he could have?
I mean, if there is a response for it, he doesn't play Gamma, right?
Let me double check, but I didn't see it at first in his deck list, so I would be very surprised if there would be one. Let me see. No, there's no Gamma. No Gammas inside. Nope. Not at all. So Dinkabui really, really, really considering his options here. He only has one card in hand, so he has to decide on, am I activating the card or am I not?
If this is Diameter in hand, then he still doesn't have the Splash Mage anymore.
You're right,
but this is actually interesting because now Anze is giving Dinka a battle phase.
Yeah, absolutely, he does. And yeah, Carr is actually calculating maybe even. He wants to find out whether his opponent already has game on the board. Does he? I think he does not have game on board yet. But of course, there's still the Time Thief Redoer, which will be able to activate its effect. And it looks like a pass to me. Yes, he passes it back over to Anze.
Ah, this hurts.
So Anze now again in the driver's seat, and he's resolving Time Thief Redoer probably, right? I mean, you don't want to miss out on that.
You can do that in your own standby phase as well, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
And you can just use the Kid Colossus to summon back the Rhino Heart, and I think that should do the trick, right?
But this looks like battle phase to me, because Dinkabui, as we can see, is grabbing pen and paper, and we are in battle phase, I would think. So a lot of direct attacks, 3 in total there from Anze, bringing Dinkabui's life points down drastically. And I think, yeah, we're done with battle phase, but now we also are going for Kid Carlos effect, it looks like. Yeah. But, I mean, maybe they just calculated how much damage it would be. Maybe they didn't even go into the battle phase yet. They just wanted to clarify how much it would be.
Also a possibility, yeah, of course.
So we are reading Time Thief Redoer as well, and we're using Redoer effect, banishing...
Oh, no, we're not even banishing. To summon back the Rhino Heart.
Yes.
Okay.
And now Rhino Heart effect as well. But, I mean, honestly, you would do all of that in main phase 1, wouldn't you? Like, you just want to go for the final swing here. I can't imagine just going for a bunch of damage but not game. And I mean, as we can see, the life points of Din Kabui haven't changed yet, so I would assume that we are still in main phase 1 here, and Anze is just working out a plan to go for game. There's Ghost Belt, at least something, but it's not really stopping him, and there we have it. Anze Beljan with his Tearlaments stack, actually.
And he looks so relieved.
Super relieved, and also crazy effort here, beating the absolute machine Din Kabui 2-0 in the featured match. That honestly is quite an upset, not gonna lie. We didn't expect that, but congratulations to Anze, and once more, sheer power of the Tearlaments deck was shown. This deck is so crazy. Personally, maybe you told me before the event, of course Mathmech is going to win, but now you saw that. Are you still convinced that Mathmech is winning, or is it Tear for you now?
Let's not say that I was convinced that Mathmech was winning.
You were pretty convinced to me.
I was saying that the deck has a good shot, okay? But still, the Tearlaments matchup is kind of bad, especially if you don't run the Skullmaster, which is also, by the way, a really good bridge for Small World. So I like that card a lot. And yeah, of course, the Nibiru hurt. The hand was not optimal.
But to be honest, like, the Nibiru prevented him from going into Heat Soul, so that would have been 2 more draws. So it would have been nothing crazy, to be honest. He would have had another hand trap, potentially, but besides that, would that have even been enough?
I mean, maybe another hand trap, but also maybe follow-up. Like, he could have played in the next turn.
Yeah, you're right. Probably he really needed those draws from Heat Soul, but he didn't get them, because Anze just dropped the Nibiru, was rewarded for actually playing hand traps in his side deck. How do you like the decision? Like, we talked about it.
It's great. Nibiru is such a great card, especially if people don't play around it. If you see Tearlaments, you probably think like, yeah, okay, I can safely not play around Nibiru and then not be punished. But Nibiru is such a high impact hand trap, such good interaction.
Absolutely.
It just takes apart the entire board. So few cards can do that. I mean, Raigeki was forbidden forever. And now you can just do that on your opponent's
It's comparable, for sure. And it's really interesting, the development of Nibiru patterns in main and side deck over the last couple of weeks. Because at the beginning, everybody was saying, you would be crazy. Yeah, you would be crazy to play Nibiru, because Sprite is just so good versus Nibiru, because gigantic Sprite just prevents Nibiru for your opponent. But I saw more and more people actually going back to Nibiru. I think you saw that as well. Like in the main deck, in the side deck, I think a lot more people are actually going back to the card, and I really like that decision.
Of course, Nibiru is always prominent in the meta game, just because once it's not that strong, people will stop playing around it, and then it's strong again. Like, of course, in some decks like Flunder, you're maybe never going to see a Nibiru sided in or something. But if you're playing Sprite and you know your opponent's playing hand traps, you might just go for Elf before you summon the gigantic Sprite if you have a really good hand, and you protect it from Effect Veiler and Impermanence, all these targeting cards. Or you're summoning like multiple cards before that, just so you can, okay, well, red is a different thing, but Nibiru can always hit you really hard.
Yeah, and also it's super interesting because it creates an own meta game pretty much, because people are just having that Nibiru meta game, and the meta game at the moment is nobody is playing Nibiru. So if you are main decking Nibiru, then all of a sudden, and your opponent is not playing around it, boom, there we go, Nibiru all of a sudden, and then this card just slams down, and this card wins games on its own. And we saw it definitely did a big job for you, for Anze, our winner of this featured match.
Honestly, Mathmech is a cyber stack, and cyber stacks especially have been struggling with Nibiru. Salamangreat, you could basically not play the deck for years because you were too afraid of Nibiru. Every time Nibiru was popular, you couldn't play Salamangreat.
Yeah, that was a joke in the community, basically, right? Yeah. The perfect endboard of average Salamangreat players was just a Nibiru token.
Yeah, there was no plan B, basically, if you get hit by Nibiru. Marinces had basically the same problem. We have heard really good Marinces players say, yeah, I can't play if there's a Nibiru. This is the card I'm most afraid of. You can't call it by the grave. You obviously can't gamma it, because you have monsters on board.
Yes.
And yeah, you can cross-out Designator, a card that we have seen not a lot of.
Not really. This card at the beginning of the format was also pretty hyped, because everybody was like, Sprite is the best deck. And honestly, after seeing 5 rounds of Swiss now, I would totally step away from that sentence because Tearlaments seems so strong. I'm such a believer in Tearlaments by now. Of course, Sprite is great too, and I can tell you there are a lot of good players flying under the radar so far here for our featured match, which are doing very well with Sprite.
Good ideas on how to deal with Tearlaments, but you really need those ideas to deal with the deck.
Absolutely. So they are having some tags specifically for that deck because it is so consistent, so good. But I would say let's hear from another Tearlament pilot why he chose the deck, why it is so good. Let's go over to the winner's interview with Ad and Anze, our winner of the round 5 featured match. Go ahead.
Hi guys, yes I am here with another one of the Tearlaments pilots. I'm joined by Anja Belian, who's just won round 5 in quite a decisive victory. First off, congratulations. How do you feel having gone through that win? You were actually quite humble to me and said that you feel you didn't deserve it.
I mean, I didn't. I played game 1 horribly. I don't think my setup was necessarily bad. I think it's... I mean, I could have used the Kit Kalos and done a bit more on my turn, but on his turn, I think I played the game 1 horribly. Yeah.
I mean, ever humble, but you obviously have done very well to take this victory. You were against quite a tough opponent, someone who's topped regular YCSs and things, but you were in quite an advantageous matchup as well, because Mathmech does kind of struggle against your deck, so were you already prepared mentally when you saw what he was playing?
I mean, yeah, I know I have a good matchup against Mathmech. I tested even Mathmech some, even though I didn't stop what I should have. But yeah, honestly, I had no idea who he was until you mentioned it on the stage. This is my first big event. I never topped a regional. I don't know these people.
That's exciting, though. You're already doing very well into round 5, a clean sheet so far. So well done for doing that in your first in-person event, especially after a couple of years of us not having them. So before we let you go, just a quick thing, we want to talk about your deck a little bit. You actually you played a Nibiru during that, and that was one of the things that really caught your opponent off guard. That's quite unusual for a Tearlaments deck. So what made you choose that?
Honestly, like until one day before the tournament, I did not have it in my list. But a friend who I shared the room with told me, you should play Nibiru, Gamma sucks. So I put it in. The card covers pretty much every matchup except for Sprite, and I have a good matchup against Sprite, so I don't think I have to focus much on that. So I think Nibiru is really good and underrated. People don't expect it. It's kind of crazy. It beats Source Soul, Mathmech, everything, yeah.
Well, you really did catch him off guard with that Nibiru, so you're completely right. Well, like I said, congratulations. You did amazingly. Good luck in your next games. I hope it continues to go well for you. Do not go anywhere, guys, because we have plenty more of the live coverage here from the Yu-Gi-Oh! European Championships live in Antwerp coming up very soon. We'll see you shortly. So we're going to be asking some questions to some of the duelists who are taking part here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG European Championships. So guys, first question I want to ask is, how does it feel to be back at a live event after a break for a couple of years?
It actually feels really, really amazing. I've met a lot of amazing people through the game, and getting to meet them again after 2.5 years is amazing.
It's a pleasure to be here after almost more than 2 years after the last big tournament. And yeah, enjoying the time with my teammates, and yeah, that's it.
It's really a blast. We are like 20 people here from Berlin, so it's actually pretty exciting getting together with your friends.
Just seeing everyone back again after 2 years in person, actually. So it feels amazing, just socializing with everyone, and
like to meet up people you haven't seen in years, like maybe 2 or 3 years even. So it feels pretty great to play again and just have like a competition again and not just play casually.
The social aspect of the game is always the nicest. Meeting people, indeed, that's just the best way to go, I think. So I'm really happy to be back.
Almost like a foreign feeling. It's been so long. I think the last event I attended, same for everybody here, was the YCS Utrecht in 2020. And even like nationals that we had a couple of months ago didn't really feel like the same like size and like scale of it. So to be back at like a large scale event, it feels like really good, to be fair. So
pretty excited to be back as well. However, this is my first event back. I was also at the YCSs in America because I just couldn't wait long enough for Euros, so we would travel over to America as well just for the in-person events there. It's really great to have the European events back, though. They're just way better than America. And yeah, I'm really excited to play again this weekend. Not so much for the actual playing the game part, but seeing the friends that we haven't seen in so many years.
It's quite nice to see public people again, go into public places, because remote dueling wasn't really my thing. I tried attempting it, but having a setup was really difficult to acquire. So in general, I'm really happy that we have public events now and that duelists can duel each other again.
I didn't like remote duel. You don't have this fear of people being around, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And having fun together. It's through the screen, you don't really feel anything. You're at home as well. It's really not the same. I'm really enjoying being here and participating at the European Championship.
I can just say the same that the guys before me said, right? Meeting your friends from all over the continent is just amazing. Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm having a lot of fun with the webcam duels, so I've been taking part in that throughout the pandemic, and you know, get yourself a HD webcam was fine. But yeah, being back in person is amazing. It's a social experience, and it's, you know, you're mostly here for your friends, I feel like, and the game itself, I feel like, is sometimes just an accessory, and it really is about the friendship along the way.
So the next question is, how far did you guys have to come today? How long did it take you to get here?
We actually we live in Belgium, so I had to drive 40 minutes from here with a car. It was a pretty chill drive, to be honest.
So I actually traveled with the person next to me by car from Ghent, and together we drove 40 minutes quite quickly to this venue.
I came from around Bielefeld and we traveled for like 3.5 hours.
I also came from Bielefeld, so we already came yesterday, so just coming here was really easy, like 3.5, 4 hours with traffic a bit.
I traveled from all the way in Cork, Ireland, had to get a bus from Cork to Dublin at 1 a.m, then got my flight from Dublin to Amsterdam, because I didn't actually know where Amsterdam was. I thought it was in Belgium, but actually it's apparently in the Netherlands. Then I ended up being homeless, so I had to stay at Raphael Nevin's house. He let us stay graciously. He didn't know who I was. I just snuck into his house. And then after that, we took a train from Rotterdam, where we had to get a train from all the way to Antwerp, and then now we're here.
Yeah, so we started by car at 4:30 a.m., so we needed like 7 hours. Yeah, but was it pretty chill ride overall?
So I'm from Newport, South Wales, in the UK, and that means traveling from there to London, getting the Eurostar to Brussels, and then from Brussels to here. So that's about, I think it's like a 9-hour journey, I think, with sort of transfers and stuff like that, and also having to navigate rail strikes that are happening in the UK at the moment is quite a headache, to put it lightly. So yeah.
We came from Scotland, so we began our pilgrimage 3 months ago by foot. But yeah, direct flight from Edinburgh straight to Belgium, and the transport links are really great. Usually most of the YCSs and European events are very, very easy to get to.
So like, it was only like 4 or 5 hour journey total. Quick.
I reached Antwerp this morning. I'm awake since 30 hours. I'm destroyed, but happy, absolutely.
So we've obviously had Power of the Elements, the latest set released. What is your guys' favorite card from Power of the Elements?
For me, it's pretty obvious. It's Exorcist Marfa, which makes the deck viable, and thanks for the support, Konami.
If I have to tell what's the best, I would say Ultimate Slay, because it's really flexible going into the future.
Yeah, for sure the Sprite cards in the journal are my favorite cards, because I like the engine. It's really consistent, and I think that it's a really good deck to play in this tournament. And yeah, this is so powerful, and I like it.
My favorite card is Ultimate Slayer. I don't really like hand traps, as you have to draw them in your first 5 cards. So having another board breaking card that is also good while you draw it as your 6th card is always nice, in addition to other cards like Dark Rule No More, for example.
I really like Aurora, the TCG only fusion monster, because it kind of shifts the format before Euros, so people had a lot of work to do, and also it might get super poly banned in the long run, which would also be very good for the game, I think.
For me, it has to be Tearlaments Merely, because Dante is love, Dante is life.
aside from all the sort of definitely impactful cards, you know, the Sprite cards, the Tearlaments cards, something for me personally a favorite, as most of my friends know I'm kind of a big fan of the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX era of the game. So for me, I think maybe it's the cover card, Shining Neo's Wingman, maybe more of a nostalgia thing. Same with like Moki Moki Adrift, it's always kind of funny just to kind of pick them out. But yeah, I think it's those on a more personal scale.
So I've been very busy with Macedo for like the last however long, and I only really just jumped into TCG again a couple of days ago, but I've been really enjoying Sprite, and I think Elf is just such an incredible card with the revival and the targeting protection. I love that card so much. So that's been my favorite part of the Elements card so far.
My favorite card of the set is Artemis Lay, because I have a beautiful artwork and is also a strong card.
My favorite card is Artemis Slayer because it's a generic side card versus all combo deck.
Morphtronic Telephone. But more importantly, Melfi Wally is the best card ever printed.
Yeah, I'd say probably my favorite card is Tearlaments Kit Kalos. To be honest, I just really like the Tearlament deck, and it's such a powerful card for me, so it'd just be Kit Kalos.
Strong answers. Next question is, what deck do you think is going to be topping this tournament?
I'm pretty sure it's going to be Tearlaments.
Tearlaments can win the tournament because after the top cut is a deck that have a power level better than Sprite. So I think that after the top cut is the best deck to play that.
There's a lot of creative people in this room, a lot of creative deck building that I've seen in the last day. But it could be a case of someone having a significant edge in the event, or it could be purely strength in numbers, representation. You know, we could easily see like Sprite winning purely because of how simple it is in terms of needing fewer, like a lot of like non-engine, simplifying the game state, blah blah blah. So it could be more of a strength in numbers thing, but who knows? I think if I had to lean towards an answer, it's a safe bet to say Sprite. So.
Sprites. It's the easiest deck. You don't fatigue from them, just follow the line and just win.
Yeah, of course, Sprite and Tear are just the best decks by far, but I think we might see a very, very surprising upset. So
you never know in the end, but if I have to choose, I think it's Sprite.
Our dear friend Raphael, shout out to him, good luck. He's on Morphtronics this weekend, so I'm really hoping that deck's gonna shine and take over the whole event.
Likewise with Nadir, I also think Morphtronic Telephone is going to win the event. But if it's not for that, it's probably going to be Sprite, just because, like how Brad said, there's so many people playing Sprite in this room. I wouldn't be surprised if it took the entire thing. There's also quite a lot of Tearlaments decks too, and I wouldn't be surprised if that won either. I think the problem with the Tearlaments deck, though, is that it's not really well fleshed out at the moment. There's a lot of like rough builds going around, and Sprite seems a lot more standardized, so I feel like it has the better shot at winning at this event.
And finally, and most importantly, what has been your favorite memory from your time playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
That's a really hard question. If I had to pick one, I would pick my national win in 2016.
I think it was original in Antwerp in 2019, which I got my invite from today. And I was playing Orcus Pendulum, and I got to the top tables. I was shaking hard. My first time reaching the high tables, and it was really an enjoyable moment.
For sure, when I topped at the European Championship in 2017 with the Pure Zodiac, was the best memory for me. It was a nice event. I really enjoyed that, and of course I did the top 32, so it's the best memory for me.
Yeah, I have a lot of memory when I was a kid because I've been playing this game for forever. But in a competitive way, my favorite memory was the top 8 in YCS London.
Hitting 100,000 subscribers on YouTube through Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like my fondest memory, to be able to like celebrate all of the times that I've invested playing this game and helping people learn Yu-Gi-Oh! And stuff. I think has been such an immense accomplishment for me personally, and that has to stick out as the biggest milestone, I believe.
weird flex, but okay. My personal favorite event, for me personally, would be the World Championship in 2019, even though I didn't attend because I'm not too great at this game, but it was just amazing being able to see so many of my friends compete in the World Championships and just being there live, seeing the stage, everything that was going on was absolutely amazing. And just seeing all the friends that also just came along just to support their friends as well at the World Championships was just so amazing. And also, you can't beat the food in Berlin. It's just so good.
It's 2019 YCS London. It was my first big event, so it was really amazing, really stunning, seeing so much players, so much competition for the first time. Yeah, it was just a blast.
Going to a major event for the first time with friends, just the traveling, the accommodation, the fun, your first big event that you're competing in, all of that together just makes a great memory.
When a friend of mine realized he topped, I was the first one he saw at the YCS, and he was so happy that he topped the YCS, and we celebrate together, and I think that's one of my fondest memories of Yu-Gi-Oh!
For me, it's much the same. It's really hard to pick a singular moment. A lot of it is just like the people I've met through this event. Like I've met all these people here through Yu-Gi-Oh! Majority of us don't live anywhere near each other. Most of our friends through Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just meeting people at events, seeing them at events is amazing. Like if I had to pinpoint on exactly one event, maybe it would just be Utrecht of 2020, just because that's the one I did the best in. I just managed to make it to top 4. But yeah, weird flex. But like other than that, like I think one of my first memories, best memories would be Prague 2016, where like 20 of us all came over from Scotland. We all rented a huge Airbnb, and it's one of my most memorable events by far. I guess I would go with Prague 2016. It would be my favourite.
So those have been our UK and Ireland duelists. Guys, best of luck throughout the rest of this tournament. I hope it goes well. Don't go anywhere because we've got plenty more coverage coming right up.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck! Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel!
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performa Pals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Your move, your move.
And welcome back to the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship live in Utrecht. Well, I almost said Utrecht there. We're live in Antwerp. My mistake. So we've just had round 5 with Angers Belgian, basically a decisive 2-0 victory there with a surprise Nibiru against Inkabui, and that was an amazing round. But we move swiftly onto our round 6, where we have Francesco Papini. And we also have Michael Forner, who has come second in WCEQ Utrecht and 4th at Worlds in 2017. It's going to be absolutely brilliant seeing these guys. They've already done a dice roll before coming onto the stage, and you won the dice roll. So are you going to be going first? Francesco is going to go first. So without any further ado, I'm going to throw you guys over to your commentary team. Guys, take it away.
Hi everyone, once again, and welcome back to the coverage. We have an all-Italian future match for you, which is the one between Michael and Francesco, just like Ed said. And well, it's gonna be for sure a great one. As you mentioned, Michael, quite a known player. I guess back in the day in 2017 he was the underdog and a kid kind of. Now he grew out of it. He's looking much more like a normal human being. But yeah, of course, I know him very well. I got to play against him both in Utrecht, as we all know, and at the World Championship twice, actually, both on Bubble and for the 3rd and 4th place. And I gotta say, he's a very unique player in the way that he always tries to find some interesting decks or something out of the blue. And he does it once again here in Utrecht. He's X1 both far, and he's playing Dragon Link, one of the few players with 55 cards main deck, actually.
This is one of the decks we have been talking about yesterday in our meta discussion.
Yep.
We were really looking forward to it, especially because like over the last few years, I think the deck was always there. Like it was hit
sure. Multiple times, but
still here. And as you said, Michael always played this spicy, list,
exactly.
if we want to say that.
And once again, he doesn't fail even here because it's Dragon Link. I mean, we saw it being quite successful. It won the French national championship, so a huge event, 1,500 players. So it's still a deck. We'll see how it competes against, let's say, the new decks from Power of the Elements. But we will talk more about the weirdness, I guess, of Michael's side deck, but for now, not spoil it. Instead, Francesco is again on a more traditional deck. He's playing Sprite, but a few interesting choices, right?
Yeah, especially because from what we can see, is side decking Dark Ruler no more, which most of the players decided to main deck. And this could be a huge difference in this matchup, especially because Sprite has problems dealing with big monsters.
Yeah. But I think Michael will not be very happy with his opponent deck because, as you mentioned, most players are using Dark Ruler, and Michael is trying to come up with a combo that plays around it with Snow and other stuff. Instead, Francesco is maining a lot of Antwerp, so he's maining Gamma, which is something you would expect maybe in the side deck, definitely not in the main deck. And he's also maining DD Crow and Ghost Bell, so he has a lot of Antwerps. So it will probably be a game whether Michael is able to go through the Antwerps, but no matter what, it is Francesco who won the title, so let's see if he's able to combo through. Our players are ready, so let's see who will be the winner of this round.
Okay,
so here they are, and what a way to start things off. So the starter from Francesco, by itself good enough to combo off. We'll find out what the rest of his hand looks like, but yeah. For Michael, we'll see. He does play Gamma, so here if he activates its effect, as he will, Gamma would be really strong from Michael. Let's see.
Yeah, this is one, I think, of the key elements of Dragon Link that can afford to play multiple hand traps, no?
Yeah, absolutely, and as you can see on the screen, Francesco is playing a Nimble Engine with the beavers. Okay, so he gets to the red, which is already going to make things more complicated for Michael, which is maining, I think, Impermanence Ash,
he plays
a few other hand traps,
Plays Veiler, plays Ash.
Yeah, Veiler too. Yeah, he told us before the match that he was kind of nervous because he picked up the deck yesterday, but I don't believe him, so...
No.
I absolutely don't believe him. So let's see. For the rest, it looks like, yeah, he will for sure have a Jet, which is going to give him a Smashers now, or if he wants another starter to just play with the Carrot, let's see. Usually, yeah, you would pick the Smasher. Yeah. And he does, so nothing too surprising here.
Yeah, I think Francesco picked up very good. I think he also has Prosperity.
Yeah, it's a really solid hand. So he's activating it? No.
No, I think he's exploding.
Okay, no, because that would be... Okay. I mean, maybe he plays the Spring in his deck, so... Let's see. Okay. So he's explaining cards, so Michael Forner with the cosplay of a player who we're just here to have fun. Let's see. Okay, he does have the Ronin Toadin, not the best to hard draw, but I mean, he's gonna go. Do you like this line of play? Like, I guess it's okay because you need a monster to tribute for red, so might as well go for the normal Ronin. But he does have the Impermanence, so
which is good. Yeah.
Great response here from Michael. One of the few that he could have gotten away with, and he does. So great solution here. I think I saw a Super Poly though in the end of Francesco, right? Yeah. And he also has the Prosperity, so absolutely amazing hand from the Italian, but both are so.
Maybe you think he could have waited to summon the Ronin Toadin? I mean, like,
no,
maybe you go for the Gigantic.
I think you're forced to, because you need a monster to tribute for red to play around, you know, Ogre, Ash, stuff like that. So the only thing is whether you want a Prosperity at the end of the combo or at the beginning. But I mean, he's thinking about banishing 6 at the end. He just banished 3, and yeah, Michael allows it. So. He picks up Impermanence Swap and yeah, the Beaver. So I mean, probably Impermanence is the safest, let's say, because the rest was a Super Poly, and I think he has one more card even, which is the Smashers. So,
but I think maybe we flashed it because he's not playing Super Poly.
Oh,
yeah,
maybe. Yeah, because he's not even siding it.
No.
So. luckily for him, it's not gonna be a... I mean, he does need a card to discard from... let's see, he's thinking about it a lot. So, first of all, we can have a good tell about what your opponent is up to, because 55 cards is quite rare in the format. You could be playing against some sort of Tearlaments deck, but for the most part, it's gonna be probably Dragon Link or like a Punk deck. So, let's see. We're gonna see the Elf most likely, and then yeah, gonna get back one of his monsters.
No more interruptions here from Michael, but like overall, yeah, he's going to set the Smasher.
Yeah, and he picked up in the end.
The impermanence, right? No. I think we lost it.
Nice.
No,
he's
but
definitely considering it. So now Michael is asking some more.
I must have added the swap frog, because like otherwise he would have said
yeah,
right?
For sure. And now plays back to Michael, as we mentioned, pretty much playing a lot of different engines in his deck. Yes, of course, the adventure package, and then a lot of rocket, you know, cards. So let's see. He's gonna start things off. Okay, not the best with the Faithful Adventure. Still, we haven't seen much of the adventure package here today. So he opens both. Okay. Of course, not super ideal, but at least he will be able to go through a little bit of the advantage. I think he's only playing the Griffin, so kind of unfortunate to open both, but you'd rather open both than not.
Was Ogre?
So, no.
Was Ogre?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Ogre coming down already from Francesco. We said that he's maining a lot of different entraps in the main deck, and he's actually getting one of the best ones here. So,
yeah, he plays like, I think, except from Nibiru, plays like them all.
Yeah, pretty much plays every entrap of the format in the main deck, and at least one was almost guaranteed. So he gets rewarded with the Ghost Ogre, probably one of the better ones against Michael deck. And now he can attack over the red. At least this will allow him to activate an effect before Elf can bring red back, but it doesn't look like it's the best way to go through this board. So in this case, if you want to attack something, would you rather attack the Elf before or the red? I think overall, yeah.
Yeah, maybe you get rid of the Elf.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty much okay. He does attack the red.
Okay. He goes for Elf.
And he goes for Elf. Interesting. So he goes for the Jet. Very interesting. Because I was thinking for a moment if he was maining the Pixies, which we have seen some players use, but by the moment in which you go for Jet, that's not even the case. And by doing this, you basically lose the only other interruption you had outside of Smashers. It could be that he just wants to use the Smashers on the token afterwards. Well, let's see. Wow, he allows it. Okay. Then, yeah, I don't really get this play from his opponent, but now, unfortunately, another one of those cards that you don't really want to pick up. The Rocket Recharger, of course. So, usually you want to get him out of the deck with the Tracer, but he actually goes for Smashers here.
Because like maybe he's thinking that Michael doesn't have any other extender.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, if you had the red, you still could have ended on red plus Smashers. So I'm wondering if maybe Francesco was a little too excited to flip and use that card, but let's see. Maybe he doesn't get punished by Michael, who would be, though, with an unfortunate end, because he's playing free teleport, he's playing, of course, the all of the extenders you would expect in a normal Dragon Link deck, so Let's just see. Quick launch would be amazing here. And he does have the teleport, so this could get really, really bad. Also, because Francesco could have been holding an impermanence, we have to keep in mind, and he opted out to just get the Swap Frog instead.
I think you go on with Diamond.
Yeah. So this is well played by Michael, who pretty much baited out the other negations. Still, we could have been looking at a red now, which would have changed things quite a bit. So, I don't know. It's an interesting line for sure.
Yeah, you could have get rid of the token, right? Then with the red on the field. Yeah, now it goes for Fox.
Yeah, obvious stuff. As we know, this is one of the most powerful engines there are at the moment.
And I like the fact that Michael is combining them, you know, playing the adventure package along with Punk, and I think the deck is really good.
Yep. And here we'll see if he wants to go right away for the Chaos Ruler. Of course, that would be the obvious line, which we have seen multiple times already. But he also has some additional options in his extra deck. Let's see. Yeah, I would be surprised if he didn't go for it. And here, for example, we could have seen the impermanence, but along with the red, I think he could have stopped him, because he would have had the impermanence plus red to stop him in his tracks. Instead, he's gonna allow him to pretty much go through. And here there are so many good mills that Michael could hit. So yeah, gonna cut, and let's see.
Also because he plays a lot of hand traps as well.
Yeah, so many good cards you can get here. Let's not jinx it. Okay, Veiler is already decent, and Nibiru as well, so interesting choice. I mean, probably Veiler is the safest, but yeah, he does pick it up, so.
He didn't mill any other good cards at all, like, you know.
And now we probably see the, okay, he's thinking about it a little bit, but we should get the Kristen down. Possibly. Yeah, not a surprise. He's playing the Rose engine, so we might just see Rock Rose and then the Basil Shoot. So yeah, that's what's gonna go through. We have seen this plenty of times. Maybe we didn't expect to see it as much today, but it's definitely a deck that has been performing super well in the past months, and yeah, here you can see why once again. Fairy Tail Snow is an option which is so disruptive against the Sprite, because as soon as you put face down their monsters, then the only card really they can have is a starter, and that's tough, especially when you're fighting back. So
we've seen how many times this deck abuses of I mean, this combo, like with the Crystron itself.
Absolutely. So good stuff until now by Michael. He said he's rusty, as mentioned, but doesn't look like he's that much anyway. So now he has to decide what line to go for, as he has already entered battle phase. If he wants to just clear the board, for example, through an access code, he has to be careful about the line, because he only has 2 cards left, I think. So he has the Veiler for the Swap Frog potentially. But I mean, the Snow is just so strong. There are 3 cards left in his opponent, and oh, he doesn't use the effect, huh? Wow. So he doesn't use the effect. So big tell here. And unless he milled it, and we missed it, of course, but let's see if no, yeah, we can't see the graveyard. Yeah, he milled a couple of spells, so it could be that he milled it, but by his opponent asking him, I want to guess that maybe yeah, that wouldn't be the case, but we do know the full end, so I guess he milled it, because we do know the Basil Shoot and Veiler, so we can't quite see the graveyard though. So And for now, as you can see, this is one of the cute things, I guess, of Dragon Link is that you can go for this kind of line and still end on the borderland if you want. Here you can search the Dragon Ravine, so...
No, I think very good stuff from Michael
No,
here.
he's playing fairly well, I would say. And potentially, as you mentioned, we get the ravine, and you can get to the borderland afterwards. It's actually quite unfortunate that he milled the field spell, because sector launch would have been insane here. Because what you do is usually activate the Raven, then you send the router, you get tracer, so you can do a lot. And it is the usual stuff that we have seen throughout the years. So.
Yeah, it goes with Savage Dragon, you know, so like it's very powerful.
You know, So now, as you can see, he could go just for Borderland. It's maybe slightly risky because I don't think he has another monster in the graveyard, so he will be forced to use the Ravine. But I also wouldn't mind going just for the access to just clear the board, you know.
Because it also has Veiler for you know, follow-up turn.
But I mean, the scariest thing is the snow. So unless we might see a crow, but then even then, I think Michael has enough to activate snow twice. So. Yeah, he's thinking about his plays. And probably will go for the access. Let's see. Yeah, I like this. So he knows that he has to clear the board because he has the snow. So I think well played here by Michael, who is cut off from the borderland at the moment, but he's able to just completely clear his opponent board and leaves him with just what he has in his hand. So I think good stuff here from Michael. Yeah.
Overall, looking at how the game began, I think he can very be happy.
Yeah.
How it's going. This is pretty much what we have seen so far in the last, you know, couple of tournaments as well with Dragon Link. Always puts up a lot of Link monsters, and here is also has the Chaos Lurer for follow-up turn. I mean, yeah, it's considering to use it.
I mean, yeah, it's just considering which one to banish. But yeah, he does go for the Basil Shoot, and now it's kind of unclear whether he wants to continue for which line. He will go for a Link Chew here. So let's see what he has. He'd probably go Hieratic Spheres, right?
Yeah.
I think 100% is the Spheres, which could be really, really strong. Let's see. Yeah. Hieratic Spheres, so good against Sprite. So I think this game is looking like it's going to be Michael almost every time. I think Dark Lurer is a card that Francesco would love to have, but he's just siding it, so he cannot top deck it. And yeah, this is a great turn by Michael, who completely destroys his opponent, sets up a Snow plus Spheres with a Veiler in his hand, so...
Yeah, I mean, he played very well. I think also the fact that the Smasher was not activated in that situation.
Yeah, there was a weird, I guess, situation there with the red and the Smashers, but at the end of the day, I think he still had enough where he could get rid of his opponent and probably win this game. But once again, I'm stressing it out. Oh, and he gets rid of the Veiler, or no, he just wants to pass. Okay. Interesting stuff. He just ends his turn with the Ravine on the field, and now for Francesco it's almost mission impossible. He has to work through Spheres plus the Snow, and just one of them is enough usually for Sprite. We do know that there is a Swap Frog in his hand, but the Veiler takes care of it, and yeah, they're just asking some of the generic cards. Luckily they're both Italian, so there is no language barrier overall going on.
Did he join Permanence? Yeah.
Yeah, so we see the impermanence, and here you can see the cheeky play from Michael, who actually activated the Ravine, which could be an interesting one, but yeah. Michael allows it because he knows, okay, the Beaver is good though. The Beaver is decent, you can just go Veiler and Snow, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that Michael can do. Here we will see if it's true that he doesn't have that much experience with the deck, I guess.
But I think that previous turn he added the impermanence with Prosperity, right? Because like he had it.
Maybe,
Could be, no?
But then you keep it? Keep it for the next game, maybe. You never know. And yeah, let's see here, as mentioned, the Veiler comes down. Ooh, and the starter comes down. And I think this is a bit of a actually misplay from Francesco, because by the motion you could just see that Michael was about to use Snow. So a little bit of a misstep here by Francesco, who could get punished, maybe not heavily, but it was 100% obvious that Michael was going to use the Snow, and instead he revealed immediately the starter. So now, again, let's hope it doesn't cost him the game. He still has a lot of options, and starter was an incredible pickup here.
Definitely, because like it was left with one card. Yeah, and by the way, he had the impermanence, so he could have said it the previous turn, right?
Yeah.
Because like the other choices he had was Swap Frog, which we thought he added, but he did not in the end.
Yeah, also because you search for the smashes,
yeah,
so
if
you set one,
exactly.
You're already even also giving them the tell what that is. So okay. And here we see an interesting line. So I'm gonna show you guys on the screen right now the erratic spheres. This is a very, very good play, and Michael Forner takes game one. So if anyone just missed what happened after the impermanence resolved on the erratic spheres, Michael had the choice to actually use it, but instead pretty much demonstrating that he does have experience with the deck. He went for a very good play, so he allowed it. Then he went for the Snow, booked his opponent monsters, and used the erratic sphere cost to tribute the Snow so that he could use it again to put face down the other monsters. So very, very nice play by Michael, who takes this game one, even going second, and I gotta give credits to him. Very, very nice.
Very well.
Yep,
like he played very well as he knew the deck. So
yeah, I mean it's always, you know, always complaining.
No, he always complains.
Yeah, it's the crying technique, we call it in Italy, where you just say I don't have anything anyway, and then you get to play the game and win. So Italians, I mean, I'm one of them. So you too. Anyway, looking at the side decks now, we can finally spoil what really caught our attention about Michael's deck, which was. This time his unique side deck, which is basically another part of his extra deck. Yeah. So he's siding free Super Poly, a card that is no surprise whatsoever. We saw it in a lot of main decks even, but he thought his extra deck was a little bit too tight for that. So he's siding 4 extra deck cards, thinking that 11 cards are just enough in his side deck apparently. So that's definitely an interesting choice, but it doesn't surprise me when it comes from Michael.
No, indeed. Like we have seen him playing every time, you know, these deck lists with a lot of cards,
unbelievable
single
things,
cards. Yeah. So when we saw it, we said, fine.
It's
okay.
Michael. It's Michael. It's Michael. So not a surprise. But yeah, outside of that, he's playing DD Crow. Obviously, that's for tier more than Sprite, but we'll see if he brings it in. Instead, his opponent is gonna go first. Which means he keeps his deck as consistent as possible, but then he brings in 6 cards, which are as straightforward as it gets, which are Solemn Judgment, pretty good against every card, so at the cost of life points, and they still have plenty to play with. And then a card I think we haven't seen yet on stream, we have seen it plenty of times going through the top tables, which is Appointer of the Red Lotus. So for anyone who doesn't know it, we will show it on screen later on when we're back on the table. You pay 2,000 life points, reveal your hand, it's a trap card. and you get to see it's pretty much a budget drop dash shoot. So you get to look at your opponent and you pick a card and they banish it until the end phase. So it's good. You can use it sometimes. It's risky because technically it's a -1, but if the game ends no matter what next turn, then it's essentially a 1-for-1, and it's one of the best cards that you can get then.
Yeah, I think either you start with a Pointer of Judgment, it's a good solid start.
Absolutely.
And it's interesting to see that Francesco decided not to play, Dimensional Barrier, so maybe play Judgment over Barrier.
For sure, interesting, and as we mentioned, he was already maining a lot of Antwerps, but he has Nibiru in the side deck, which is gonna come in, and that's obviously even better considering how many Antwerps he's maining. So we'll see. Regardless, they're gonna give their best to advance here, and now I think our players are ready. So let's jump back into game 2. As they pick up their cars, I did see an interesting end from Francesco with, the Beaver, and I saw a triple tactics talent, so one of those cars which have a huge impact when your opponent entraps you.
Especially because like Michael is playing multiples once. So.
Yeah. Wow, and we see a link one into l'Ammiraglio.
L'Ammiraglio.
As they called him. So Almirage, which is a very interesting line of play. So this plays around Ghost Ogre, but with the red on the field, of course you will need an additional monster. So Michael just wants to pay attention, of course, to his cards. As mentioned, Almirage is basically there to play around Ogre. That's it, I guess. But might as well do it, I guess. It's
maybe he will do his job.
Yeah. So let's see if Michael has any response. He does have Nibiru. Yeah, and it's exactly 5. So this is Almirage really costing his opponent at the moment. Sometimes you just overthink, I could say. But
and no, we were saying before that, I mean, of course Nibiru is strong, but against Sprite,
it's not really.
Yeah, it's not really. But I think Mike in this situation, drew
double Ash, but I don't know, would you really have gone for the draw 2, or would you rather hope that your opponent bricked and just help that brick? I think I would looking at the end,
because like now Francesco is left with Ash, he has Ogre, and Nibiru as well.
Yeah, so
3 Antwerps, I mean 4 with the double copy.
This is an insane opening by Michael with the right. You can see a Ghost Ogre in the end of Francesco, which also gives you a tell of why he went for that play. Sometimes you look at your own end, you see an Antwerp, and you're like, oh, maybe he does have it. And I think this is what happened with the Ogre. Unfortunately playing into the Nibiru, but I don't know. I don't know if you should blame him. Wow, but what an end from Michael. Do you Ogre here the right? Yeah, you have to. So Ash Blossom is the only line of defense left from Francesco, who, regardless, is gonna take a lot of damage here. So
the thing that can save Francesco is like Nibiru. He has it. We have to see if Michael thinks that, also Foolish Burial.
Foolish Burial to top things off. He has a few options he can send here. If he wants to play the game very slowly, even the snow, but he has, of course, the router. He has plenty of stuff.
He had a very good hand.
Let's see. Yeah, definitely a solid one. Do you think there were merits? I think I would have considered it just to play around Ash. To go for the Foolish Burial instantly. But I don't know. We'll see.
The thing is that now he's keeping Ash for what? Like, will you Ash when?
Next game? Which I don't think will be there. No, but you can Ash for sure stuff like the Archifibrex. Maybe that's the best option. Like, just try and survive. But the problem is, once again, this router is not necessarily the best option. what we could see is the striker dragon searcher, and then you could negate the striker, I guess. I think I would allow this 100%. Because then the obvious line is you get another tracer, and then you go for striker, get the fuse spell, and then if you get Ash there, then it could hurt. So I don't know. Francesco for now did Ash it, and I'm not a big fan of that. Because even if worst case scenario, you just use the tracer on the token, you get into the battle phase, and then you go for chaos. I think that's huge.
Yeah, because like, I mean, you know that your opponent basically passed, so he at least needs to have another Antwerp. Worst case scenario, like, do you think if you were Michael that your opponent could have left the Nibiru even going first?
Yep. So here we do see the Chaos Ruler come down. I think it's an Deer Node. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we will see the Veiler picked up, which doesn't hurt. Let's see. Wow. What a end from Michael. Even the cow space. Wow. This is absolutely insane stuff. Cow space, the best card by far, I think. You will always want to open it in Dragon Link. It does so much on its own. And yeah. Do you think he could risk playing into his opponent Nibiru though?
Yeah, that's what I was considering. Because like, if your opponent plays Sprite and goes first, I would imagine him siding Nibiru out. Even though Nibiru is a very strong card against Dragon Link, right?
Could be the case, I agree.
But yeah, I mean, right now Michael is committed.
Yeah. You can see the difference in the two players, I guess. One, of course, it's much easier to be brave when we are one game up. So that's fair to say. But the main difference among them is that Michael at the Nibiru, but still knows that it's worth it not to play around it. So still, it does not commit to the OTK though. So he does somewhat play around Nibiru by going for the spheres.
Do you like it?
It could make sense. Like if you get Nibiru now, maybe you get to the OTK regardless. But at least if they Nibiru you have the spheres. So let's see.
Yeah, goes for cow space.
Yeah, and once again, he will be able later on to bring back the ruler, which is a lot of damage. And let's see.
Let's see if he gets to add the field spell this time.
He does not. Wow. So twice in a row, he gets to draw the sector launch.
Does he
apparently,
play it?
or me? Yeah.
Does he play it? Because like Michael.
Yeah, I mean, no, he does. Once again, the first game he milled it, the second game he draws it, but eventually it does come down, and this will allow him to push so much damage, because this is easily game if he wants to push for it, because he has the Chaos Ruler to bring back from the graveyard. Let's see what he wants to go for.
Yeah, I think Francesco is just waiting for the right moment to drop the Nibiru.
You believe in it?
Maybe next game.
Maybe. Nibiru, of course, being the front man, we can say, the cover card from the playmat that our players were giving this weekend once they registered. It's definitely an amazing playmat, I would say. One of my favorites, honestly, of the last years. It's looking really nice. Yeah, and here we get to see the recharger, so he could go for Savage. For example.
Yeah, I think this is what we're going to see. It will make sense.
Let's see. He could go for it if he wants. He has quite a few options in his extra deck, honestly, if he wants to just push for game and play it more risky, but yeah, he does go for the Savage. As expected, just trying to push some damage off the token. I don't exactly recall how big it was, but I think it was on Gigantic and not red, the Almirage, so it's 0, so it's 16 basically. So not that big. Oh, but the Nibiru comes down.
Yeah.
So you did believe in Francesco, and although Michael was able to put a sphere on the field to somewhat try and play around it, Nibiru on both sides of the game. So
I think Michael anyway played well by summoning the Hieratic.
Yeah, and still keeping the Chaos Ruler.
Yeah.
So it was played well by Michael. He tried his best to play around the card, and now we could see a lot of different options. He does have an interesting side deck card, which we might come to see. Probably not right now, but yeah. Yeah, this is one of the side deck cards from Michael, which is a card we haven't seen at all, I think, on stream ever. It's definitely an interesting target, which, as you can read, can pop up to 2 cards, and not the best here maybe, but let's see.
Yeah, it's one of these cards that Michael definitely...
Yeah, this is one of Michael's cards, you know. You just see a Michael deck, and he's gonna have some madness in there for sure. Outside of 11 cards in his side decks, yeah, pretty much. But still, what's really important to notice is these 4 minutes remaining in the clock.
Yep.
We were obviously looking at Michael's plays, but 4 minutes are not a lot, and we could risk this going into time. So if that happens, maybe they could end up drawing as well, but for now, Michaels just gets to the shoot engines, I guess.
Yeah, we have seen how these matches, even though with very few turns, ended up being, you know, grind matches.
Yeah. It's just that many of these combo decks are not necessarily slow, but they do so much that they take time. So here we'll see the Dark, a card we have seen so much. All of the Charmers are just strong naturally, and we get to see the Triple Burst Dragon alongside the added Basal Shoot, of course, which again, just like last game, is probably gonna lead to an access code later on.
It was well played by Michael.
Yeah,
by
absolutely.
The way. I mean, played under Nibiru, it was Ashed, it was Ogre.
Yeah, very nice play here. Still though, I think his opponent with 3 minutes remaining could have a chance, because we know he has Valor left, but unless there is something weird coming up, I think Michael has it in his pocket to just OTK his opponent, and I think, yeah, Francesco is just elaborating. So I think very well played by Michael. He's playing really well. Yeah, he just banishes 2, banish the third one to pop the Nibiru, enters for game and handshake. So what a match from Michael. 2-0 victory, very well played, looks at the camera, and yeah, let's go back to us. Great match. Once again, we mentioned it at the beginning that Michael was acting up a little bit shy for the cameras. He was saying, you know, I've not been playing, I'm super rusty, I just picked up the deck. As you could see, it was mostly chat.
And it pays off.
Yeah,
always.
and it pays off, it pays off. It always pays off, and yeah, luckily for him, he actually proved to be one of the best players we have seen today on stream. Both game 1 and game 2, he won by going second, which is never obvious against Sprite, and both times he was up against some types of responses, and I think he proved that he knows his deck in and out.
Oh, especially because we thought it was not super easy to understand that your opponent had the Nibiru in game 2 especially.
No,
you know,
for sure.
Because by playing Sprite, most likely, of course, Nibiru is very powerful against Dragon Link. But it's one of these cards that maybe you can side out, especially because you don't want to draw multiple hand traps, you want to really get your engine going.
Yeah, it's definitely not obvious, and
that was very well played by Michael.
It was for sure. I want to ask him if we get the chance, and it would have been nice to ask his opponent as well, because I mean, game one, as you mentioned, it was very long in a way. It was 22, 23 minutes long, but I feel like the pressure was mostly on his opponent, Michael. We had a little bit of a sketchy move with the red, allowing it to die essentially when he could have saved it. But I think at the end Michael had such a good hand that he could have pushed through. But in game two, the beginning line, it felt as if, yeah, because he revealed the whole end. So I think Michael eventually only had Nibiru as an answer. And his opponent decided to go for the Almirage play, playing into the Nibiru to play around Ogre. That, I think, changed the match dramatically, because if he played around Nibiru as you would usually do, then he would have had even a red on the field, and I think he would have gone for the full combo with Totally Awesome, and Michael didn't have a response for that. So instead he would have had either an additional card that was useless, and if he was able to clear through the whole board, he would have been like in a tough spot, because he would have used a lot of cards, and then there was the Nibiru in the end.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe you should have taken the risk, because what I'm thinking is, if you have the Nibiru in the end, and he also had the Ogre and Ash, I think.
Yeah, all like, of three. Yeah.
If you get stopped, and the only punish is really Ogre, then you're still ending with like a lot of end traps. So I don't know.
You have multiples.
I think that's definitely something that Francesco could think on looking back at the match. But still, regardless, it was a very good match from two Italian players on both sides. And they are going to advance, at least Michael, with the 5-1 record, which is still really nice to advance to the issue and then to try and have a shot at the top 128. Regardless, as we mentioned, we still have a lot of action going on. I think the round which is going to come up right after the interview, which is round 7, is actually going to be the last round in which you'll get to see our German colleagues for the day, and then we'll take care of the last 2 rounds for you guys, so round 8 and round 9. But thank you again for watching. Now we will go back quickly to Ed for the interview with the man himself, Michael.
So guys, I am joined by the winner of round 6, Michael Forner. Michael, firstly, congratulations. Obviously, you've had things like top 16 in Euros. You took part in Worlds where you came 4th. These are all very good achievements. How does it feel to be back at another Euros, and how does it feel to be back at another tournament?
I really think that being back at a tournament is really a good moment, because after 3 years that we played like online, we played just with our friends at home. It's just really good to be in a real event, seeing like 2,000 people in a room, and also play the game we like, and also playing in a competitive way, which I like even more.
Excellent, and obviously you've played other decks in the past like Trickster, Phantom Knight Heroes. What made you choose Dragon Link for this tournament?
I really not tested that much because of work, because I have a lot of stuff to do. So I just relied on my team, Armageddon Duelist Gaming, because I really didn't know what to play, and then I just took from a player I think they're good what is the best idea for this tournament.
You had a couple of moments there where there was a bit of a Nibiru off going on during that game. So how did you keep composed? How did you make sure that you were playing around it? Because you were quite careful and calculated. What was going through your mind?
I made a lot of feature matches during my life, because I also played like top 4 at Euros, and who lost was like out of the world, and who won was in the World Championship. So like feature match round 6 is not like a lot of stuff if you made a lot of those kind of feature match.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on your win. You've done amazingly, and best of luck for the rest of the tournament. Guys, don't go anywhere, because we've got plenty more of the coverage of this tournament coming right up.
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performa Pals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Draft Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck! Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel!
for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual, Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force, available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous Ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, The Second Haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual! Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! Available now!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
It's time to
Hello and welcome back to the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship 2022 live in Antwerp. So we've just seen round 6, which had a Nibiru off, which ended in Michael Former winning with his Dragon Link deck. But now we're moving on to round 7, which has Kian Shabazi versus Luigi Amato. And these guys have already done one of the die rolls, and Luigi was the winner of that die roll. Which one of you two is going to be going first? You're going to go first. So Luigi is going to go first. So with that, I'm going to throw you over to our German commentators. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. Also from us, a very warm welcome to the round 7 of Swiss on the European Championships 2022 in Antwerp. My name is Leonard König. You can see it down below. And this is Sebastian Lenke.
Hello from my side as well. And yeah, we do have another really cool face-up here. We have two very, very accomplished players, two good players who are actually undefeated still in the tournament, and it's going to be the two big decks in the room. It's going to be Sprite versus Tearlaments, but not just regular Tearlaments. It's rather a mixture, right?
It has a twist.
It has a twist. And what is a twist?
It is Tearlaments with the Punk Engine and also some Dangerous, and also an extra deck card that hasn't seen that much play in quite a while. So why don't we just hop into the match and see what he can bring to the table?
Yeah, absolutely. Game 1 of that round 7 featured match is about to start. So let's hop in, let's see. Our man from Italy won the die roll, so he's probably going to show us some combos here. I'm really, really hyped for it. Let's see and hope he's actually going off here. And then on the other end, maybe Kian will be able to fight back, because let's be honest, looking at his list, he has a lot of going second cards as well. So Kian is not too afraid of going second. So let's get into it. Luigi Amato on Tearlaments, and he's starting it off with the Punk Engine immediately, discarding the Ogre Dance.
Yeah, and he's only playing one.
Yeah, and I mean, that already is indicating that he's playing a little bit bigger of a Punk package, because usually people are just on Foxy Tune, Zearmin, and Dianote if they play a small Punk engine, and of course Emergency Teleport, as that's the best enabler to the engine. But he's also playing the Ogre Dance here.
It's the best card of the engine, even though it's not part of the engine.
Pretty much, pretty much. So he is actually using Ogre Dance to search for the Zearmin, so he uses his normal summon to use the effect of Zearmin. And Kian is considering his options, and he has Imperm for the Zearmin immediately. As I said, his deck is built to go second, he's not afraid of that, and he instantly stops the first action of Luigi. Let's see what he is next.
I mean, yes, of course, it sounds kind of cheap-ish to throw impermanence on the first summon, but if you only have impermanence, for example, then you really have to here, right?
Absolutely. And let's see, there comes Shiren though, and Shiren hits discards the Halfness. And now Halfness, of course, triggers, and there's also Snow in the graveyard.
Yeah, this Snow Mill was huge.
I mean, so far there are not that many cards in the graveyard, so Snow is not as scary as it usually is, but maybe he's going to snowball into a lot of cards here. I think there are a couple of routes for him to actually mill a bunch of cards here, to be honest. Let's see where he's going.
That's
he
true.
will be...
The Snow is extra strong because Kian is playing so many board-breaking cards, but Snow is not on the board.
Yep. Snow is such an amazing card because people are creating big combo boards, and the other people then, on the other hand, are actually sideboarding cards against that, having Dark Rule no more, having droplets and stuff like that. And then there's just an interruption out of the graveyard, out of nowhere, basically, which is unaffected by all these board breaker cards. So
now there's a Mill 5 with the Kid Killers, and Rhino Heart is also activated. 2 Trapped Mill and Merly. So Luigi is just set up, ready to go, and Kian is already looking annoyed.
Pretty decent, yeah. But we saw there, Luigi actually main decking one copy of Anti-Spell Fragrance, which might seem weird, but the explanation is actually in the extra deck. You were already spoiling it a little bit. This card was not being played a whole lot lately, but he has actually decided to run the Nightmare Griffin. So do you want to talk about the interaction that lies behind that, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, with Curious, you can just mill any card from the deck, and Curious is a Link 3, so it's not that far away from going up to Link 4, and then you can just summon a Griffin and set back the cards that you sent. Griffin actually a card I played back in the day, in my Nationals Triumph. To set back Scapegoats. I did not have any crazy combo, it was just to grind a bit.
Just for the resource game, yeah. But now he does not even need to resolve the Curious, because the Anti-Spell is already in the graveyard, so if he feels the need of actually getting to the Anti-Spell, he will be able to get it.
This was actually the Anti-Spell? I thought he milled like Meta Noise and Sully.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Anti-Spell. I definitely saw Anti-Spell there.
It is Ghost Rare, so I can't really see it.
Indeed it is. So he's searching for Halfness, so he has another interruption for the opponent's turn there. he's actually showcasing his graveyard quite good. Just the upper part is missing a little bit, so he can't really see the trap cards. There now is the Hafnis. Let's see what he has here.
Thinking, contemplating on what to summon. This is already a big board.
Yeah, it didn't look great from the beginning, but then he really started to take off. And even though he has milled that snow, so far he didn't even need to summon it in any way, and he just has purely as an interruption for the opponent's turn, having enough resources by now to actually resolve the card.
Yeah, but the best thing about this is that he could, if he wanted to, summon the Fairy Tale Snow and just go into time T3 duo with the Rhino Horn.
Yes, he easily has access to that, that's true. But I mean, then there's not actually an effect you could trigger with it, right? So it's
the Rhino Heart.
Oh yeah, true, the Rhino Heart. But does he even have cards in hand to... I mean, he still has two cards.
Hafnis.
Oh, you're right, the Hafnis is in hand. Yeah, if he wants to do that, that's easily accessible to him.
That's even like 2 fusions in one effect. So.
You're absolutely right, yeah, for sure. But he now went into Garura. Oh, what are we seeing?
Is he going to summon Psy Life Transfer? No, it's Crystal Halkriefenbrax. And with that, he's going to special summon out maybe the Shinobi.
Oh yeah, he's playing Shinobi. Oh, for real. This deck is actually playing synchro cards in his extra deck. Of course, he's playing the Punk Engine and he's abusing it, so he does not only play the Chaos Ruler, but I think... Which level is Garura?
6, so he can summon the Chaos Ruler with Garura and Shinobi. This is absolutely insane.
This is ridiculous, let's be honest, because then he has Shinobi Necros in the graveyard as well, so he will be triggering the Chaos Ruler in the graveyard to banish the Shinobi Necro, which then instantly also gives him the Baron. So this is going to end in a really, really impressive board, I think. This is what we're looking forward to. So Kian is actually checking one card. This is probably Shinobi Necros then, right?
I mean, you can see like a bit, or we can see a bit of the picture on the app, and it looks like there is like this sickle that is on Shinobi. It's in the form of a sickle.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it is Chaos Ruler.
Of course,
Chaos Ruler
and we're even chain blocking it. We're chain blocking it, drawing with Garura, and then milling with Chaos Ruler, and we're milling all the names, and Galaxy Cycle.
I mean, at this point, you don't want to really mill all the names, you know, because they're just in the graveyard, and you decimate your chances to hit another one.
Yeah, true, you're actually right. Do you think it will be an option for Luigi to go into the Sprite Elf here, maybe? Because there's Hulk already in the board, and he has the Merly in the graveyard, so that actually seems like a pretty viable option to me.
I wouldn't hate it, but then again, in his 50 card deck, he already used so many, or he already lost so many Tearlaments cards. By the way, not a big fan of not setting Super Polymerization. It seems like a fairly good interruption on the
I was about to say that. Don't you just really want to keep that Super Polymerization and also maximize the chances of just hitting like dangers in your hand? Would have been a lot better. Look, he has a bunch of dangers. Aren't you happy to discard those, rather? But no, we are actually sniping the Super Polymerization, and we also now snipe out the Rhino Heart, so we keep on summoning danger monsters, we keep on drawing, as that's the main thing of this archetype, basically.
And now he is going to go into Curious. I mean, what is there in this deck that he can still send? He has the anti-spell and he has the snow milled off of regular effects already.
Maybe just like a regular trap of the Tearlaments.
But he also triggered both.
Oh, did he already?
Yeah,
okay.
He milled them too, so his first mills were crazy. But he's playing so many different one-offs, I can imagine that there is something else that is spicy. And it's Destrudo, of course.
Destrudo.
Just for the next turn, at least. And now I can just go into Griffin with Halkriefenbrax and Curious. Let me just get up Griffin real quick, because there's something, it has been a while.
It has been a while,
that
for sure.
I want to see as well.
There we have it, the Nightmare Griffin, as we said, hasn't seen a lot of play lately, but I think the only thing it needs is that it has to be linked to actually resolve the facts. So it will be linked if he just summons it on top of the Dracostropalia, basically. So that would mean that then the Griffin itself and also the Dracostropalia are actually able to use their effects. Let's see. Kian does not look too happy.
Also, Griffin is kind of a floodgate, you know, in itself.
Yeah, of course. For sure. It absolutely is. And as we said, there is going to be the Chaos Ruler effect in the graveyard too, banishing a light in the dark. One of them, the dark specifically, being the Shinobi Necros. Oh, he's banishing Snow, though. I don't know what I think about that.
He did not have Foxy Tune in his graveyard or anything like it because of the impermanence, so that was rather strong.
Yeah.
So, so this means that, I mean, he can't get Dark Roulette, you know?
Oh, you're right. He's going to set back the anti-spell, right? He doesn't have to play around the Dark Ruler,
But
you're right.
if there is a chance, looking at Kian's deck list, he's main decking 3 copies of Forbidden Droplet, which is a card that many people dropped. But he's also playing the Nimble Angler, so if he has this particular combination of 2 cards in his hand, then he can break the board, chaining it to Anti-Spell Fragrance, negate the cards, and then just summon out 2 monsters from the deck, just because of the Angler. And I think that's his way out of this,
honestly,
let's call it a misery.
But Leo, let's be honest, like, Fairy Tail Snow is just such an insane card. Yeah. It secures you so many wins because it's just there for so long and keeps coming back. So it gives you a really good grind game. And I don't know whether I would... I think I would have preferred Snow over Baron, to be honest.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, it protects your plays and it protects your anti-spell fragrance, I guess. But, I mean, is there any back row removal that people are main decking right now?
Not really. So there is the anti-spell fragrance, and we're chaining the Sprite starter. This is a quick spell, so he does instantly get access to his Sprite engine if that resolves.
And let's see if he also has a droplet here, because that would be huge.
Huge, for real. He could send the Sprite starter from the field. That would be very, very big.
Yeah. But let's see. First of all, Luigi has to decide whether he wants to negate it or not. He points at his Baron. Kian picks up the cards in his hand. Has not put the starter to the graveyard yet.
Yeah, there is a chance.
I can smell it.
Oh,
I can almost smell it
forbidden
in the air.
here. It smells forbidden in here. Oh, it's called by the grave. Okay, okay. Another quick spell, but it's not done yet. Maybe he still has a droplet, because then he could even send 2 cards from the field.
Oh, he just looks for random names. There's no... Okay, so he has to chain it because of the...
Yeah, of course, of the anti-spell.
Okay.
So there's no droplet, and I have to say, that will make it tough, let's be honest. Like, there's a bunch of cards still left for Luigi.
Also, the Griffin is in the main monster zone and also in the middle, so having monsters linked is not too easy.
Yep, absolutely. So we are even tagging out now of Baron. We're specialing out Kaleido Heart. Not Kaleido Heart, Rhino Heart, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that was really good. Kian was forced to activate everything in the standby phase, and Luigi just took the chance, activated Baron to negate, and was like, yeah, I can still pop off here.
For real, like, very well played. You don't usually see that Baron effect very often lately. I mean, it was a thing to actually do it in standby phase to reborn Artifact Scythe from time to time, but seeing this, being an enabler for the Tearlaments engine, I've honestly, personally never seen that before. But this looks really, really solid, just starting off Fusion summoning in his opponent's turn once more.
This big, let's call it a pile deck, this Tearlaments pile, is looking not only strong, but also so much fun to play.
Boy,
I bet Luigi is having the time of his life being 6-0 in this tournament. Unlike Kian, who is not having the time of his life right now, let's be honest.
So far, I think he had a pretty good time, but now this match is not looking too great for him. Look at all those Fusion monsters and Link monsters. Now the Synchro monster actually left the field, but I always used to say that I love decks that just combine all the mechanics of the extra deck. Link monsters, Synchro monsters, Fusion monsters, I think he even has XYZ monsters in his extra deck with Zeus. So like all of the options available. This deck just straight up does not lose to cards such as Dimensional Barrier because he has all the different mechanics to go for. It's just really, really, really cool deck. I definitely love it. But Kian still has not decided to scoop, so he sees a line there. He's double-checking on the Nightmare Griffin. Maybe he now realizes this is stopping him from playing entirely here.
I did not see this card becoming the main problem for Kian.
Not really, no. Absolutely not.
Because the Floodgate effect is so strong right here.
Yes. What do you in general think of the decision that Kian is actually main decking the Forbidden Droplets, though? Because we talked about it, it's not that popular anymore, but he just decided to go with it anyways. You like it?
I like it a lot. I mean, he has the Nimble Angler, which is a good discard, which is arguably just a one-off.
Yeah.
But there's a... Yeah, okay. So Kian decided that it was time to scoop this game up. You can't even go for a cheeky Zeus play because you have no chance of getting Zeus linked. And if you want to get it linked, then Yeah, it's just basically impossible with the Griffin on board, let's be honest here.
For sure. So we have a winner of this game 1 here. Luigi Amato and his crazy 50-card Tearlaments Punk pile is taking game 1 over Kian Shabazi and his Sprite deck. So it's now onto the side decks for the players. As you can see on the right of the screen, they are actually really diving into their side decks. They're really deep into the fourth bank, as I always used to say. Fourth tank.
Kian already grabbing the Dark Rulers as the first thing, throwing them out. I don't need them going first.
Absolutely.
Can we take a look at his side deck?
For sure. We actually just talked about one card, or rather I mentioned it, which is Dimensional Barrier.
Yeah.
This is one of the cards that he's side decking. Three copies of it even. So, do you think it's completely useless in this matchup, or
No,
do you still just side it?
absolutely not. The best part of the Punk engine in Tearlaments and the dangers is that they enable you to fusion summon a lot more, because they ditch the Tearlaments cards via effect.
Yeah.
And you can still do that under Dimensional Barrier, but you can't activate the effects of the Tearlaments, so it doesn't help you that much. This is one of the points where you can criticize the Punk variant, because it doesn't help you to play through cards like Dimensional Barrier, or if you are a really crazy non-fusion area. That's
Haven't seen that one in a while, but yeah,
a bit of a problem for the deck. Also, the Link monsters that the players are playing are not really that proactive in the sense of you can OTK your opponent under barrier, because that was a thing that many other decks could do.
Yeah,
like, remember the Punk Adventurer deck?
Yeah, you could just go Access Code and bomb.
Yeah, you play Dark, Celine.
Easy peasy, you had 8k on damage on board for real.
Easily.
But yeah, so it is actually a variant that is better versus Dimensional Barrier, but that Dimensional Barrier is still good versus the deck.
It's still really good. I would still always side it against.
I will agree. Then also, let's look into more cards in his side deck. One card that regained a lot of popularity lately, that is also very much a going first card, I want to say, is Solemn Judgment.
And I love to see this card being bad. I mean, I have been playing for years and years and years, and Solemn Judgment was such a cool card. It was on the Forbidden and Limited list, or it was even Forbidden for such a long time, and it's just great to see the card make a comeback.
100%. And I mean, it's such a universally strong card. And I mean, the one problem card you're dealing with specifically is very obviously the Dark Ruler no more. You can just negate it. You can't respond with monster effects.
No, there is a ruler.
The Solemn Judgment ruler, yeah, indeed. And as we can see, the players are ready for game 2, so let's get back full screen into game 2. And let's see what they have cooking. Let's see what Kian Shabazi comes up with here for this game, as he will be starting it off with his Sprite deck. And as we can see, a card you don't usually see in Sprite. It is the Foolish Burial into the Nimble Angler. Show it to us.
It's the super rare Foolish Burial, by the way, into the Nimble Angler. It's a 2-card combo you play in your deck.
Yeah, Luigi Amato has to double read it. And Nimble Angler, actually insane.
And we have seen this card in a previous featured match already. It was in round 1 where someone drew it as a brick and showed it to the camera.
Yes,
Raphael.
indeed. That was Raphael. But now Kian definitely gets the better of it. He gets to send it with Foolish Burial.
Yeah.
That's basically the only card you really want to send with Foolish Burial, the only reason you are playing Foolish Burial. And that actually enables you to special out 2 Nimble Beavers to your field already without even committing into your normal summon, which is huge for Sprite.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is really, really strong. And now Kian actually has the decision to make. Is he just straight up going into Gigantic? No, he goes with Sprite Jet there instantly.
So he's searching for smashes. He might have a blue, he might have a starter. He might set up a red next to it. Might also go for a carrot. He might not be afraid of Nibiru or anything. Okay, Nibiru would be fine for it. It's the 4th summon.
Yes, Nibiru not a problem here.
Gamma.
Ooh, where is the Gamma on the Gigantic Sprite? It is pretty strong.
But Kian says that's okay for me, just go ahead. I haven't normal summoned yet at all. You can't resolve the Gigantic Sprite after that anymore. But this is Pot of Prosperity, so he's probably going to find some follow-up.
Absolutely, I will definitely think that will be the case. Gamma in this format, such an insanely strong hand trap, isn't it? Like, the fact that it actually removes the monster from the field by destroying the monster.
So important in so many matchups.
It's so good versus Sprite specifically. Like, when you just, I mean, in theory versus a normal summon, it's insane, because from time to time the deck struggles to actually put up another level 2 monster. But in this scenario on the Gigantic, it's also really good.
It's the single reason why so many players don't use the cards to their fullest extent anymore. people have stopped like using the Nimble Beaver effect on normal summon because they were afraid of Gamma and they couldn't play anymore. So this is barrier and judgment.
Both traps.
If Kian has another way to play, he doesn't.
He
can
does
take the
not.
traps, but he might have a trap in hand already.
Potentially, of course.
Also, what I would like to see is a talent here, just to check the hand of Luigi. Also, more interesting for us. Does he have 3 cards in hand? I think he special summoned the driver from hand.
Oh, is that true? I didn't even pay attention to that. But honestly, there is not going to be a talent because actually Kian is playing all the going second cards, but he's not maining triple tactic talents.
Really?
Yeah, he couldn't find space for that anymore.
Okay, I'm really disappointed here. Gotta be honest, I think that Talents is such a good card. But Kian will eventually end up on Sprite Elf. He has a protected red or protected from targeting. Yeah, you can summon the gigantic Sprite there. I was just thinking if it was summoned correctly, but it is.
Absolutely,
it's a great reborn because you can now destroy with red.
I think we can safely say that Kian Shabazi has some traps cooking for himself
and
there.
Smashers. We love smashers.
Pretty decent what he has set up there. And he now, of course, by reborning that gigantic Sprite, he actually enables his smashers to be even better because he does not have to banish the red he has there. That's really good for him.
And also he can later on use Elf to reborn Blue or reborn Jet and get another starter or something else.
Luigi once again starting it off with his Punk Engine. Emergency Teleport, we said it earlier, just the general enabler to the Punk Engine. We are of course special summoning out the Zeamin, so the Zeamin is going to be the main starting point for the Punk Engine in general, and there we see it. Really great engine.
And Jet is going to search out the Elf, so I think this is going to be Smashered.
Pretty likely, yeah. He actually is searching out the starter. I guess there's no other spell card anymore in the deck. He could search with the Jet. So it is very likely that he's just smashing this.
What a powerful spell card. Most people play it as a one-off, and I think on the right here, on the right to Antwerp, you told me that you are pretty sure that it is correct.
Look at that. He doesn't use his smashers, but he played around the Dark Ruler pretty well there because he couldn't have used the effect of Sprite Elf anymore, but he very greatly
anticipated it.
Yeah.
Also, he waited for the emergency teleport to hit the field, or waited for the Zeamin to hit the field, so that he couldn't get Gammat.
I mean, there was no way he gets Gamma there anyway, because Gamma was resolved on the last turn already.
He could play 2 drivers.
Of course, but there's the normal summon of Zeamin, and the effect was not stopped because it was actually removed from the field before even being able to activate its effect. So Luigi does get access to his Punk Engine here.
That's tough.
That's really tough. Kian put all of his effort into just removing that Zeamin from the field, and now there's another one.
But I mean, he still has 2 set cards, and honestly, how much more is there to come? He used Emergency Teleport, he used Gamma and Driver from hand. He now has Foxy Tune, and it's called by the grave, and this might stop the entire thing.
Hopefully, that looks really promising at least.
I want to see a game 3, not gonna lie.
For sure, those 2 decks clinching is definitely something to watch out
and
for.
He just passes the turn.
It over.
And this is Kian's time to shine. He has the Sprite Red already set up. Hand trips can't do anything to him. He has Sprite Elf and he has the starter.
Yes.
This has to be such a, wait for it, gigantic board.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's already gigantic, and now there's also blue again. And this is where the Sprite deck shines. Just that turn 3 you still have so many resources left in your deck. You can just pop off again, and you're not very good at actually just putting out all of the damage you wish for, but definitely you are really good at putting out a lot of monsters to the board in general.
Also, I played versus Kian, and yeah, I knew it. He played Gamma Burst. That's just what I wanted to say. He played around with his card because he told me he was sick of this deck not being able to finish anything. So he included Gamma Burst, and it's such a great card.
I didn't even see it on his deck list.
1,400 attack points to every level 2 monster or Link 2 or Rank 2 on the field.
100%.
And that is a lot of damage. Look at this board. Look at how much damage this is.
I was just saying, usually you have a lot of monsters, but they're not able to seal the duel. But this will definitely be very easily be able to seal the deal when he just pushes all of his monsters by 1.2k. This is insane, let's be honest.
This is such a fantastic tech card. Just because people play really conservatively versus Sprite with their resources.
Yeah, for real. Like, I saw a lot of people actually trying out the Sprite Pixies, which is also like a similar concept, just boosting your monsters so you could actually apply more pressure with a Sprite deck. But Gamma Burst also is a really good solution because it is always something you can search off the Sprite Jet. So I really like that decision as well. And I think it is going to pay off here. I think he's just going to be able to go for game here.
Yeah.
That's very, very likely at least.
He still wants to set up a Toad, I guess, to negate anything that could come his way, or he's just going to attack. Use the gigantic Sprite to prevent Nibiru.
Yeah, absolutely. And also a little correction. I early on said there's no triple tactics talents in Kian's deck, but right at the end of the deck list, I didn't fully see it. There is actually 3 copies of triple
Gamma
tactics
Burst,
talents.
and now look at how much damage this is. Gamma Burst alone is, I think, game on
Yes,
5
it is.
monsters.
Luigi picks up his cards. Kian Shabazi actually winning this game too, so we will be able to see a game 3 here. Kian Shabazi equaling the score. 1-1 it is, and we are going to side decking once more. And this is great. I love it. Those 2 decks facing off against each other is really what I'm here for this weekend. Those are the 2 new big players that are in the room. Power of the Elements brought us those 2 decks, and they are really beautiful to watch battle against each other.
And also Kian's entire side deck, it feels like it's made just for Tearlaments. Also going second, he has so much good stuff.
Yes.
He is running triple copies of Winter Cherries with 1 Tearlaments Kit Colors. And we have seen how much Kit Colors really does for the deck. It is basically a starter. The only thing that really stops you from cherrying is instant fusion on an empty board.
True, that's absolutely true.
Because I saw that happen to Kian and he was really sad.
But let's be honest, like Kian and his side deck just heavily focused on the Tearlaments matchup. He realized that those are the 2 big players, the Sprite matchup and the Tearlaments matchup, and he just decided to go hardcore into the Tear matchup because, let's be honest, that evenly matched he has there in his side deck is also insanely good for his Tears.
Yeah, and honestly, he made a call that there are going to be so many Sprite and Tearlaments players. Like, he has no targeting back row removal for any floodgates. So he said, okay, you know what, I'm going to not make my deck weaker in the most important matchups just so I can play versus rogue decks. I'm going to dodge those completely, and he probably did. And now he is 6-0, and his side deck can do the job for him.
Absolutely. Especially in the later stages of the tournament, this deck building will actually profit you so much. You're actually able to just, every round, use your side deck pretty much completely, fully, because there are just no dead cards in the side deck. You had to sacrifice for like roguish matchups. He just went full meta side decking, and it pays off, as you can see. And yeah, they are really putting their side decks to work there. They are really like, look at those guys. They are really heavily into it.
I lied. There's 1 targeting back row removal, and this is Dino Wrestler Pancratops, which is arguably one of my favorite cards in the game.
This card also had like a mini revival, right? Nobody really played it for like the last 1.5 years.
I did.
You did,
it's
of course.
It's a Triceratops. It's so cool.
Yes, but you are like one of the 3 persons in Europe that did that. And now it's just completely back. This is pretty much a staple by now for the side decks, because this card alone versus the Sprite matchup just outs the entire board pretty much.
There is no Duke Frog. And this is why people picked up Duke Frog again, you know? Also because the Mathmech deck hurts so much. The Mathmech deck can OTK so easily, so Duke Frog, which was considered a brick and cut from many lists, it has become so popular again because it makes the board so much harder to break, however weaker to super polymerization.
It's so funny, like the Duke Frog, it was once again, as for so many tech card choices, a bouncing back and forth. At first, people were like, yeah, it's a staple, we just play it. Then people realized, it's a brick, and also it loses to Super Poly. But now again, they're going back to it. As we see, good old Kian Shabazi being 6-0 in this tournament also decides to run the Duke Frog, so it can't be too bad, let's be honest. It seems like pretty reasonable of a decision, and I support it.
It's not that much of a brick. I feel like it's like Trickster Lilybell and the Trickster variant. It's a normal summon.
Yes.
It's okay. You're gonna be fine. If you
could have better, though.
If you have Sprite Blue in your hand, then you're effectively playing around Gamma.
Yes, I guess I will give you that. It's not the worst card to draw because the level on it is level 2 and this whole deck is centered around level 2s. So you could basically play vanilla level 2s if you can start off with them. That's actually fine.
And if you have nothing at all, only spell traps, you can act like you're playing Paleozoics and catch your opponent off guard.
Surely. But let's see whether Kian can catch his opponent off guard here in game 3. He will be going second, and the players are ready, so let's dive right into the action. Game 3 is about to start, and Luigi is the one starting it off. Let's see what the first card is that he is using here. It's none because he sets the card. Oh, but he uses a danger.
Okay,
I was pretty hyped about that already. But he wants to secure this set card. He doesn't want to discard it as he discarded the Super Bowl.
The virus is being discarded, so this makes me think, is that another virus set?
Must be, right? Because otherwise you would save the Eradicator as well.
But Eradicator destroys spell and traps, right?
It does.
I'm really surprised that he's running this one in his anti-spell searched out deck instead of the deck dev.
Oh, and there we see Merly normal summon, Merly
Destrudo and Rhino Heart.
Yes.
Wow.
What are we on? We also have a discard for the Rhino Heart. So it actually was relying pretty heavily on him hitting there with the Merly, but he did so in great fashion. Not gonna lie. He hit the name he really needed, and he is now going into Kid Carlos once more.
Yeah, and he can't cherries. It would have been crazy if he changed cherries to this.
Yep, that would have been really good. We are sending the Merly.
Is there even... he would have had to go into Garura then, right?
Yes, I think that's the only fusion summon.
Or Muddy Mud Dragon, and then you can go into Totally Awesome.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sure, that would have also been fine. That
So
would have been legitimately possible. But
does cherries do so much? It's a question we gotta ask ourselves for a second.
I mean, yes. I still, like, there will be a lot of situations where your opponent just goes normal summon Rhino Heart, sends something, and then there's pretty much only like the Kid Carlos they can go into.
Fair enough.
So I think in that situation the cherries is pretty decent, but in that situation we just had here, it's more or less like whatever. I agree with you.
Sebastian, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, man.
If Kian is playing this super board breaker-ish deck, version of the deck, the Sprite deck, why no Ultimate Slayer? Because he is even playing Gamma Burst, which is a card that can OTK like crazy, and then he's playing Evenly Badged. And Dark Ruler No More, cards that don't let you OTK at all. But if he even has this option, why not go Ultimate Slayer?
That's a very good question. And to be honest, this card has been underperforming a little bit here in our featured match at least. We haven't seen it a whole lot, so the top players have not really picked up on that crazy good card from Power of the Elements. But it seems like it's lagging a little bit. Like, you have to sacrifice extra deck spaces for this, and Kian is already running really low on extra deck space because he is running Ghost Reaper and Winded Cherries and even siding into the Kid Carlos, so siding into even more extra deck cards seems a bit unreasonable, so I think there was just no space for Slayer, and that's why he couldn't run it at all.
He's also playing... I mean, there are cards that I think you can get rid of in the extra deck. He's playing Area.
Yes.
I think you can cut the area.
And he's also playing Underworld Goddess, which is like very situational, and it's just like a card you want to have just in case, just if you play versus Ed Ignister or something, but that will happen very rarely.
But so many decks can put out IP Avermax.
Yeah, that's actually true as well.
But then you could just play your own Avermax and attack over it.
Indeed,
the
you
first
could.
one wins.
And
right?
it's kind of weird because it's not really linear, because his main and side deck is just completely designed to go for the Sprite and the Tearlament matchup, and then his extra deck is a little bit more focused on the rogue aspect of the meta as well. It's kind of weird, but it has brought success to him so far, 6-0 in the tournament, and now still having a shot to win this featured match here in round 7 as well, even though he goes second, and his opponent is hitting pretty well this mill.
Have you seen this mill? It was Sully, Name, and Shinobi Necro.
That's pretty decent, but...
Does not even have to go into Hulkweefenbergs to find the Shinobi Necro and the...
Looks like we are going into Curious here. Indeed we do. But one thing we will have to have an eye on is Luigi Amato being down to 4,000 life points here. The time is ticking down, only 8.5 more minutes left in this round.
Oh, right.
So Kian might actually be able to fight long enough here to actually win this in time. But still more than 8 minutes left, so I don't think it's like necessarily the way this will end. There's still enough time for Luigi. Because he can actually, like, Tear is actually pretty good at just ending their combo somewhere in the middle and then just setting up some kind of a board and passing over. So if Luigi is worried about time, he can just stop at some point and then still has a pretty reasonable board, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, he has to at some point finish the combo.
Yes, of course.
To OTK his opponent, or at least deal 4,100 damage. Sprite Starter, also not a card. This is this deck really suffers in timeout. Sprite starter, I completely forgot about the losing HP part of the effect. Yeah, this might come in unhandy, but I mean, the 4,000 paid life points of Luigi can give Kian like a feeling of safety in that regard.
Absolutely. So we are resolving Snow here, and Snow is banishing 7 cards. We see there was a Dia node being milled. It's kind of interesting. Oh, I think he's going to set the Eradicator, isn't he? Because
he
otherwise,
can't right now.
I mean, but otherwise he would have just banished the Eradicator, because that's a pretty easy banish to me. But he decided to leave it in the graveyard, so I'm kinda, I want to say hopeful, but I don't know whether I'm really hopeful for it, but it looks like he might go for the Eradicator.
Yeah, I mean, he has to summon out Baron first, right? Before he can go into a Griffin, because otherwise his monster wouldn't be linked.
What's this set card he, at the beginning of the turn, wanted to protect so much? That set card must be really, really powerful. He has been setting it there and now holding it still.
I'm calling a Eradicator.
You think this is just the set Eradicator?
Yeah.
And I mean, he can just tribute the Curious, right? It just easily works.
It needs a Dark Monster. Curious is light.
Oh, you're right. You are right.
Appaloosa.
Oh, we're going for Apo here.
Also such a great card. Immediately slamming the dice on it.
Yeah, 1,600 attack points because it used 2 materials. And then we are banishing the Curious and of course the Shinobi Necros. So looks like this might just be Appaloosa plus Baron here.
I mean, plus Snow and really scary looking Spell or Trap card.
But it can't be Eradicator anymore.
And another way, yeah. I think he's out of Eradicator.
I mean, like, he has no Dark Monster to distribute, so
this
I mean,
looks kind of disappointing. Also, they are both wins, so they play into Super Polymerization Mud Dragon, but I doubt that.
Oh, but there is the Pankratops we talked about. This is huge.
Is absolutely massive. He can just attack over Appaloosa. It's crazy.
Indeed, he can, and that's probably what's going to happen. Kian.
Also, there is no Tearlaments monster on the field.
Yes.
I mean, he could just Snow to defend, but
he can. But I mean, if they are Tearlament traps, then those are not really live because, as you said, there are no Tearlaments monsters on the board. This is honestly a really underwhelming end board.
And this, exactly.
Like compared to the stuff we saw from Tearlament decks so far.
And it's the Foolish Burial again on the Nimble angle, and this Pankratops is just pressuring and pressuring and pressuring so much with the 2,600 attack points. And yes, Kian, you are right. If he chains Appaloosa, you can chain Pankratops to destroy Appaloosa and the negation won't go through, but there is still a Baron looking scary.
But I mean, then you just used all of these cards to bait out all of the negates from Luigi. And you haven't even gone into normal summoning or using Sprite cards. So I think if that baits out the whole board of Luigi, it might be kind of fine for Kian there.
It baits out everything but 800 attack points of the Appaloosa.
Yes, true. So he could negate again, technically, true. So
he tries to negate it. Do you chain Pankratops here, Kian? Also, there's still Snow. We can't forget about the Snow.
Absolutely, yeah. But I think he must have a plan here because it seems kind of weird to not go into battle phase first of all with the Pankratops. So by the looks of it, Kian must be able to play a lot more here going into this board. But no, he just lets it slide. He lets it slide and there comes normal summon Nimble Beaver.
I personally wouldn't let that slide.
Yeah, I mean, now Luigi is just invited to use another Appaloosa negate. Aren't you just negating this instantly again? Like, otherwise he's just going battle phase and he runs over your Appaloosa.
Yeah, but I mean, if he wanted to do that, he would have, right?
He actually even uses the Baron on it, so Kian loses access to a level 2 monster on board once again. So Luigi really focusing on that part. He doesn't want Kian to have a level 2 monster out there. Yeah. Is there another way? Is there starters maybe?
And now this is going to become difficult. Like, now you kind of have to announce battle phase if you have starter. You have to bait out the Snow, because otherwise, if you have starter, I don't see he has starter. Okay, now this is getting interesting, because what is he doing after Snow books the monster?
I don't really know.
Maybe he has Called By or Crow. He doesn't play Crow, but Called By is very likely.
He goes for the Sprite Jet. I mean, we are resolving Sprite Jet at least, so we are actually getting resources once more, either going for another starter or going for the Gamma Burst maybe, but Gamma Burst doesn't seem too impressive here, let's be honest. We are okay, and also we can just negate the Jet again. Yeah, he must have a plan here, and he's also booking there. As you anticipated, he is using the Snow. He will be booking the Jet there.
But I mean, if this happens, okay, he can't run over Appaloosa anymore. because it's gone. But Kian has this. What's in his hand? I think there's cherries as the 6th card, of course.
And it looked like Gamma Burst to me. It honestly looked like Gamma Burst as well. So there are no real cards in his hand anymore that are giving him options to play. Oh, he's looking into his graveyard, but I don't think his graveyard is changing anything about the snow on field.
I think going into battle phase would have been the right play, and then activating starter afterwards, after the snow came, you know?
Yeah. Honestly, it felt foolish to let your opponent resolve the effect of Appaloosa twice when you just started your turn off by special summoning out the Pankratops, which is an inherent out to the Appaloosa, basically.
Absolutely, and there are still 4 cards in the graveyard.
Yeah.
That is a lot after... I mean, there were quite some mills.
Yeah, he had a lot of mills, not gonna lie.
You just attack over the snow, but you kind of have to also pop the Baron, because otherwise the Baron is going to either use the standby phase effect to summon Myru back, or she's going to pop something on your side of the field. So I would not let this Baron stay up here. I mean, okay, you can chain Pankratops to the effect in the standby phase.
Yeah, you can. So if he wants to go that route, that's definitely possible. But it will be a fight versus the clock here. 1.5 minutes left. And as we said earlier, Luigi actually being down on life points. He's on 2,800 now only. So he has to overcome a big deficit. I'm not even sure why he lost 1,000. Actually, Kian lost 1,000. Oh, yeah, right. So it's just 2,800 life points he has to overcome. Yeah, so that's a little bit mixed up. Kian is on 68 and Luigi's still on 4K. So he has to start getting into the action here because only a little bit over a minute left. Luigi, if you want to win this, you got to be fast with it. He's going after the back row.
And that's fine for Kian.
Absolutely. He doesn't care about that.
So this is really good for Kian now. He let the Baron live another turn, and she just did not use the effect on the Pankratops or something, or on the monster. He just got rid of the bad back row.
And Luigi, this is not the time to chill, let's be honest. Luigi should pick up the pace.
And he's just attacking over the Pankratops. This is the battle phase.
This cannot even be possible. Luigi just does not have any more gas. This deck, the Tearlaments deck, has a bunch of gas, as we saw in all of the featured matches. But Luigi only has one option right here, and it's a battle phase, which is not going to be the winning battle phase for him, I would say.
I think this is just because he milled all the traps in the first mill. I think with his kit colors, or before his kit colors, probably, he milled like 2 trap cards, so he couldn't search anything anymore.
Oh, he chains Halfness, okay. And is he hitting? Oh, but he does miss.
Not hit.
Imagine him hitting there. But clock is ticking down. Clock now officially on 0. We are looking over to our judge.
This should be game for Kian.
It can't be that much more. It should be timeout. But
Luigi's
so far,
checking everything.
Maybe there's some overtime. We don't know about overtime. Potentially there is. So
that's true.
They have not started. They have not stopped playing yet. But Kian is top decking once more. What is the top deck here? Luigi just there with one monster being Halfness, which does nothing on board, but also 2 back rows.
Swap Frog.
That's
not
pretty
that
good. Oh no, it's not even that great, right?
No.
Because there are no frogs in the graveyard so far.
How much attack does Halfness have? Let's just... You know what, guys?
Let's bring it up. I think it's 16. I'm pretty sure it's 16,
yeah,
actually.
I think so too.
Yeah, it is 16.
There it is.
So that Swap Frog cannot even out that. Kian being on 63, Luigi is on 4K still.
And now he's activating the Fairy Tale Snow, which he can. He has plenty of cards in the GUI.
Yes. But, I mean, Kian just... Honestly, if this game goes on for a lot longer, I do see Luigi actually getting the upper hand here again.
Oh, and he also...
Oh, he banished his card from hand. I mean, he does definitely not want to... Oh, it was sad, true.
Yeah.
But he definitely doesn't want to resolve the reboot here as well. He's already behind in life points, being so close to timeout, so definitely don't want to take the shot of halving your life points once again. Absolutely
also,
no way.
Swap Frog would be good if Kian was playing Almirage, but I doubt that. I think many players have cut it.
Let me check. He is not playing Almirage indeed. And also, there's no way to actually go into Almirage if he just books
absolutely.
Swap Frog instantly. And
Foxy
he drew into Foxy Tune. Discard Izzy Shiren even. This is really big for Luigi there. Trout is going wild. Trout is loving it. He's into his engine again. And he's into fusion summoning once more. It would be really interesting to know how much time we really have left here, because Luigi still has to fight versus the time pretty surely, because I think he is going to be able to go for game here. Oh, and the judge is looking at his phone. This is, he's grabbing the timeout thingy.
And wow,
and there it is.
There's
it is
time
on the round, and I think this means that Kian Shabazi is actually going to be able to take this. They are a little bit confused, but Kian is nodding his head. I think Kian is realizing what that means. I think that does absolutely mean that Kian Shahbazi is going to be the winner of this.
And I also think that Luigi is starting to realize what that means, because he's desperately looking at his cards, at his extra deck, and every time he sees like a line or something, he realizes, wow, I can't exit this battle phase, this main phase. I can't enter the main battle.
Whatever, we see that Luigi is in a disadvantage in terms of life points, and timeout, as we can see with that T right on the table, is being called, and that must mean that we have a winner. And look, they are still talking to the judge, but I don't think the scenario is going to change. There is nothing changing. The judge is talking to them, and Kian is just laying back in his chair. He's chill.
Right,
he's 100% chill there. And I don't think that's going to do anything here.
He's just waiting. Luigi is discussing. I don't know what he's... I mean,
of course, it's a bit unfortunate for him, but I mean, you have to be really quick. He has to be aware of the time, like, for sure. Like, you have to have a feeling in your head, like, how long is the round already going? And I mean, you realize that you have been playing for quite a while.
Or ask the judge.
That also is an option, of course. But I mean, if you're playing for long enough, you get that kind of feeling in your body, like, okay, this is already going on for very long, so I have to be really, really, really thinking about time. And yeah, he should have thought about time there a little better. And let's see, it's still like, I mean, Kian did nothing wrong to me, to be honest. They both played at a really reasonable pace. And honestly, I would even say that Luigi actually from time to time took a bit of time to actually think about his actions.
I still want to talk about the situation where Kian used his starter just to get booked by Fairy Tail Snow instead of using the Pankratops and attacking over the Appaloosa.
Yeah.
I mean, do you just let that through as Luigi? I mean, kind of has to, right? It's a difficult decision at this point.
Yeah, what exactly do you mean? Like,
I mean the situation where he had Pankratops.
Yes.
And he did not attack over the Appaloosa with the Snow and Graveyard, but he just used the starter.
Yeah. But like, I would say let's have that discussion with us, because there's not really anything happening on the playing field. So I would say let's switch the camera back over to us, and we will have a little chat about the game so far. And then as soon as we have information about the game, we will be informing you, of course, and we will be giving you the final result for sure. Whether it is Kian Shahbazi, most likely for me it is going to be Kian Shahbazi, but still maybe there was some kind of an appeal or something. Of course, that's always possible. But yeah, let's talk about the situation again that you just brought up. So he had the Pankratops, and I mean, this we instantly said it. That was our first thought. Pankratops is such an insanely good answer to the Appaloosa, but he never used it as an answer to Appaloosa. Actually,
he didn't even attack over it. What I think was weird is that he used the starter before trying even to bait out the Snow, because after that his turn was gone, and the effect of Jet was just negated by Appaloosa. So if he had attacked, then he would have at least gotten like a Smashers. Or a starter for the follow-up turn.
At least something, yeah.
Yeah, you can always get like a red in the next turn, something defensive. But he just decided that it wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, it played out well for him, but just because the Havness or the Meru...
It was Havness. It was
Havness milled nothing.
Yeah, if he just mills something there, it's instantly over, basically. There's just no way Kian is coming back from that. Yeah. But now it was enough time that could pass, so we actually had timeout being announced, and therefore it looks like that Kian Shahbazi is just winning it with more life points. But as we said, we are waiting for confirmation on that. Yeah. But this would mean that we, for the first time, actually see Sprite win versus Tearlaments, because we early on had a matchup between these two, and Tearlaments smashed the Sprite deck pretty hard, let's be honest.
Honestly, that wasn't in the most glorious manner.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing wrong with winning in time, but looking at the board state, I mean, we can still see the board right here. You guys can't, but I'm going to describe it to you. It's 4 monsters on the side of Tearlaments, which is 1 Dragostapelia, a Fairy Tail Snow, and it was still in the main phase of the Tearlaments player, and 1 set Swap Frog.
That's not really an even battle, let's be honest, for real.
This is unevenly matched, I would say.
Yeah, but still, I mean, time is a factor of this game. Of course, this is where the pro players shine, because they are also very good at this aspect of the game. Time management in the round is definitely something you have to be aware of.
You have to really be quick.
If you sit here being 6-0 at the European Championship in Antwerp, you got to know what your deck is doing, and you got to perform the actions with your deck in a timely manner. And I mean, I want to say,
might also want to side out, or not side Red Reboot, and you also might want to side out Destrudo, because this is what cost him in the end, right?
True. And I mean, it's not only just the time management in that way, but also like, because I think both of them played at a reasonable pace. It wasn't them being slow in any way, but still you got to realize how much time is there left. Like, how is my time schedule working out in this match? You basically, like, you have to do a to-do list, basically, with a time schedule. Like, yeah, now I definitely have to do that because I only have that much time left. It's just basically comparable to real life.
Don't start getting out your calendar mid-match. Like, okay, so this was like 15 minutes in, so we should be siding right now.
Yes.
So let's just skip this part of the game and just go right to our side decks.
Yeah, indeed.
This is unfortunately, or rather fortunately, not how this works. I'm not that much of a scheduled person that I would profit from this. So this is where I would go down as a player.
For both of us, that doesn't work out in real life and in Yu-Gi-Oh! Neither.
No.
That's why we sit here casting for you guys, of course. But no, all jokes aside, there has been a second judge now brought to the table, and I think they're just discussing everything in Italian as well, because there is some language barrier between the Italian and the German player as well. So that definitely helps. And we just still sit here waiting for what's going to happen. Leo,
Basti,
what is the deck that has impressed you the most so far over the course of the day?
Not Mathmech, unfortunately.
We only saw one.
Yeah.
He actually lost. But I can tell you, Dinkabui rebounds. He at least won the last round, so he's still X1.
He's still going to top the event. It's Dinkabui.
I would be very surprised if he's not, yeah.
It's going to happen, especially if there are top 128 players. There's no way that Dinkabui is not going to do it.
A top cut without him. A top cut without him. Impossible, to be honest.
Not a real top cut, right?
I mean, he even topped German nationals with Evil Twins, Live Twins.
Yeah, which would be better, much better now with his Sprite deck, which he isn't playing. So maybe that was a mislead. Maybe that was his plan all along, playing Evil Live Twins at German nationals to make people think that he's going to play Live Twin.
I have a theory for that. He loved that deck, but he's only playing rogue decks, and now the Sprite engine is just too much meta for him. So Dinkabui is like, no, I'm going back to a more roguish deck again. I mean, I don't really know whether you can call Mathmech still rogue, because it really is going into that top 3, top 4 position there.
There are so many Mathmech players at the top tables.
Yes, they are doing great.
We are always scouting when the other guys are casting, and there are so many players. Because
a lot of
also so many players don't know what the cards do, and this is baffling.
That's foolish of them, let's be honest, because
absolutely.
this is such a great deck. Like, the Circular is a super rare Power of the Elements, so if you had your Mathmech cards already laying around, this was a quick grab, because you could just easily have like a playset of them from display, and then you're just ready to roll, like easily. It's just not even an investment in any way, so the guys were already prepared with their Mathmech cards, because that support was announced quite a while ago, and then it was very obvious that the Circular is just insanely good for the deck.
Yeah, being able to send a special summon from the deck to the graveyard just for cost is absolutely massive. But no, we haven't seen the deck perform that much. It didn't even take a game from Tearlaments, because Tearlaments, and this is where I'm going with this, is a bad matchup for Mathmech, and it's also super insane. This deck has just such a high ceiling. Not only the high ceiling, the consistency is crazy. Dangers make decks consistent. They can just draw everything, and they can discard everything, and then they are drawing even more, and then they are searching and fusion summoning.
So
this deck does not stop from anything.
Is this where you're going? Is this the deck that impressed you the most so far?
Impressed me. This entire Danger Tearlament situation is looking like it's definitely the best deck. And it wasn't even that popular like a week ago. This is really something people discovered over the course of this week. And now it seems to be like everyone is playing it.
All the top players. There must be a secret social media group somewhere where all the top players are just being locked off from everybody else.
Hiding together under a bridge.
And they just made up this crazily cool combo deck. And as we said, it looks like so much fun. It's just so great. It's super good into boards. It's super good going first, creating boards. It is just an insane deck. And I think one big point we got to make is that it's so good with abusing Snow. And Snow is just such an insanely good card. It has been a great card for a while. It was actually on the forbidden list for a while, but it came back quite recently. and
it was a big bounce back.
Oh,
Fairy Tale Snow. This card is insane. It was forbidden because of all the, let's say, I can't call it Lightsworn shenanigans, but it's rather that grass looks greener shenanigans. Wild grass is also forbidden.
Yeah, it's still forbidden.
So
Snow came
that's
back,
why Snow
but grass,
came back, I guess, a few years later, obviously.
But honestly, imagine playing that grass looks greener in Tearlaments. Like, I don't even want to imagine what kind of damage that could do to everybody. That would be such an insane deck.
So grass,
it's mind-blowing.
Fusion summon everything?
Everything, yeah, just let's go everything.
I don't even know if that would be too good. If you have an empty
You would just
board,
hit too much, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, maybe you would also mill other cards. And so there was a fist bump, so I think time was called. And Kian will be the winner of this match in timeout.
I mean, we can very much confirm that with the winners interview. So I would say we talked enough already, and we are going to go for a short break, and you are definitely going to see who the winner of this was in the winners interview, so stay tuned for that. See you back for the winners interview in a couple of minutes.
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual, Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force, available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel. Good, because I have a new...
Welcome back, guys. We are here with Kian Shabazi, who has just won quite a tense ending to that game. So, Kian, do you want to talk to us a little bit about what just happened at the end there for everyone at home?
Yeah, sure. So the problem was the judge always told us like on the 10 steps that we have like 10 minutes left, 5 minutes left, and so on. And my opponent had like obviously control of the match at certain point, and he booked my monster, went into his main phase and like summoned guys, and then the judge called like time, and he didn't realize that he had no time left, and then he wanted to go battle phase, and then he asked, like he appealed the judge because he didn't like his decision and told that I was like thinking a bit too much. In the end, I did not thought so. The judge was like also on my side for this one. He understood me. He understood his side, that he's like a little bit upset about the situation. But in the end, he made his final decision, and we should all respect that. And in the end, he also told me that he's respecting it. It's all fine. He asked me if I'm mad, and I said I'm not mad at all. I was like, fine. If he went battle phase and had game, it's fine for me because that's like Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well, it's nice to hear that despite it being a slightly tense moment, that it was still an entirely respectful decision, and you two as players were both respectful. Obviously, both of you have topped your various nationals and things like that, but we're going to take a moment to talk about your deck. So we saw Sprite versus Tearlaments today, which we've seen quite a lot, but mostly Tearlaments seems to out Sprite. So I want to talk a little bit about your deck composition, because there's a few things in here that are quite interesting. You actually run triple enemy controller. You had Pancratops in there. You had things like Gamma Burst to help end, because we've heard that Sprite isn't the best at ending some of these games. So talk to us a little bit about your deck structure and why you've built it the way you have.
Okay, so first things first, Gamma Burst. It's a great card. You can OTK through a lot of monsters. You can just remove them. It's like quite helpful for the deck. And I was like quite, I was thinking about the card and saw that the deck had problems in itself. Like big monsters are like really big problems. Even if you combo off, you still end on like Toad that has 2/2. So Gamma Burst is important. An enemy controller, I was like playing against Tearlaments, against my friends, and I was like, man, these cards, these traps are like really good, but they don't resolve if my monster's not on the board anymore. So what could I play? So we decided as a team, my friends like Kang and Adrian, we found these cards. Enemy controller is great. We can steal the monsters, the trap won't resolve. Maybe we can even play further enough. We have like extenders in the deck, so really good. And honestly, it's one of my favorite cards. It's really old. I love playing old cards, and it's a great design.
That was a very passionate response. You clearly are very happy with the deck that you've built. Talk to us a bit about Pancratops, because you've got that in there as well. There was also a moment where you didn't attack into Appaloosa, and the commentators were wondering why you made that decision. Do you want to elaborate a little bit for us?
Yeah, I honestly wanted to bait him. I thought like maybe I could win if I bait him to like let it go through or let something else do, because if I attack with Pancratops, he probably just went for snow, and then I was like affect Pancratops and it just blew off, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll just bait everything out, maybe he doesn't do it, but he actually did negate my monsters, and on the end I had a Pancratops. It's still strong, so it just like still did his job. He still popped the cards and run over something. He tried to run over something, and I just love Pancratops. I wish that we had it at 3, but we don't have.
It's not the world we live in currently. Well, Kian, it's been great to chat to you. Good luck with the rest of your rounds that you've got. I'm sure you're going to do great in this tournament. Guys, do not go anywhere, because we have another round coming up very soon. We'll catch you shortly.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship Tour 2022. And now we're here with a deck profile. And actually I'm here with Dennis, and Dennis is going to talk a bit about the Rika Sun Avalon deck. So let's get into it. Let's talk about the first card we have here.
Okay, so right here we have Sunseed Genius Loki. That's basically the core center card of the deck. if you have this card, you can pretty much end on like 7 disruptions.
Yeah.
This card starts everything because if you link it off, you search, and then you just continue to search into other cards.
Yeah, and now we get into the Rika part, because the new cards out of Power of the Elements are actually some Rika cards, which made this a lot better now, right?
Yeah, so with the Loki, you search in most of the time into this, and this card is a monster negate in the graveyard and in the hand. And it's basically together, combined with the field spell, you can tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and which makes the deck really strong.
Yeah, Rika Princess and Rika Kong Kong really push the deck a lot because it gives a new dimension to the deck basically, because it can also work in the graveyard. And the end goal of the deck pretty much is creating a big combo board, right? With like multiple layers. And we can talk about one combo part, one part of the end board basically. So
basically you have Bang & Answer, the Resurgent. This card is basically just a bounce, but in combination with the other plant cards, it works really great with them because you take damage if you bounce something, and that can trigger your other plant effect. So it's really strong, and also he comes back if he's in the graveyard. You can banish some links, and then he comes back. So
yeah,
some recursion.
For sure, yeah. The engines just work well together overall, for sure. So what do you think is the biggest strength of the deck going into this tournament?
The biggest strength is definitely going first, because you can pretty much set up the best board in the current format, I would say. There's not really a deck that can play through it if you fully get to combo off. The deck definitely struggles with going second, but with the new Rika cards, it has become much easier because you can just tribute your opponent's monsters for cost, and that makes it much easier.
Yeah, I mean, activate Field Spell, then activate Rika Glamour to actually tribute opponent's negates is kind of nice, right? Yeah. So we talked about the strength. What is like the downside and maybe the side deck cards that you're fearing for this event specifically?
So before, with Justice and Avalon stuff, it was Dark Rule No More, or Droplet. It was very strong, but now with the Rika cards you have multiple layers of this disruption. Not only just monsters, but also traps, the field spell, and also graveyard effects. So it's really hard to actually counter the deck with one side deck card. But I would say the strongest one is definitely evenly matched, because the deck doesn't really have that many Omni Negates. So you just most of the time you have just one with Regulus or maybe 2 with Griffin, but it's always...
And yeah, those are not in-engine both, so you have to rely on them drawing them basically, right? Some of the time. Yeah. But yeah, definitely a very, very cool deck with lots of layers. But now, the interesting question. What do you think, how will this deck be performing at this weekend? How many people will actually make Top Cut with a Rika variant?
I would probably guess maybe 1 or 2, if we talk like top 16. I doubt 2, but maybe 1.
I mean, let's see. I'm excited to see Rika in action over the weekend. Thank you for the interview, and we go back to the live coverage of the European Championship. See you over there.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. New Performapals. And the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force. Available now.
9 cards per pack. Each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
Rated T for teen.
Welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022 live here from Antwerp. I'm here joined by your UK national champion, Nick Burgess. Thank you very much for joining us. So first question I'd like to ask you, how does it feel to be back here playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In-person event?
To play in-person events, yeah, it feels amazing. It's what, you know, what we all live for essentially. You know, it's way better than playing over the internet or something. So that face-to-face feel is really what this game is about.
And so how did you prepare for this event? We want to give you some insights about your deck list or...
Yeah, sure. So I announced that I was retiring after my national championship win. So I'm essentially just here for fun. So I haven't really read the newest cards from the set too much. I've kind of looked at what they end on, what their end boards, that kind of thing. But the deck I'm actually playing is a different deck to what I won with. I'm playing Magical Musketeers because I just enjoy the interactions of the cards, and I once topped a regional with it, so it's quite fun to play.
And about this, as you said, the format has changed much since you last won the UK National Championship. Do you feel any way prepared with the deck you are playing with? Although you said you're here, you know, just to enjoy the event itself.
Yeah, I think so. I think the deck surprisingly actually would do well if I'd have like tested properly, because board breakers are really good right now, and the deck naturally just always plays board breakers. It doesn't want to play hand traps. It just wants to let your opponent make the best possible board they're going to make, and then break it, and then beat them in the grind game.
And how does it feel to be here now as a UK national champion? Because, like as you said, you should have retired, but now you're here. So, tell us about something about that.
Well, I mean, winning in general, like, and being here, it's a dream come true. It was a dream since I was about 12 years old to win the UK National Championships. So, yeah, that'll tell you everything.
And one last question I'd like to ask you. I think we already all know the answers, but do you have a specific memory about the tournament you won? Something you want to share with us, a specific moment of it?
I mean, we can't beat that final really against essentially my best friend, and Zeus for 12 cards says it all. So.
Thank you very much for being here with us. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck for the tournament. Thank you guys, and keep watching for more content from the European Championship. Thank you.
The venue is alive with the sound of dueling here in Antwerp for the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship. So we've just seen, obviously, a very interesting round 7 that came down to a judge decision right at the end. Quite a heated moment, quite tense, but it was good fun to have a chat with Kian after that. So right now we're moving on to round 8. On my left, we have Lorenzo Massi, and on my right, we have Oliver Newton, who has won the UK Nationals back in 2015. So we're very excited to see this duel go ahead. It's going to be very, very fun. So guys, I'm going to hand you guys the dice. Which one of you would like to roll? Go for it. Okay, so that means Lorenzo is going to be going first. Guys, best of luck. I'm going to hand you guys over to our Italian commentary team. So guys, take it away, Marcello and Alberto.
Hi everyone and welcome to round 8. We have 2 more rounds for the day and we will find out who will advance to day 2 where they will compete for a chance and a slot in the top 128, and what a match to do it. So
yeah, I think this is really the match to go for, especially because like not only we have a national champion back then, but the deck is playing is
definitely a spicy one. We have been scouting the top tables while Leo and Seb were keeping you company, and we were absolutely surprised by what Oliver has been playing. We know he has been testing this deck for a while, but we didn't expect it to bring it after Power of the Elements was released, because Oliver is on ABC, a deck we haven't seen in a while, but it's definitely a powerful one thanks to Union Driver, and he's also using a very unique deck list, a lot of interesting choices like evenly matched in the main deck, engage, all in an ABC deck, so it's definitely gonna be a very, very interesting one. But if there is a deck to test it well against, it is Lorenzo and his Sprite deck. It must have been in the mind of Oliver, as you mentioned, a previous national champion, that Sprite was going to be one of the decks. So I think he must think that it has a good matchup against it.
No, exactly, especially because like I think by playing these spicy cards, especially because like having different engines we have seen this weekend, how powerful it is to have like different approach to the game, I think he really has a chance.
No, absolutely, and I gotta say, I was a big fan of ABC back in the day, so I definitely looking forward to seeing it in action once again. But without keeping you guys waiting too much, our players are ready, so let's jump into game 1. So here they are, and as you might know, for anyone who has tried the ABC deck in the past, it is probably the strongest deck at going first, which might be the case of why Oliver included cards like evenly matched in the main deck to maybe mitigate his advantage. And you can see already having a Gamma on the Swap Frog, which is one of the big punishes here. If Lorenzo does not have a starter, he might just pass his turn back to his opponent. What a start from Oliver.
Ooh, okay. Yes,
but
teleport.
Yeah, teleport is there, so one of the extenders in the deck of Lorenzo. We haven't seen teleport yet being played by a Sprite deck, but there is Ash Blossom as well. What an opening from Oliver. And yeah, he just passes back, and this could be a quick one. So we have seen a lot of very, very long game ones in the previous matches. Maybe we'll see a very, very quick one by Oliver. Let's see. He picks up his cards, he gets the impermanence. I think he has a Hornet Drone,
right?
Yeah. And here, Hornet Drones, this is where the confusing or fun begins. Because you might think this is a Sky Striker deck, and it's definitely not. So
I'm really curious to see now here, because like this is something that you don't usually often see, right?
No, absolutely. And if you're Lorenzo, you're already questioning this Kagari, because usually you get to see an Ayate and then the Kagari on a different card. But now this is a very, very good reason why he's playing this deck. As you can see, he's able to go through with a quick spell, and equip it right from his deck. So you'll probably get a B or a Union Driver in this case. But yeah, I think, oh wow. There was an ogre in his hand, but a Uno driver banishes as cost. So unfortunately, he revealed an important piece of information to his opponent. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is very good, especially because like he plays 3 copy of it, so it's an addition, like a very speed card, you know.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's an extender. When you go second through Zeke, you can force out a negation, but as you can see here, it's just an extender. It can play through your combos very well, and I'm liking it. So he knows though that there is a Ghost Ogre in the end from Lorenzo, so just has to play around that.
I think he also has this Colosseum. Could be. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, could be. He's playing, of course, the Tyrion engine, and let's see.
Yeah, he has a lot of good cards.
Absolutely.
I really like this deck.
Yeah, as I mentioned, going first is so strong whenever you get to your combos, and it's quietly fair. He goes for the line, I think. Yeah. Interesting line.
I think he could also maybe, if he has this Colosseum, he could push a lot of damage now.
Yeah, because sometimes you just go for the gadget, so the Platinum gadget, but we did not see him go for that. Instead, he opted to go for Lina, which is an interesting line, but let's see. He now goes, as expected, for the Tyrion, this Colosseum, and he's going to get the Regulus down. So just in case anything was going to come out, he now knows that the Ghost Ogre is not a threat. And this is so strong. Because as you know, you can just get back the Buster Drake, and now you get it for free. It's such a good interaction with the Tyrions. It's definitely really strong. So, unfortunately,
I think the Ghost Ogre, now Oliver is playing around it for sure. But I think he can push a lot of damage. Like, yeah, in normal summon C.
Yep. And still, this is again one of the reasons why the Sky Striker engine just makes sense. It doesn't waste your normal summon whenever you have the combos that Oliver is going through. And I think here, just pushing for a game is quite easy.
Yeah.
And we see a Cerberus, which is definitely one of those things you have not seen in a while, but
yeah, I think it's just there to let B trigger.
Yeah,
and then at the same time, you know, it's another body to push damage.
Absolutely. And here we can see L'Ammiraglio if you want, but no, it's less than 1000, so he's gonna go for either Unicorn. Let's see. And afterwards, we are probably gonna get to see the ABC Dragon Buster, which is just the key card of the deck, of course.
I think he can go for game.
For sure, yeah, this is plenty of damage. So as expected, he's just playing around a little bit. He doesn't want to risk, I don't know, any Piro or any weird card on him. But well played by Oliver. It seems as we were expecting that we are going to get a very quick game one. But when you start with Gamma and Ash, that's to be expected. Yeah, and here we see even the ABC Dragon Buster come down. And this is going to be plenty of damage to take this game one. Let's see it. Yeah. Gets into it, he attacks, and quick game one goes to the ABC deck, and Oliver Newton convincingly winning this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's nothing to say at all.
Yeah,
like,
not much to say. I guess some players argue that the Gamma play, so we couldn't, of course, see the full end from Lorenzo, but some argue that you should not use the effect of Swap Prog right away because of this specific instance, but I gotta say that even looking at the deck list, most people are maybe siding Gamma. It's not really popular this weekend in the main deck, so I can't blame Lorenzo, but regardless, very well played by Oliver, comboing through and showing us why the Sky Striker engine could make sense. But now let's just take a look at the side decks. Of course, Lorenzo is going to be a little bit confused or concerned on what to put in. What do you think he is going to bring in?
Yeah, taking a look at the side deck, he has Solemn Judgment, which, like, I mean, going first.
Easy against any deck.
And he also has the Triple Tactics talent, which is like, after what we saw in game one, I think is for sure considering it. And on the other side, I think, I mean, as you said before, Oliver is prepared to play against this kind of matchup, because like we have seen Tearlaments being played by a lot of players, along with Sprites. So
I mean, like it's probably
he has DD Crow, which is
DD Crow
good.
is okay. I think Cold Body Grave is a good option to break the Totally Awesome board. It depends how comfortable he feels with like Nibiru. We talked about how it's a very unique card right now in the terms of entraps, because by itself it's completely useless against Sprite, but paired with other entraps it becomes extremely good, and RP Feather Duster could be also another one, because dealing with the smashers in this deck is extremely important. So if, and it honestly could be the case for Lorenzo, you haven't played against ABC, maybe you don't know what to go for, but like smashers by itself is so strong in this matchup. So I think Oliver has, and he's gonna side out, maybe even Cosmic for this reason,
I don't even think you want to overside deck in this specific situation, given that, I mean, Oliver plays evenly matched in the main, Dark Lure no more, a lot of hand traps. Maybe I think Kolbai is a very good card against Sprite. I mean, the DD Crow is I think it's okay, but it doesn't really need that.
Even evenly matched is a weird one. Like, would you even side it against the Sprite matchup?
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that strong, but we'll see what Oliver decides to go for. Our duelists are ready, so let's jump back and find out the winner of Game 2. Okay. Wow, so we do see an opening of Shifter from Lorenzo. Interesting side deck choice, and I can already tell you Oliver is holding a lot of interesting cards. I saw a Nibiru, I saw a Dark Lure no more, and both are gonna be quite good here. I would be surprised if Lorenzo wouldn't go for a Gigantic and therefore make the Nibiru useless, but let's see.
I think it's interesting to see and why side decking, the Nibiru, because like I think it's a double-edged sword against Sprite, right?
Yeah, as we mentioned, like if you draw it with another entrap, it's great. If you don't, you're playing with one less card essentially. So high risk, high reward card. And now you can already see Lorenzo considering his options. I think Gigantic could be the correct one, and let's see if he's gonna go for it. So he doesn't, so things are already starting to be a little messy here, and we might see a huge punish from the Italian player once again, just like in the previous round we were covering. And now this is gonna be a huge punish. And he actually goes for a Link Summon too.
Ooh, goes for
out. This is gonna hurt so much. Oliver with the unusual choice, but what a punish that will be once he drops the Nibiru on him. Wow.
This is crazy.
Unbelievable stuff, yeah.
Yeah, because like here you have to activate the Nibiru.
Yeah, you can technically wait actually for the Gigantic just to activate, and then you chain it. And I personally wouldn't mind it, because what's gonna happen is he goes for Gigantic, but yeah, Nibiru comes down, and this is huge, absolutely huge. So, wow, what a turnaround of events. Just doing some quick math, and yeah, this is such a blowout. Wow.
It's like if you play Sprite, would you really expect to be Nibiru?
No, that's the thing, you probably wouldn't, and this is one of the openings we were discussing even with some of our friends looking into the event. Wow, that's so strong.
And Lorenzo sets one. This has caused a lot of problems, but now it's back to Oliver, which is full of spell cards. I think he has Onion Angers. Hornet Draw once again. Yeah, I mean, this Colosseum, I think his hand looks very powerful. Yeah, okay, it goes with the Union Anger, makes sense. We don't really quite know what Lorenzo is left with.
Yeah, but this is such a blowout. Of course, the shifter is gonna be slightly annoying because all of your ABC pieces trigger, of course, when sent to the graveyard. So Oliver is not gonna go super crazy on him, but the repeat was devastating from.
Because now, if you're Oliver, like, what can you expect? The back row will be like maybe impermanence, right?
I mean, I don't think you buy into it.
Yeah.
You're definitely looking into a bluff, most likely. So you're just not gonna care. Probably try to push as much as possible. And as you mentioned, it could be an impermanence, most likely, and you don't really care about that.
But you still want to play and consider the shifter, right? So you don't really want to get waste too many resources. Okay, it goes with B. He has a lot of options here, because like it really depends how many resources you want to get banished under shifter.
Yeah, because it's basically not gonna be the case. Can we check the extra deck to see if he plays any rank 4s? Because sometimes they do go for like Dweller or stuff like this. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, okay,
he
please
does play
Dweller.
Dweller. So
yeah.
he has also the option to just chill, let's say, and go for a Dweller, which is not even that bad. But I don't know. I wouldn't be a huge fan of it, I guess, because it's not gonna trigger the ladders. So I could even just pass in this instance. Let's see.
Okay, gets rid of the Union Anger, it has this Colosseum.
Yeah. So he does go for the Colosseum right now, doesn't do much, but next turn he's gonna be able to at least protect his monsters, because of course, outside of the obvious add one effect, you have the second effect which protects monsters when destroyed by battle.
Yeah.
So you can at least have a protection here. Possibly, let's see.
Yeah, I think he could also consider to pass, right?
Yeah, for sure. There's no way, I think. Like, maybe you could go Mascherena, I guess, just to lose the C, which I think makes sense, actually. I think I would go Mascherena pass, which might be what we're gonna see. Yeah. I think it's the only play. Like, you keep the B, you go Mascherena, and then you have another interruption, I think. That should be the best play, I think. Let's see if he agrees. And yeah, IP Mascherena comes down. It was the best play by far, because now you get to go Unicorn, and I mean, you're expecting maybe an impermanence, but instead is a starter, and this makes me question the play even slightly more, but I mean, we knew about this, so he takes the damage, and at least he will be able to somewhat play around this Unicorn. And it's quite possible that he just gets the game back to him, because when you have one Unicorn is not enough. So let's see. What you would go for, like directly to the red? If you don't have any other engine cards, probably not. You should go for the jet, I guess. But
yeah,
let's see.
Go for it.
Now a lot of good possible top decks from Lorenzo, but as we had a very quick game one, there is no need to rush. Still plenty of time in the round. And yeah, once again he goes for the starter, basically just dealing a lot of life points to himself.
I think now, yeah, Unicorn is not sufficient at all.
Yeah.
I don't even think he has a...
No, it doesn't do much, because now if you go to the Smashers, and that's gonna happen, I think you're pretty safe. The only worry is the set card, but I mean, he's going second, so you don't really expect real back rows there. And I mean, again, it could be an impermanence on your opponent, but that's not the biggest of deals, I would say. So, okay, we do see the red. This is nice because it protects, of course, the Mascherena activation. It's not honestly that great against it, but it's possibly an option. And yeah, now we see the elf. So regular stuff here, nothing too special. But since he special summoned the blue in the end phase, he's gonna go ahead and use it again. So he could get to the carrot and just play super safe around any of these opponent back rows and possibly even a second Nibiru.
Yeah, he could go carrot, then the gigantic Sprite.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a lot. Oh yeah, okay, here comes the blue.
And yeah, he did activate the Mascherena, which was negated by the red by tributing the elf. That's why it's gonna go to the graveyard. But now, as mentioned, since blue was activated during the end phase of the previous turn, he gets to use it again. So
yeah, I think this now could hurt. Because like you can go into carrot, then you have the Sprite, the gigantic Sprite. You have quite a few options. Because beside the Regulus, I think he has the Dark Ruler no more in hand.
yeah, let's see if there is now a response on the back rows. No, Oliver just with his hand on his face, not really willing to do much, but let's see. Okay, so nothing too surprising. We do get to see the swap and finally sending the Ronin. So from here on, do you think he can somewhat push? Because we know Oliver was holding a Dark Lure no more in his hand. So
yeah, the more you can push, the better. Because like still, we will soon see the Totally Awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, Oliver anyways has the Dark Lure plus the Regulus. I think he also holds a Hornet Drones.
Absolutely. Wow, and he actually gets rid of... Okay, yeah. Okay, he gets rid of a carrot, yeah. No, okay. A little, yeah, it didn't seem like it would make too much sense, to be fair, but he finally goes for the elf, so he's gonna go for the Totally Awesome plus the carrot, which is good. It does prevent one of the negations, but I think Oliver has a fair chance to come back. So it's gonna be quite a grind back and forth game, because now, as mentioned, I think he totally forgot about the other effect, so he's gonna be able to just use the Discolosseum effect and protect it. So as you can see here, he just sends the Regulus. He gets to keep his Buster, and now Lorenzo is not in the best of spots. Did you think? Yeah, he probably forgot, right?
Yeah, I think he forgot it. Yeah. Because like most of the times you think about, you know, the first effect rather than, you know, than the other one. So could be.
And yeah, play is back to his opponent, who we knew had a Dark Lure no more in his hand, and he could now use it to its benefit, and honestly it would be so strong here.
Yeah, he has a Regulus.
Nibiru as well. No, is it a Nibiru or?
No, it's another.
No, the A. Yeah, two copies of Dark Lure and then Regulus. So strong end, because now you get to do a lot of stuff. And the Dark Lure is gonna be so good, and here it comes down. So no response from Lorenzo, and this will allow Oliver not to go for game, of course, but to combo off quite a bit with his ABCs. So the last line of defense is the smashers we know about, which is still annoying, but we could see a lot of different possibilities. He goes right away for the Regulus. Interesting, because then the smashers on the B hurts significantly. I don't know. I thought maybe because the B was summoned from the driver, so you couldn't really go for it. But yeah, Here, this is a no-brainer. I really like this play from Oliver. So, yeah, nice play. Gets rid of the B, which would have given Oliver a lot of cards. Instead, he gets to go for the Regulus, which isn't great, but I mean, you take it. And now, yeah, he just gets to attack over 2 different monsters of his opponent, who is left top decking, by the way. So, still looking good for Oliver, just not as good as he could have maybe accomplished, but fair enough. So, what do you think he should attack? I guess, yeah. Both the carrot and well,
thinking about that.
No, because there is Dark Lurer, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. No damage taken, of course, but yeah, he gets rid of both. He will keep the dupe, so he has Ronin in grave, swap in hand, but nothing else. So looking decently fine for Oliver. Let's see. Plays back to Lorenzo, looking to draw one of his extenders, maybe.
This is a close one.
Yeah.
Let's see Lorenzo if plays. He plays also. Yeah. I think he could go into. If he can pass into Zeus, that will be very good for him. Like, yeah.
The problem is, of course, when your opponent is going to be able to use the Regulus, but I agree with you then if you go Cavalry, let's see. I think, yeah, the Centuria should be a good option.
Yeah, I will go for it.
To just at least even out the competition in a way. Yeah, I think I really like this. Let's see. He's considering it, I think. It looks like the best option, yeah, and he does goes for the Sky Cavalry. We'll see if the back row from Oliver was actually something relevant. Otherwise, we might see a complete blowboard wipe. Of course, transitioning into the Zeus.
Yeah, I think this is by far the best solution now.
Yeah. He does go into battle phase, so he won't be using the Colosseum. Yep. And now we go to main phase 2. We'll see Downer plus the Zeus, and yeah, this just completely clears the board and evens out because you can just use the Regulus, but it's not going to do much. So. Yeah, so Regulus activates, but then it just goes for Zeus once again, and it clears the board, so it was the Hornet drones face down. And now we know that the last card in Oliver hand is just the Dark Lurer, no more. So at the moment, doesn't do anything, but extremely simplified the game state. Let's see if Oliver can top deck any usable card. It's gonna be tough because it's he's already used the Union Driver, and it's only a one-off, so...
What would you like to top deck here, like Prosperity?
Or maybe Engage, if he has another target. I'm not sure if he just plays the Hornet drones though. Probably just the Hornet drones. Yeah, so then it would be a terrible top deck. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good play. He's playing really well. So now, as mentioned, he resolved the first part of the Zeus, cleared the board, main phase 2 gets back to Ronin, and then can just go directly into the Elf. Which is gonna give him so much advantage, yeah. Great play by Lorenzo, I gotta say, this game.
Yeah, now I'm thinking about what he could top deck, like Onion Hanger.
Okay, so plays back. Wow, and he chose the second and third copy of Dark Lurer. So the score is even. It's 1-1. I don't know why he keeps revealing cards, but like they will go to the game 3, and it's gonna be a close one with 13 minutes left in the round. So Definitely a good game here. It was back and forth a little bit at the end. The Dark Lord seems as if he could get the best of him, but the Smashers was really good.
No, it was incredible, especially because like I think we were not expecting to see Nibiru, right? Because like we were saying that it's 50-50 against the Sprite matchup. But once again, it paid off, especially because like you don't really expect, in general, people to side in Nibiru, because like
no, for sure. Nibiru was completely catching him off guard, but at the end, somehow he was able to recover, mainly due to the shifter, we gotta say, because the shifter kept his opponent at bay. He had an incredible end with the anger, and anger alone is pretty much the full combo. But luckily for him, he couldn't due to the shifter. So now things change a little bit, because we talked about how Oliver is maining cards like evenly, and now those are gonna come out. And instead, what is Oliver gonna bring in?
Yeah, once again we see Solemn Judgment. So definitely we were gonna see them inside, especially because like I think there are around 15 minutes left. 15. So yeah, we have time. Also Called by the Grave for sure. I think, 100%.
And yeah, pretty much that's it. But his opponent, I guess Ogre is really good. So Ghost Ogre is really good because you can hit the anger and it stops pretty much the entire combo. Outside of that, we might see Nibiru, which is a weird one because if they have the Tyrion engine, then it's completely useless. I think Diddy Crow is cute.
Yeah, I like
you can hit one of the ladders and then they are. It's not like it doesn't stop the entire combo, but it's still annoying.
Yeah.
Especially because maybe at the beginning you go for A as a piece to get back something, so you can actually get a not a chew for one, but like annoying them a little bit. And honestly, he has a lot of end shops in the main deck, so it's once again, as we mentioned, one of those deck lists where they take out some of the spells like Super Poly and Tactics, and they instead main so many end shops with Gamma as well. So I think the chances are pretty much even. This time around, we don't have, I think, at least in the side decks, I don't see any card to win in time. So either of them are going to try their best, I'm sure, to play as fast as possible in this game 3. But I think they're pretty much done with their side decking, so we can already move to the table, and they're going to start soon with one final game, game 3. Yeah, one last go shuffling here, and these duelists, once again, as a reminder, are competing for a chance to advance to the day 2, which, by the way, they are already locked for, spoiler alert, but they still need a couple of matches to guarantee that top 128. It's very close, but still need that, probably 9 wins should lock in. So.
Yeah, you are most likely guaranteed.
Yeah. So here they are. This is gonna be one of the last stands of the game, and I do see Prosperity in the end of Oliver, which is always very nice to see. And he's gonna start things off with the Prosperity. Great card.
Yeah, very great card, especially because like in a deck like this, one card alone makes you the whole thing, right? So even a Nuno Hanger or this Colosseum, he has a lot of good cards.
We have seen a little bit of a debate between like Desires and Prosperity, obviously not in ABC, but mainly also in Sprite. And I don't know, do you have a favorite among the two?
I am a fan of Prosperity, actually. It gives you a lot of consistency.
I think it makes sense, especially as you're seeing here, in a deck where you look specifically for cards like Anger, which is so strong by itself. I also love that in the side deck, it becomes such a great card. Like, it gets you all of your good cards when you're siding like Sanctum, Anti-Spell, Fragrance, stuff like that. Wow, and we do see the Ghost Ogre, though. That's a huge deal. We were mentioning how it is going to be sided in, and it's so strong here. Probably, però, l'ammiraglio.
I think it's coming.
Let's see it. He's playing Yeah, he does play the Link 1, I think the other one. But yeah, for now he's gonna set Impermanence. I didn't quite catch the other one. And play is back to Lorenzo. So great and clutch Ogre. Okay, so now we see a Jet.
Okay.
And a Blue.
What does he have?
I know he's Impermanence, but does he really want to go for it now? Wow.
Okay.
He does. Interesting.
Would you have waited?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it does all that much. Usually you would wait for the Gigantic. Also because now you might make them go into a different line of play. But let's see. Okay, ooh, he does have barrier. So interesting line with the waiting here from Oliver. Definitely not something you see every day being sided in this specific matchup, but it can be quite annoying. So.
And we were not expecting this to come.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Are you a fan of barrier against Sprite?
Not necessarily. Now, yeah, he's just asking his opponent if this Colosseum is mandatory. Instead, he's gonna just set one. Play is back to Oliver. Ooh, I think did he get the Union?
Yeah.
Wow, that's not a good one, but at least he can use it here. I think you always normal summon it and then use the Tyrion Regulus.
Yeah.
So yeah. And he does. So he normal summon the Union Driver, not the best way to do it, but it still gets things done. And we know that there is a Regulus in the end, so it's gonna come down right after. And I think Oliver is actually in a really good spot at the moment now.
Yeah, I mean, the Ghost Soga hurt it a lot, but on the other hand, like, barrier was huge.
Yeah.
Because I didn't have nothing else, so...
And now we do see Regulus come down. No response, of course, as the interaction goes. He can use the Buster right away and then use the driver on it. So great stuff here by Oliver. And it doesn't seem like Lorenzo has a response of any kind for now. So this is gonna be so much damage and so much advantage for the UK player.
Yeah, I think Lorenzo might have, you know, the impermanence. Because, like, rather than that, I can't think of any other back row on his side.
Yeah. Do you ever go for like a Phoenix to play it super safe here, or what do you think you should try and go for?
I will not go for it. Like
no,
I will not go for it.
Okay.
Like I mean, most likely there's an impermanence over there.
Okay.
You know?
He's definitely considering, and he does go for the Phoenix. It seems thinking quite hard about it. Yeah, he does. So plays it super safe. I can't blame him. Wow,
okay.
And a Solemn Judgment coming down on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I was not expecting Judgment by, like...
That's pretty much game by itself, though. So that's very interesting, because he gets to use the C on the A, and then the ABC is just game due to the Solemn Judgment. So maybe a little bit of an early call here by Lorenzo.
Wow.
And this could cost him the game.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Exactly, there comes the Buster.
And here comes the ABC Dragon Buster once again, and all it needs to do is activate his effect, and maybe just an Ibiru could save him to force out the negation. Outside of that, it would be game every time. So let's see. Lorenzo is not picking up his card, so maybe he has it, but I don't think he even has a card. So yeah, the handshake goes, he reveals a Gamma, and Oliver and his ABC deck actually win the match 2-1. What a match. Once again, a national champion showing why, even though he won 7 years ago, back in 2015 with Teller Knight, still is here playing and competing at the highest of levels with a deck that has to be considered as one of the underdogs.
No, indeed, but like he showed us that in game one, like he completely shut down his opponent's field. He played really well, while on game 2 instead, like, we were not expecting Nibiru to come.
Yeah, it was a very back and forth one. Essentially, we saw a shifter going first,
exactly,
which is very, very unique by Sprite. And I gotta say also kudos to him, because it means that he knows the deck a little bit, because he knows how much it can annoy him. But then we saw again twice in a row Sprite player not playing around Nibiru and getting punished for it heavily, because he passed with nothing on the field. But the shifter was essentially enough to keep his opponent at bay, and I guess if you give Sprite one extra turn, they can capitalize on it and just seal the deal. Game 3 again, back and forth. We see Oliver, and he gets it by one of the side deck cards from Lorenzo, the Ghost Ogre. Great against Anger, of course. He sets Shoe Pass. And we're thinking, okay, maybe this is quite shaky, because we saw the Impermanence, we didn't catch the other one. And Impermanence alone doesn't do anything against Sprite. And then his opponent goes for Gigantic, and the surprise comes.
I mean...
Dimensional Barrier.
Usually this is a card that you 100% see against Tearlaments, right? Because, like, it basically... And... I mean, he paid off, because, like, didn't have any other cards to extend his plays. Like, usually you can go into Elf and continue, but he didn't have anything at all. And then it was the Judgment, because, like, if you do not activate the Judgment on the Phoenix, of course, I don't think there's a possibility you can lose during the turn, right?
No. At the same time, though, we took a look at the end. There was a Gamma, which I think was probably drawn afterwards, so he couldn't really use it. And
the Smasher.
Yeah, so I don't think he could have done much about it. Maybe set the Smashers to just, once again try and if the Phoenix would have come down, maybe you don't stall him. But I think in the end, if you allow it to resolve, you lose regardless. Because even if he does an OTK, when he has Regulus and ABC is so strong against Sprite. Like you mentioned how against Dragon Link, the deck struggles to deal with big monsters. And ABC does both. It puts up a lot of monsters, and he gets rid of the normal summon. So it's pretty much the perfect card against Sprite. And it did work out for him. So he's pretty much locked in. I don't want to jinx it, but he needs only one win out of, what, 4 rounds? So to guarantee the top cut. And it's cool. And it's one of the highlights which, of course, we're going to cover tomorrow when we look also at the deck breakdown. Because top 128, once again, historical moment in Yu-Gi-Oh! We're gonna get so many different decks, like so many different decks. It's gonna be a fiesta in here. So I'm sure that ABC is not even gonna be the weirdest one of them all, and Oliver is showing that he's quite comfortable with the deck, I would say.
I mean, it's one of these decks that either you playing for a long time or you don't play, at all. Like you really need to know what you're doing, especially because like in a format like this in which there are a lot of decks, we have seen everybody's playing like 15 hand traps. Dark Lure No More is played. I mean, ABC, you do not expect it to be like at 7-0, but it showed us how powerful it still is.
Yeah, you don't expect it also because you mentioned like back in the previous format, I guess 1 or 2 months ago, more 2 than 1, I would say. The ABC deck was considered the best deck at going first, because as mentioned, usually you could play even the Adventure package, and then you have so many ways to play around Antrops. But the problem was that it lost heavily to the Dark Lure. And it wasn't popular back then. It was fairly recent when people started siding it. Now you go to an event where most people are maining 3 copies of the card. So playing ABC with no strategy to search, a trap card or some sort of other interruption is definitely something you wouldn't expect, but he's 8-0 with the deck, so that's an impressive future, and I don't know, it could be inspiring for any of you guys back home. I think it's, again, one of the things we tend to say where you are comfortable with your deck, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Lately has been giving you the chance to top and do well with the deck of your choice. So without further ado, though, of course, the ABC Master, the ABC God, however you want to call him, it's here in the room with Ed, waiting for the winner interview. So before further ado, thank you guys for being with us for the round 8 future match. And now, war will be on Oliver Newton and Ed. Smash it, guys.
Thank you very much, Marcello. Much appreciate that. So I am joined by Oliver Newton, who has just won that round. First of all, Oliver, congratulations. How does it feel to be back at Euros and to be this far into the tournament with no losses?
No, I've lost one.
You've lost one?
Oh, and it was round 1 as well.
Oh, sorry, on my sheet I saw that you had 8, XO, but losing one's fine. You've come this far, you've had a feature match. How does it feel to be back at the Euros?
Feels good after all this time off. I lost round 1 to Scythe and then won 7 in a row.
Fair enough, 7 in a row is good.
So it feels great.
Excellent. So you're playing ABC, which is something we haven't actually seen a lot, which is one of the reasons that you were featured as well. We wanted to see an interesting deck. But you've also got some interesting picks in here, things like evenly matched. You're running a Sky Striker package and stuff. Tell us a bit about why you picked ABC, why you're running Sky Strikers in it, etc.
So basically, to be honest, I was completely unprepared. Like, I didn't really like the new set, and then I kind of wanted to come to Euros as well. I was testing a math mech and I really didn't like it. Then on the day, well, yesterday, because we had to submit our deck list yesterday, I was just trying to figure out how to make ABC work. Then, yeah.
As long as Scythe doesn't come up, then clearly it does work.
Pretty much. And, yeah, I literally submitted it with just less than an hour left.
Well, it's a pretty good last-minute deck then. It's exciting to see that kind of thing being played. You also managed to out Sprites, which, considering how popular that is and how meta it is at the moment, that's pretty exciting. So just going through your game, you obviously started game 1 with like a Gamma and an Ash in your hand, which really, really helped you. Game 2, you had a Nib and a Dark Ruler, and then you nibbed the Hulk. So there was a lot going on.
The Shifter, the Shifter definitely put in work for him.
Absolutely. And then we also saw there were a lot of frogs leading to a Zeus that you were up against, but you remained composed, you kept your cool, and you ended up taking that. So are you looking forward to your next games? Is there anything you're scared of going up against? Anything with Scythe in it, I guess?
Yeah, anything with Scythe, and I really hate Flunder.
That's fair enough. We've only seen one of those in our feature matches today. Hopefully you won't go up against too many of them. But one more time, Oliver, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again on your 7-1 now by this point. Guys, do not go anywhere because we're going to be right back with the final round of today's matches. It's going to be very exciting. Do not go anywhere.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory! Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck! Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel!
Welcome back, guys, to another deck feature. This time we have my favorite Belgian player with my favorite deck. This is Max van Eversale with MathMech. Max, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Well, thanks for asking. I'm fine too. So, you're going to tell us something about the MathMech deck. What are the 4 most important cards of the deck?
Well, the most important new card is actually the Circular. It is basically the glue that binds the deck together. It can specially summon itself freely, and it sends for cost when it does that. Also, when it searches the best card in the deck, the trap card, Superfactorial, which is basically the same thing as Tribegate Revolt, but it summons a better monster than SHUEISHA, because it summons the Laplace. It also just sends a monster, a spell, or trap, and 1 card from the hand to the grave.
Non-targeting.
Yeah, non-targeting. And when it's made with the other best card, the 4th best card, with the Circular, no, this is Diamond, sorry, then it also becomes an Omni-Negate. And the greatest part about all of this is just how easy you have access to these cards.
Yeah, so what do you think is the overall strength of the deck? What makes this deck a top contender?
Well, as I said, like the ease of access. You have Silent Mining, you have Small World, you can use the Link 4 to get your access to the circular, and him on his own is basically all you need.
Circular is a crazy one-card combo that even gets better with all the extenders that you're playing. So talk about the weaknesses of the deck. What is the side deck card you would be most afraid of?
Well, the side deck card I'm most afraid of is a card that is being main decked right now, and that is DD Crow. So that and Ghost Bell, just anything that can actually stop your best interaction. Because the Super Factorial, if that gets stopped, it is your strongest play.
Yeah, that's indeed true if this card gets stopped. That is really rough, but you have other interactions to kind of prevent it from being stopped. So what do you think? How many players are going to top with this deck, this event?
If I would say on top 64, I would think at best there will be like 5 playing a package like Circular. Because even though it is a good and consistent deck, it will have problems facing the meta right now because of DD Crow main deck and all that stuff.
Thank you very much, Max. That was very insightful. And we are going to head back to the coverage.
From the past, the second haunting, with dozens of new cards, plus 9 famous ghost rares from all Yu-Gi-Oh! Eras. Yu-Gi-Oh! Ghosts from the Past, the second haunting.
20 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Hello and welcome back to another national champion interview here at the European Championship 2022 in Antwerp. I am here with the Spanish national champ, Julio Valls. Julio, how are you?
Hi, very fine, Leonard. I don't believe it's the first national that I won, and just I am celebrating the event.
That's good, that's good. So, what did you feel when you won the Spanish national championships? Were you really proud? Were you excited?
In special, this year was in my city, Zaragoza, so it was very special to celebrate with the people and friends that you have near. In general, well, is something that you don't expect at you end the finals and you have the trophy in your hand.
I mean, when you're a local hero, that's always really nice. So, what did you play back then, and why did you play it?
The format was very difficult. It was obvious pick or a Despia deck or a form to counter the Despia strategy. And that's why I play Fluanderis with 8 pots, Prosperity, Duality, and try to win with consistency the Despia matchup. I was afraid in special against Zombie War. That was the card that hurts me all the tournament, but I was lucky and I didn't play against Despias. And I just play all the tournament around Zombie War, and that's all.
Well, Zombie World, the most dangerous card to Fluanderis, apparently. So, what do you think about the format now? We have 2 or 3 big decks. What do you think is going to take it down?
I separate this format in 3 types of decks. Sprite, of course, and then decks like Tearlaments with a lot of super poly targets now that we have the Garuda. Dark Ruler main will be a lot of in main deck, and also I expect some decks with the Adventure package that will deal. But in general, I think that the Sprite could be the most comfortable deck for the event.
Yeah, I think Sprite is a very popular choice amongst the players. So, what do you think? How many Sprites are going to top the event?
If it's top 64, maybe the half should be a Sprite. Then always a rogue deck could be joined into top, and of course then Tearlaments and Adventure Pack decks.
Okay, so is there any tip, any helpful tip you want to give aspiring Yu-Gi-Oh players?
Just believe in yourself, think all your game states, and when you take the deck decision that you think that is the correct and not that the other will say, to improve as the game. And of course, talk with your community, they will help you with the decision. I have friends in different countries that help me to evolve as a duelist.
Absolutely, I think this is a perfect finish to this. Believe in yourself, believe in the heart of the cards, and talk to your friends. So, what an amazing interview. Thank you very much, Julio, and I wish you good luck for the tournament.
Thanks, Leonard. I guess.
So, we're going back to the rest of the coverage. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship in Antwerp 2022. I'm here with another national champion, Peter Milner in fact. Peter, how are you feeling?
Great.
And which national did you win?
Austria.
Austrian nationals. Do you remember how many players you've had there?
I think we were 176 players.
All right. And what deck did you use to win there?
I played Branded Despier.
And how did you come to that conclusion to play that deck back in the day?
I tested a lot with Florian and Julian, and basically we cycled through every deck in the format, and we decided to play Branded Despier because it was like the most reliable while still being powerful.
Yeah, and then let's talk about the emotional aspect. How did it feel to be the national champion of Austria?
Overwhelming, I guess. It was like super crazy because at first you just won a game, but then you realize you won the whole tournament. It was like great.
Yeah. And where's the trophy in your home? Does it have a special place now?
Yeah, it's in my living room.
Fair enough. And is Despia now still the pick for this event? Is it still the best deck to go?
I don't think so.
But let's go through the preparation of a national champion. Now that you're a national champion, you got a special treatment for this event as well. You have a VIP status. And how did you prepare for this event? Any special routines?
No, just casual playtesting with my team, like a lot of playtesting. And we try to figure out what is the best deck, what is the most powerful, and what is still consistent.
And you think you found that? You don't have to give it away, but you think you found a solution?
I think so.
Pretty good. Yeah, so that's all to be said. Thank you very much for the interview, and we will give it back to the live coverage of the European Championship. See you over there.
New for Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters, new Predaplant fusions, new Performapals, and the first ever Pendulum monster that's also a ritual! Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! Available now!
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Also available, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel!
Rated T for teen.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of the 2022 European Championship. I'm here with a great friend of mine, which is Raphael Neven, of course, so welcome.
Thank you very much.
As we were going through the venue, we were looking, of course, of some of these players, and as it is a European Championship, we have national champions, but we do also have YCS champion, and in your case, multiple YCS champion, but the one you got here is the remote duo YCS champion. So how was that experience and how it is finally being back on such a stage?
I must say I was never the biggest fan of remote duel, just because I really enjoy the atmosphere, the people, and I'm really glad to be back. The remote duel, I played the YCS anyway because my friends were playing it. The pricing was really good as well, so I had to play, and it was an interesting experience, but I'm glad this is back because this is what it really is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you still had fun, and you can have fun in Yu-Gi-Oh! In multiple ways. And I always, speak of you as someone who is very excited about the game, and in a way travels a lot. You're known as the traveler, I guess. And as we were quickly chatting before, even next week you're going to the YCS in Brazil, in Rio. So you have been traveling to a lot of American events, and I'm sure once YCS breaks in Europe as well, you'll also go there. So. How was the experience coming back even to the American events, and are you looking forward to an event in specific? And I don't know, you always have the 3v3 as well. You're competing right now on the 3v3 too, so.
Yeah, so I went to the first YCS back, Charlotte, I went to Hartford, Guadalajara, Bogota, and it was amazing. And especially, everyone knows this, the South American events are my favorite, and I really cannot stress this enough. If you have the means to go. Don't think, oh, South America, I shouldn't go or something. The events are always in the really good places in the city. The food is great. The people are so nice. So I was really glad I could go there. Can't wait to go to Brazil. Yeah, currently I'm playing in the 3v3 side event just because I think 3 versus 3 is the best way to play this game. There's less variance and you can play with your friends. It's great, so I'm really looking forward to the 3 versus 3 YCS in Quito, Ecuador. That's definitely something I'm looking forward to.
Absolutely, but now to just get a little bit into the specifics and into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of course you're a multiple time winner, and I know people from home want to hear some of your opinions as well. When we were waiting for the actual dates and venue for this event in specific, we were talking a little bit, and you told me you were actually excited the more time was passing by because Power of the Elements was going to be legal, and that is the reason why this tournament is going to be completely different from the North American event. So I'm talking about just the meta. What do you think of it now, and what do you think is just going to win the event? Of course, hopefully you, but
Yeah, so I went to Chicago just to hang out with my friends, and they were playing the past format, and I already then had the feeling I'm really glad that I can play the Euros, because with Power of the Elements, things became a lot more interesting. We have 2 brand new decks. Both of them are super close. I tested everything, both of them, and I still, today, I'm I have picked a deck, but I could easily switch to the other one just because it's so close and how good they are. And what I think will win eventually, I think because this will be 12 round Swiss and top 128, so it's an insane amount of rounds, which favors Sprite, I think, because it's a little bit more consistent. However, the Tearlaments deck depends on the build, however. I was telling you, if it is, it's more powerful for sure. So if it is your day with that deck, you are winning the event, straight up. So, like I said, it's too close to call. And I also don't want to reveal what I'm playing, but yeah. If I would say, I think for Swiss to top, I think Sprite is the best deck. But if you want to win the event, I think you play Tear.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, it is one of those topics which we often went back and forth, and I do agree with the same. So Sprite is a perfect deck to top the event, and maybe with the additional pricings and the new crystal cards, so in top 32, it might be a really good aim to just play a deck. But Tearlaments, and we have seen a lot of different versions, so I'm really curious to see how people will actually build a deck with Dangerous Punk. So it will be a lot of good action. But thank you, Raphael. I'm sure you will see more of you, maybe in a future match, maybe in Top Cut, who knows. But thanks again, guys, for watching. keep watching, stay tuned, and we'll be back soon with more coverage.
I've been waiting for you, Yugi.
Good, because I have a new strategy for you. It's my turn. I draw. Charge toward victory, Master of Chaos! Believe in the heart of the cards, and you can build your perfect deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, Battle of Chaos, now on sale, including a special original Dark Magician. It's time to duel.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the coverage of the European Championship 2022 here in Antwerp. And we have another national champion here. We have Brian Kaiser. Hi Brian, how are you feeling?
Hi, I'm good.
What national did you win actually?
I won the Dutch Nationals.
That was one of the earlier nationals, one of the smaller nationals. How many players did you have?
I think it was 330, I think.
Yeah, around 350 I think so as well. I actually played them as well. You did a little better than me. But yeah, what deck did you play back in the day?
I played Sword Soul Tenyi.
And what do you think about the deck now? Is it still a viable choice? Is it not that good anymore in the current format? What's your opinion on it?
I think you can play it, but obviously Tearlaments and Sprite's around the corner, and I don't think it's a good choice.
Did you consider it at all for this tournament?
No, not at all.
I see. But let's talk about your national win more. So you got a cool prize card, you got a nice looking trophy. Where did you put your trophy, for example?
The trophy is in our local store.
Nice. So everybody can see that you're the national champion. All your local people out there and are rooting, yeah, Brian, our national champion.
Yeah, kind of.
That's very cool. So as a national champion, you actually have the benefit of starting into the tournament with a 2-0 record already. So did that change your deck building in any way?
Yeah, of course, because when you start 2-0, you will most likely face the best decks of the format, like Sprite, Tearlaments. So you can build your deck a little bit, not against the rogue decks, for example. So I think it has of 100%. I changed my deck because of it. So I think you have to.
It's just a different scenario because in round 1 and 2 it's pretty much random who you play, and now you have like better opponents because they're also 2-0 from there on. Would be funny if you just play versus another national champion in round 3 then, because they also all have the bye. That would be pretty iconic. But yeah, thank you so much for the interview. That was pretty much it, and we are going back to the live coverage of the event. So see you at the casters desk.
For Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force! 100 new cards you can add to your deck, plus tie-ins with Tactical Masters. New Predaplant fusions. new Performa Pals, and the first ever pendulum monster that's also a ritual. Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph Dragon. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dimension Force, available now.
9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Welcome back to your coverage here in Antwerp for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championships in 2022. Right now, I'm joined by our Italian duo, Alberto and Marcello, who are going to talk to us a little bit about the meta game at the moment. So guys, obviously we've just had Power of the Elements come out. Talk to us a little bit about how that's changed the landscape of the game.
Absolutely, it has been an incredible set. I think one of the most impactful of the last years. I don't honestly remember something as impactful as it is. It introduced a lot of new decks, and at the same time it gave existing decks a lot of powerful tools to compete in. So we are expecting a very diverse meta this weekend. But of course, on top of them all, I have to bring out and talk about Sprite as the first deck. That has been in the mouth of players for months now, because it has been dominating all over Japan. So we always have to look at what's happening over there. And although there are some main differences, one being that Maxi is not legal over here, which is a great tool because the deck is pretty much made of level 2 monsters. You can search them through Sprite Gigantic, and Maxi is one of them. So thanks to Swap Frog, which is an all-time favorite, especially for me and Alberto, you can get Maxi back to the end. We could see something similar this weekend happening with Ash Blossom, because all of your tuners are searchable, and you can also bring them back. And we know Totally Awesome is an amazing card, and the deck is just able to consistently bring up a board. Main 12 to 15 hand shops even, and we will actually have the chance to bring you guys the percentages for the most played cards throughout the weekend. But already a sneak peek can be that Dark Lure No More is quite popular, and that is mainly because it beats Sprite. So I'm sure we will see a lot of them, and I would be absolutely astonished if none of them top the event. But Alberto, what is the other deck from Power of the Elements you want to talk about?
Yeah, on the other side, there's the Tier Element deck, which is, in my opinion, incredibly powerful, and I think we will be seeing very nice matches between Sprite and Tier Elements. As you said, Sprite plays a lot of entraps, and on the other hand, with Tier Elements, actually with Dark Lure No More, super polymerization, it has a lot of cards, and in my opinion, there's the Ophinis, which is kind of an entrap, because it's really powerful. You basically can reveal it during your opponent's turn, and then you can basically mill 3. And then this deck can basically abuse of a Shadow Winda. It's incredible powerful card against every single deck of the format, but what I really like about this deck is also their fusion summon monsters. So the Kid Kalos and El Kaledohar, they're very powerful. You search this card and basically you can get rid of your opponent's cards as well. I think about talking the side decks, but we'll be seeing that during the weekend it's not going to be that easy because, like as you said, Sprite plays a lot of Anthrops. So like during the mirror matches, I think it's not going to be super easy for our players. But on the other hand, Tearlaments is here. Can't wait to see it in action.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, the key word of the deck is, you know, send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard. And a similar mechanic is excavating, of course. And one deck that I'm looking forward to seeing in action is once again Punk. We have seen how throughout the last meta games it has been played with a lot of different engines, the adventurer package, and you know, just having the option to pretty much use any type of monster in the extra deck, so synchros, XYZs, link monsters, sometimes even fusions, and I'm looking forward to the new Punk cards released. So the Fuel Spell is incredible, it allows you to draw twice per turn, so you can just with one emergency teleport, even combine the engine. So what I'm looking forward is gonna be these maybe even 60 cards decks, which I'm a personal fan of, with Punk cards, maybe even Tearlaments cards within. Some people I've heard have even mixing up the Sprite cards or at least swap frog within, so we might see these very powerful high risk, high reward kind of strategies, and I think the Punk engine is amazing. I think I'm a big fan of it, especially in the Tearlaments deck. I think it has a lot of merits. We might see some old cards like Dangers as well, so there is a lot of interesting engines to see in action, but I think one deck again from Power of the Element, maybe a dark horse of the event. I'm gonna leave Alberto talking about it. What is it?
So I'm super excited to bring you guys a little bit of talk about MathMech, which is in my opinion an incredible deck, thanks to the newest addition in Power of the Elements of MathMech Circular, which alone brings you up an incredible board. Basically you can special summon it, sending a card from your deck to the graveyard. We can go on with the combo, but basically you can go into your XYZ monsters very easily with only one card. And then on the other hand, also it super speed things up with the MathMech Diameter, which is basically an Omni-Negate during the turn you XYZ a monster during the turn it is used. The deck is super powerful because once again it plays around 15 hand traps, and if you basically are prepared to play against Sprite decks or Tearlaments, maybe MathMech could be your choices for this event. Also because, like, I don't think it could be an overestimated deck. In my opinion, people will, of course, rely on their resources, but MathMech, it could be really the outsider of this weekend. We will see. I'm very looking forward to seeing this deck in action.
So we've got Punk, Tearlaments, Sprite, MathMech. Are there any other meta decks that have been dominating the landscape for a bit that you are also excited to see over the weekend?
Absolutely. So as we have mentioned, Power of the Elements, amazing set. A lot of new, completely new decks, but some of the decks we have seen already at the past events. And of course, an highlight of the weekend will be the National Championship. So we have had an incredible attendance and a lot of different decks winning them. So we'll see, and we'll even get to talk to some of the national champions to see how their decks, which were pretty much almost 2 months ago, 1 month ago, even some of the national championships, if these decks are still valid. I think most of them will be actually interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing some Eldritch in action, actually. It's not the most loved deck, I think, but as Alberto and me were going through, many decks are maining this weekend 12 to even 15 Anthrops, cards like Dark Lure No More, and all of these cards are not very useful against Eldritch. So I think it is one of those moments in which once again you can choose your favorite trap cards. Depending on the deck, we could see again there can only be one goes and match. All of these cards are still very relevant, but there are also some interesting tech cards I've seen people come up with, like Summon Limit or even End the Ban Played On, which is amazing against Sprite because they're all level shoes, as I mentioned. So I think Eldritch again will be a nice choice, and alongside it maybe also Flowanderies, which is again a rogue deck, but it dominated the Italian National Championship, which we have commentated. So we'll see if again, thanks to Dimensional Shifter, which is amazing against Tearlaments by itself, will be good. But I don't know if you have any other picks for the weekend from these old decks.
I'm really curious to see if players will rely on Dragon Link, a deck that we have seen over the past few years, still here dominating the scene. I think the deck is super powerful at the moment, especially because like with big bodies on the board, you can really break your opponent's field. I would really like to see some players will play Salamangreat, which at the Italian National Championships we have 1 players in the top 4 actually. And I would really like to see if some players will play it also because like at the moment Nibiru the Primal Being is not played so much, especially because like Sprite, as you said, is able to bring up on the field the Sprite Red, which basically would prevent your opponent from activating the Nibiru from his hand. I would really like to see if some players will rely on it. We will see. Looking forward to it.
It's going to be very exciting. So we talked a little about the meta. Are there any rogue or off-meta decks that you'd personally quite like to see over this weekend? Because I'm a dinosaur fan, and I know there's at least one person who's running some kind of dinosaur deck, which is exciting for me. But do you guys have any off-meta picks that you'd quite like to see?
Absolutely. It wouldn't be as exciting for me to see Tyranno. I still have some flashbacks in my mind, but yeah, for sure there are a lot of decks, and there are some decks which also aren't considered as, let's say, full potential reached yet. So, for example, one of them, again, from Power of the Elements, could be Exosister. So that deck also is an interesting one, which I hope we will see with Marta. Exosister, again, being the key card of the deck. It's a very interesting play style, so I'm sure that with such a huge crowd, we will see some of them maybe sneaking even in the top cut. There is a chance, and we will find out soon, if maybe for the first time in history we will get a top 128. So in that case, there is even a higher chance of one of these decks sneaking in. So I'm definitely looking forward to some of them. So.
About me, I was thinking about Marincess.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because basically at the Italian National Championship we were super impressed by these 2 players basically breaking the field and crushing it like crazy, especially because like I think that if you know how to play it properly, also your opponent is scared on how to play his end traps correctly. So hopefully we will get to see Marincess in action. It was super incredible, nice to see it at the Italian National Championship this year. Again, 2 players, I think they made top 16, both of them. Yeah. It's super fun, incredible to see, like incredible combo on the field. Definitely my pick for your questions.
It's going to be very exciting to see what happens. But before we return back to some of the other coverage, there's one thing I want to bring up with you two. So you two are quite well known for sort of placing a friendly bet on what deck you think is going to possibly win the entire tournament. So this is the Euros, it's a very big championship. What decks do each of you foresee as potentially winning the event?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go first just because of everyone playing, which fears Alberto answers, because usually he has always failed with the pick. So if you're playing the deck for Alberto, unfortunately, you're not in time to change your deck anymore, but hopefully it will go as well. So I want to go with some version of Tearlaments. I think the deck maybe is slightly less consistent than other decks, but I really enjoy watching it. And maybe I'm going to go even with some like 50 card version, so with maybe Dangerous, even Punk, why not? I'm really looking forward to some of these combo Tearlaments deck.
It's probably going to call it, but I am a super fan of Totally Awesome, so I have to say it's Sprite. I've been looking forward to this deck, honestly. I have sweet memories about playing Swap Frogs, actually, so I have to say Sprite. So hopefully, guys, I will not bore any of you. But yeah, we will see if this one time maybe I will pick the right one.
We certainly will. It's going to be very exciting to see if either of those decks win, because you never know what happens at these events. Anything can happen. But thank you very much, guys, for talking to us a bit about the meta. Don't go anywhere, because we have plenty more coverage of this Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game European Championship live from Antwerp, and we'll be right back with more.
And welcome back. We are now live with the final round of the first day of coverage here at the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship live from Antwerp. It's been a long old day of dueling, and all of our duelists have been immensely patient and been working very hard to get through every single one of these duels. But we are now in the final round of the day, round 9, and I'm joined by Alvaro Bonilla and also Arthur Tariu, and these guys are going to get straight in. So guys, I'm going to let you roll the dice. Please go ahead, and we'll see which one of you guys will be going first today. Okay, so who's going to go first? Okay, Arthur's going to be going first. Gentlemen, best of luck to you both. I'm going to hand you guys over one more time over to our wonderful commentary duo. Guys, take it away.
Hi everyone and welcome to round 9, the final round for day 1. We have been witnessing a lot of amazing Yu-Gi-Oh! Matches throughout the entire day, and now finally we have one more remaining for the day, and trust me, we chose a really good one for you guys. And a deck we yet haven't seen, which though was at the top tables and we could not miss it. So without further ado, I'm gonna spot it right away, and in the matchup we're gonna see Alvaro and his Exo-Sister deck, something we have not yet seen, but he has been doing super well with it. So
yeah, we have been discussing in our meta deck discussion, and the deck has like an anti-meta strategy, in which basically every single card that is moving the graveyard gives you access to a lot of effects, and basically you can basically XYZ monster from your extra deck. And they're incredibly powerful. Like you can basically make Abyss Dweller, kinda. You have the Magnifica, which is like, you know, the boss monster of the deck, and then the Michaelis itself, which is like, you know, super interruption. I'm a really big fan of the deck, and I mean, it's going up against the Tearlaments deck, and I think if you're playing Exo-Sister, you really want to play against this deck, especially because like it moves a lot of cards out of the graveyard. You can gain a lot of advantage out of it, and I think it's super prepared Arturo to play against it.
yeah, as you mentioned, by itself the engine seems like it would be really good, especially against Tearlaments, and I think Alvaro has one of those deck lists you really pray not to play against. He has Mystic Mind, Goes in Match, a lot of different you know, very oppressive cards in his main deck, and I'm sure Arthur is not going to be happy about it because he is playing the Tearlaments deck, and it's probably the straightforward deck list, the most straightforward one we have seen today. I think it doesn't have nothing special going for him, and it's just a straightforward deck list with you know, Fusion Substitute and then King of Swamp. Nothing too, I think, out of the blue, but it's working out for him. Sometimes consistency is key. We mentioned how the deck is probably the most powerful at the moment, but sometimes it lacks consistency, and Arthur decided to focus on the consistency. No matter what, I think we are mostly excited to see if the Exo-Sister is gonna do it and gonna take a good chance to advance to the top 128. So without further ado, our players are ready, so let's jump one last time to the table. And here we are, we get to see the start, of course. Unfortunately for Alvaro, he's gonna go second this time, but he has a lot of tools in his deck. We mentioned Mystic Mind, but also Dark Lure no more. So,
and once again, I think that having Mystic Mind in the deck has paid off. We have seen some matches this weekend that ended up with a Mystic Mind, but basically you relied on it with some turns. You don't really win out of it, but could be a solution, because like Arthur doesn't play any card to deal with the Mystic Mind, so he has no out at all in the main deck.
Yeah, that could be a very quick one, and definitely not something you look forward to go for, but for now we're just gonna see a unusual opening, and we didn't really get to see too much Tearlaments combos, I would say.
Yeah, especially because, like as you said, he's playing a really straightforward list, like without danger, without punk. without the adventure cards. It's like very standard one. He plays Antwerp, something that he plays, you know, Diddy Crow, Ash Blossom and stuff. Also the fusion substitute, which we haven't seen.
Yeah,
often.
I mean it's pretty much the same as playing the poly, but sometimes you can get an additional use out of it. We saw it probably last time back in Zodiac format, where it was absolutely brutal combo where you pretty much plus the infinite going first, but now we get to see an interesting opening with the own pop, self-pop, I would say, with the field spell. So let's see the 5 meals. Yeah.
Yeah, because like playing this version, you really rely a lot on your meals, because like rather than the danger themselves, he maxed out all copies of his Tearlaments, so he plays 3 offs of them all.
Yeah. They're just explaining the chain links right now. Right.
He's gonna mill 5. I think we saw Meta Noise and a Merly, maybe Shayrin.
Yeah. So let's see if he's gonna be able to capitalize a little bit here.
Okay, searches for the Shayrin. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think this is pretty standard, especially because like if you don't know you're playing against Exo Sister, you will do it anyway, so you go for this Tabelia, yeah. Then he goes with the Shayrin, he gets rid of the Diddy Crow, and he gets to mill 3. But, yeah.
Yeah, again, underwhelming meals here by Arthur. We talked about how the deck is sometimes lacking some consistency, and I think he's just passed.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Ooh.
So now play is back to Alvaro, and we want to see the deck in action for sure. I'm excited for it, and we do see the Mystic Mine. Wow. I think this will be a quick one because I'm trusting you on this, but you told me he does not have any outs in the main deck, right?
Yeah.
But I guess maybe the primal, the planet could be an out. So if he does go for a fusion, because he nailed the poly, right?
Yeah.
So I guess the only other card is the fusion substitute. Yeah. So he does have technically an out, but now we get to see the Marta in action, and finally his opponent will try his best to fight back.
I think this is one of the main reasons why the deck has become so powerful, thanks to the released in the Power of the Elements of Marta. It's just like a super huge addition to the deck, and I mean you can do crazy stuff with it. And now he goes for the. I was thinking about that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he does continue through. I don't think was Arthur even maining any Antwerp, so I'm unsure. I think maybe the Diddy Crow.
Maybe Ash Blossom as well. Yeah.
But he has the Dark Lurer, which is okay for next turn. But yeah, we'll see if this will pay off. Of course, you cannot know that your opponent doesn't have that many outs to the mine, so he's comfortable to just comboing off, but now there is a chance to actually activate a monster effect if you're Arthur.
Yeah, now he's explained to him the one of the main XYZ monster of the deck, which is Michaelis.
Yeah.
Which is really powerful, because like here he gets to search.
Yeah, and especially against the Arthur deck, as all of the Exo-Sister outside of Martha, which is much better, trigger when a card is moved, essentially from the graveyard. I mean, Tearlaments Monster, that's what they do. So you get to trigger so many effects, get a lot of XYZs for free.
And alone Martha indeed gives you access, like a super easy access to Michaelis. And what you really want to achieve with this deck is having the opportunity to summon the Exo-Sister Magnifica as soon as you can. Especially because like both effects that he has, it's like crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, besides making a second attack during each battle phase, basically also the other effect is that you can detach a material, and then with the exquisite material you detach, you can basically use it as a material for an exquisite monster.
It's pretty much a very unique interaction, which kind of reminds of Zodiac Monsters, where you can just keep using them and then getting back the other one, but it's a lot of advantage in the meantime. So Stapelia, it looks like he left now the field, which is going to be interesting with the Mystic Mine keeping there, because it's essentially now hurting Alvaro more than it's helping him, but it seems like he's fine with it. He's going to set 2 cards, and as mentioned, he's maining a lot of traps.
Yeah. Now Arthur draws for turn, and he has Merly, Shayrin, Diddy Crow, and he drew Dark Lure No More.
Yeah, so he had the Dark Lure, and now he's gonna go and try to mill some useful cards. Let's see, he does it this time. He actually hits pretty well, both the Rhino Art, and he can try and play out. Of course, he has to play around the Mystic Mine being on the field. So let's see how he wants to do this.
Yeah, he has the field spell, which for sure can help him out. We know that Alvaro has the Varys, and you know, which brings along 2 Exo-Sister monsters from the deck.
Yeah. Are we gonna see a Gozen match or some sort of interaction from his opponent? Let's see. He does go for the Returnia as expected, so definitely gonna hurt a lot. I'm gonna bring it up once more for you guys on the screen, but essentially you can just banish it, so it's gonna be a Diddy Crow effect, but afterwards you can also XYZ, and if you do, you banish a card. So that's a lot of interactions with just 1 card, and when he has the Vadis to pack it up, Vadis is essentially the Gyarja engine of the deck back in the day, when you would use it to bring out 2 Gyarja monster from your deck. So,
and it's even crazy when you have Varys in combo with it, because like basically you bring on the field 2 Exo-Sister monsters, and then you can XYZ summon. Yeah, he brings up Sophia and the one Irene.
Yep. And as you can see here, now we're gonna get to use the second effect. So they will go probably, I mean, they have a lot of options, so they could go, as you were mentioning, for the Pseudo Dweller of the deck, which so I think they're considering here. They pretty much have 2 different effects, which is one of them is a Pseudo Dweller, whether they cannot use effects in the graveyard, which is insane against Tearlaments, and the other one is that they cannot special summon a monster from the graveyard, which it's not the greatest matchup, but surely annoying in other ones. Instead, I think he goes for a second Michaelis. Yeah.
But this deck is really powerful, because like you can put so many interruptions during your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
Indeed, you have this Pseudo Abyss Dweller, then you have, you know, the Gibrin, which is basically an impermanence. Yeah, he gets rid of the Perle Reino.
Yeah, because now, of course, Arthur is trying to capitalize on the Mystic Mine from his opponent, but let's see if he is able to just crash, trying to leave any of them on the field. He's considering doing something in Memphis 2, and he does go. Okay, let's see if he's gonna meal anything.
Wow,
yeah,
nothing.
just misses once more.
That was very unfortunate. Also because, like as we said before, Arthur is has maximized his Tearlaments monsters, all 3 offs, and he didn't mill any good cards.
Yeah.
And now back to Alvaro, which can actually consider to push a lot of damage. You can go for Magnifica, which...
and here comes, finally, we have been speaking of how the card is a win condition and the main win condition for the Exo Sisters deck, and yeah, here it is on the screen for you guys. So Exo Sisters Magnifica gonna come out. As you can just see now on the screen, these guys, and it has been fixed, are actually on 6 wins and 1 draw, so a pretty solid score.
Yeah, still undefeated, so...
1 loss, but yeah.
Ah, I thought it was a draw.
Yeah, 1 loss and 1 draw. They're on 6-1-1 at the moment, so... But yeah, now as expected, the Magnifica is such a big deal, and I don't know, it's a very unique use of Mystic Mine. I think ever since round 3, which is the first round we did commentary on, we saw Diego using Mystic Mine in a very unique way, and I think Alvaro is using it even differently.
Yeah. Oh, but from what we've seen, most of the players don't really, win or out of Mystic Mine. They basically use it for activate their effects, but looks like it's becoming a draw pass. I think Arthur has as you said, the fusion substitute in his deck.
Right, it's gonna get tough, and now I think he plays back to him. Yes, there's no the Diddy Crow and the ruler. Yeah. But Diddy Crow not gonna be the greatest steer, but now he's forced out a pop. He's gonna check his graveyard just to see which one he can get back.
Yeah, he goes for Magnifica, and as we were saying before, he can also XYZ the monster with the, or activate its effect.
Yeah.
Let's see what he goes for. Okay, he banished the
he
other
banishes
copy.
a second copy of Meta Noise, and now free to keep pushing. But let's see if he mills again. Like Arthur Mills has been so unlucky, we gotta say, in this game 1. So
yeah, he only milled once a couple of Tearlaments monsters, but rather than that, he didn't get the chance to see other good mills, and he needs one now.
okay, and now he does go for the Magnifica once again, so gets rid of the second copy of Dark Ruler no more, and he's gonna just try and use the other effect, so to switch them up. Showing off a little bit of the potential of this deck, which definitely gonna get even better in the future, but for now it seems like it's still on the top tables. We have seen a couple do well, but
we've seen it before. I think this is one of the deck that if you played it against, this is last round of the day, it's not an easy matchup, especially if you're playing Tearlaments.
Yeah.
Because you're moving cards out of the graveyard every turn, basically. So he has a lot of potential, especially because like every single XYZ monster in the deck has, you know, interruptions like, you know, the Asophiel, which is a Studio Dweller, and then the Magnifica and the Michaelis themselves are super powerful.
So back row. Again, we mentioned it, our Alvaro version is even more... Okay, and he does get the fusion substitute when it doesn't matter anymore for the Mystic Mind, so quite an unfortunate pickup now. He will have to normal summon the Snow. And
yeah, it goes
just
battle phase
goes
and,
to the battle phase. So all the good old days, I guess, well, works out in this case.
Yeah, I think although he like didn't get any good meals at all in the last few turns, still is back to Alvaro, which might have said another Mystic Mine, I'm thinking, but
yeah, most likely. Yeah. So we do know that at least one of them is a Mystic Mine. For the rest, yeah, we are gonna see again the Vadis, and that's so strong right now.
Yeah.
I don't think Arthur has any interruptions, and he's gonna go and actually summon 2 more from his deck.
Yeah, he still has a lot of monsters now. I mean, yeah, he goes for Stella and Alice. Okay. I think he also plays, yeah, he plays, of course, 3 Michaelis, so he still has another one if he really wants to go for it. Okay, he goes for Caspital instead.
Yeah, he goes for Caspital, so he is able to just go and grab the Marta most likely with the second effect. So, of course, gonna explain every activation to his opponent, and this is one of the big advantages. We have talked about this multiple times in the past. When your opponent has to read your cards, you're already ahead. And with Exorcisters, this is happening. I bet a lot. So if Alvaro wins the match, I'm sure we can ask him about this sort of stuff, like how many times his opponent asked to read these cards. And
yeah,
Arthur has seen enough, so he picks up his cards, and it's gonna be Alvaro just 1 game away from an almost perfect day 1 here in Antwerp. So again, the question is, when you play such a unique deck, your opponent is going to be the one struggling when it comes to the side deck.
Yeah.
So Alvaro has already an incredible matchup just by Engines. I think the Engines just beats the other one. Yeah. But in the side deck, it's going to just try his best. He knows that he's going to play against it a lot. And so what do you think he is going to bring in?
Well, there's Dimensional Barrier who is going in for sure. Like, I mean, calling XYZ monster gives you a huge advantage. Given that Alvaro is playing Mystic Mine, I will side in also the Galaxy Cyclone, which is good. And then on the other hand, like as you said, Alvaro is prepared for this kind of matchup, just looking at the main deck itself, but at the strategy of the deck. There's change of art, which we haven't seen so far this weekend.
Change of art, yeah, definitely one of the good old days cards, but it's still really strong. It can be used in a few matchups, but I would say Ultimate Slayer is coming down, sending the Elder Entity and Tis. You pretty much get a +1 guaranteed, and it's really strong, especially against the side deck options from Arthur. Evenly matched could also be included. It's one of those fair enough cards, I would say, but overall something we didn't mention yet is outside of, if it wasn't enough, the Mystic Mine, the Dark Lure No More, the evenly matched, Alvaro is also maining a Shifter.
Yeah.
And Shifter is pretty much an auto-win button, or at least have a full turn to play against the Tearlaments.
Exactly. But that's one of the main reasons why the deck is, on one hand, consistent, on the other hand, like super annoying to play against.
Yeah.
Because like I think he can afford to play all the good cards of the actual format, like Dark Ruler No More, the Dimensional Shifter that we saw in the previous rounds. I mean, alone it gives you like a lot of advantage, and I think just in case if we might see a game 3, considering that game 1 was like 20 minutes round, he's still playing, you know, the Ghost Mourner, which.
Yeah,
might help him.
It's an interesting one. Of course, it's not the best sister to be played when timeout arrives, of course, but it's still really annoying because, in a way, if time is close enough, then it might still end up in a draw, but it stops your opponent in his tracks, because if he keeps going at it, then he takes the damage when that leaves the field. So at the worst case scenario, what I like about it is that it's a card that, differently from like this Resonator, Cowboy stuff, you can just play, because it's an effect veiler pretty much, and that's a card that you can play regardless of how much time is left on the round. But still, our players are ready, so let's go back to the table for the start of this game shoot.
Wow, we see the Dimensional Shifter, but there's the Cold by the
What
Grave.
a start! What a start from Arthur.
Wow. And last card, okay, Emil was the Rhino Heart, which, okay, didn't, okay, he said shouldn't pass.
Yeah,
wow.
what a start. It looked as if, yeah, the Cold by the Grave would have been super strong, but instead, again, an unlikely meal, and Alvaro instead starting things off with the Prosperity.
So most likely, I can imagine that he might have a Dimensional Barrier. Could be. But let's see with this Prosperity what he reveals. I think he's was definitely hoping for something better with you know, the early turn before.
Wow, and we see again the Mystic Mine reveal, and I mean, a lot of different options here actually. He can take it slow and just go for the mine. There are 60 minutes left in the round. Or honestly, I think you smell just the fear in your opponent. I smell blood, so you might as well just take it. I do not like this, if I have to be honest. There are a lot of players who tend to do this even with duality, but it's revealing a lot of information to your opponent, and this is something that I suggest you guys to never do when you're solving this card. Like, why give your opponent additional information for free? So slowly but steadily, he at the end decides to pick up the Exo-Sister from the deck, and yeah, he just goes for it. Normal summon it, activate the effect, and that's it. Arthur is considering it, and he does go for a special summon. So here, worst case scenario, we could just see, as in the previous game, the Mikhail. Ooh, but we get the Poly face down, and yeah, Poly comes up with the snow as well.
Wow.
Nice.
Good. Yep. Yeah. Like discarding the Fairy Tail Snow with the Super Poly, this is very good for him. He brings the Garura, and Alvaro, I think maybe is considering it, but looks like yeah, he sets one and pass.
Yeah, Garura, we gotta say, one of the most impactful cards of the Power of the Elements. Of course, when looking at the exclusives, you always gotta wait and see how much they're gonna impact the meta, but this has been an incredible tool, not just for super polymerization, but especially for Tearlaments. They can easily use it, and as you can see here, just drawing cards for free is so strong in this deck.
Yeah, now it goes with the Elf.
Yeah, great stuff. He gets a draw with the Garura, and then he's gonna go and grab and use the effect of Elf if it's uncontested, so good stuff.
He gets to draw one. Elf brings back.
Merli is back, but Impermanence at least slows him down. Wow. And the Rhino art is there, so great stuff by Arthur.
Yeah, we thought at the beginning, Super Poly was like, we didn't think about that, but I mean, right now, I think we might approach to a game 3, but we can never know.
Because Fairy Tales, no, once again, sometimes we mention how strong it is, but in these specific matchups is absolutely insane. Like, it's a very unique card in this matchup, but we do see the Marner, so interesting.
Nice, yeah. He decided to side deck in anyway, but Alvaro is left only with one card.
Yeah, so the Mariner comes down. As we mentioned, he's gonna negate the effect. And if for any reason Arthur decides to link it away, then he's gonna take the damage.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he has seen enough. Unfortunately, on the back foot of a Call by the Grave on the shifter, it is Arthur who evens the score, and we are gonna go to a game 3. So
very quick one, actually. We thought that at the beginning, you know, Arthur didn't have so much going on, especially because, like with Merli, didn't have a good meal. But the Super Poly with the snow was huge.
Super Poly was huge. In case things got messy, there was the snow to cover it up. Again, it's a very unique card in this matchup because it moves cards from the graveyard, so you always have to keep in mind when activating it, but it can still be annoying at times. And no matter what, I think a good understanding of the position from Arthur, who didn't just panic after losing game 1. He kept his composure, kept in cards like Super Poly, and just tried to adjust to such an unexpected deck, I would say, especially when you're playing the latest rounds. Like at the end of day 1, you are, of course, extremely tired, and you don't want to be playing against such a deck.
No, I think that it might pay off, especially because, like, looking at the side deck, once again, Super Poly was there, and hopefully we will see it game 3 as well. But on the other hand, like, if you are Alvaro,
I mean, you're still in a good spot. We can take a look at his side deck, and he literally has 0 cards for going first. He's that confident that he can win going first. I think it's a news. Most people were just citing this weekend Solemn Judgment, Artifact Sanctum, this sort of block going first cards. Alvaro, absolutely not caring about what other players are using. Confident with his deck, but our players are ready, so let's go back to the table for one last game of the day. And here they are. So Alvaro gonna go first, obviously looking for Marta and all of his drop cards, which would be nice, but he actually goes second, so nice one. Definitely unexpected from his opponent, but looking at his side deck, we knew that he was playing a lot of going second cards, so it makes sense that he would just go second on his own. We'll see if Arthur expected it.
This is a brave move, huh?
Yeah, but it makes sense, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he plays all going second cards, so I mean, on one hand, I don't think your opponent expects you to go second.
Maybe not, but it's also possible that, as we mentioned, it's the last round. He could have been sitting next to Alvaro during the day and maybe learned about it, because it doesn't seem as he was too surprised by that.
Yeah.
And with 9 minutes left in the round, of course, we also got to keep in mind that and speed things up a little bit. Ooh, but we see the shifter once again.
That's huge. That's very huge.
That's insane. Yeah. Shifter is absolutely insane against this matchup.
And this time doesn't have the cold body grave, so
yeah,
Shifter is gonna hurt.
And Winda would have been also really nice. It's very strong in this matchup. Yeah, they're just gonna clarify how the effect is gonna resolve, but as long as they're not cost, they're able to just summon and mill, and the cards are gonna get banished. So this is what's gonna happen, and obviously gonna hope not to waste any of the really good cards, but now he gets to go for the Rhino. Yeah, an overlay into Redoer. Not gonna matter too much because even those cards are gonna get banished by the Shifter, but play is back to Alvaro, who now will try his best to just capitalize on this Shifter, which is locking his opponent completely.
Yeah, I think he might be scared once again after what we saw in Game 2 of the Super Poly, right?
Yeah, and he unfortunately gets another monster. He was really hoping for, you know, a spell or a trap card to get an additional effect, but I mean, it is what it is. You take it, and really is considering going for it.
Ooh. Okay.
Wow. This is an interesting choice for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he could also have waited, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was maybe slightly early, and I guess he didn't want to be locked by the Dark Ruler. That's the main explanation. But yeah, again, with the Prosperity being used in a very peculiar way, but I think, yeah, it's a no-brainer. I think it's the Marta every time. It's the best one you want to see all and every game, I guess. And we get to see it once more in action.
It could make sense that he activated the Redoer because, like, he has the Super Poly.
Yeah, but it's mainly for the Dark Ruler, I'm sure. Which, though, I think it's a big risk because you lose both of your Tearlaments by doing this now. And yeah, as expected, we get to see the Marta, and then the Alice comes down from the deck. What is the face down cards? Arthur is thinking about it. And it is the Super Poly once again. So, wow, gets rid of the reboot, which he might regret later on, but still good stuff.
Because now, basically, apart from the Mad Dragon, Arthur is left the top deck, right?
Yeah, he will get back the Redoer at least, so that's decent enough. And then he will try to eat a spell. That would be the best option, I guess.
And Arturo sets one. I think this is the same thing that happened in Game 2.
Yeah. Super Poly just being one of the best options here.
And and he passed her. Yeah, Super Poly did the job.
Super Poly once again showing off, and now there are about 4 minutes and a half left in the round, so we'll see if there is enough time for Alvaro to... oh, and he gets the spell, the best one, even Mystic Mine, so twice as good this time.
This is very good for him. Yeah, this is what he was looking for. He gets an additional card.
That's absolutely insane. It was by far the best one. And now he gets to see the Merrily and hoping to mill one. Is he finally gonna hit something? Better than nothing, but yeah, still.
Not very fortunate with the mills.
No,
but,
absolutely not.
Yeah, he enters battle phase, deals some damage. Looks like Alvaro doesn't have any response.
And this is huge, actually. He gets to push so much damage, and with 3 minutes remaining, it doesn't seem as if Exorcister will be the deck that is able to push that much damage, right?
Yeah.
It's more of a
It takes
controlling
time.
strategy.
Yeah, it takes time. You really need to make up your own field, you know, exquisite monsters. It takes time. So, and he took quite a few life points damage now.
I think you just go for the elf, maybe, and you're able to bring back them early next turn if you do, but it's also a kind of a risky play if you feel like...
I think he passed.
Yeah, he does. So he passed, it does get a monster, which is not the greatest, but not the worst thing you could get. I think Trap was the best, but you take a monster, and once again he will play around Dark Ruler. So good sequence from Arthur, and now let's see if Alvaro has anything going up for him.
Yeah, because like the Super Poly once again disrupted his strategy.
So strong.
Yeah. Yeah, because if he had like a Varys, that would be huge, but he would have done maybe in his previous... He doesn't have anything. Wow. Yeah, the Redoer comes back.
Yeah, very unfortunate stuff here, and he gets the spell again, so what a Redoer game. Redoer definitely the MVP here from Arthur, who looks like he might be in a very good position to seal this game, and yeah, what a comeback from this game 1 loss. Wow.
And I think he milled an Ophinis. Okay, he has the cold buy. Okay, it was one of the two set. And now Alvaro is left with 1900 life points. Arthur is considering, okay, he has the Fusion Substitute. That's the last card in his hand. He goes for the Kit Colors. Activates his Chain Links. He has Merly, he has Cheirin. He also has the field spell. I mean, there's so much going on at the moment, and with 1 minute left on the clock, looks like Arthur once again with the Super Poly was able to come back into the game.
Yeah, and with the Fusion Substitute now he gets so much advantage. He's able to pop 1, and just looks like in the end, after a game 1 where Alvaro showed off his combos, he's gonna eventually lose to the Tearlaments deck. But let's see.
Now I guess to send them early. Yeah, just I think here he's going to seal the game soon. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see here just doing some calculations, but his opponent is left at just 19. He's gonna get a direct attack, and with a nice sort of handshake, Arthur takes the game 2-1, and he is the winner. Let's go back to us for a quick post-match discussion. What a match, and what a way to end day 1. It was 9 Incredibles rounds, and in the end, we chose to show you guys Exorcister, a deck we didn't see during the day. And in game 1, I think Alvaro proved to us why his deck is worth at least a shot to the top 128.
No, but indeed, like the deck worked out pretty well in game 1, especially because, like as I said, the deck I think is built to be made and played against Tearlaments. And but I think in game 2 and 3 we saw why Super Poly is so strong, right? I mean, like, a completely disrupted Alvaro's strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, a lot of people focused on like Dark Ruler No More being the key card of the tournament, but with Garura being released, Super Poly for some of them flew under the radar, but I think most of the people who are on the top tables are actually maining free copies, and it doesn't even matter what deck they are playing. It has been mained both by Sprite and Tearlaments, and Super Poly just is the MVP for Arthur, and what a way to congratulate him. So again, thank you guys for watching and for being with us. We won't be having an interview with Arthur, but we will go back to Ed, who will say the final goodbye. So thank you, and we will be back, at least for us, later on tomorrow.
Thank you, Marcello. It's been a very exciting day. Congratulations again to Arthur for winning that final round. It was great to see those Exo Sisters coming into one more feature match as we bring the day to an end. Make sure that you guys turn up tomorrow, because we're going into the final day of the European Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship here in Antwerp. Basically tomorrow we're going into the final rounds of Swiss before we then get into the top 128 cuts. The top cut of the tournament, as everyone duels their way to the top to try and take home the title and those prizes. It's going to be great. I've been Ed Templar. Thank you very much for watching our coverage from today. Thank you very much from everyone here who's been responsible for setting up this stream and everything. Thank you guys at home for watching, and we will see all of you bright and early at 9 AM tomorrow for more coverage. Take care.